those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 New Concept, The Illuminati. Tony Stark. A world-class billionaire and superhero Iron Man. He is a very cautious person, which can be seen from his first meeting with Nightcrawler, in a fully armed posture. At that time, he wanted to try to recruit a group of New York street heroes led by Nightcrawler Lee G. But he did not express much goodwill at that time. Fully armed with iron armor and assisted aiming by artificial intelligence Jarvis, he was always on guard against Nightcrawler. Because of the things he has experienced, he learned how to protect himself. So as a superhero or a billionaire, Tony has always been a lonely person. He rarely trusts others completely. Only a few people in his life have gained his trust. Pepper, Dr. Ethan. Of course, Nightcrawler Lee G can be added to this list now. This is a friendship established in many actions. Because of many things they have experienced together, Iron Man Tony Stark has a better understanding of Nightcrawler's personality and ideas, and he agrees with the ideas of this street hero. This made him put down his guard against this guy who didn't like to show his true image. It can be said that in the current superhero circle, Lee G is probably the only one who can talk to Iron Man in a friendly and equal manner. Tony Stark is a genius. He always has an attitude of who else but me towards the world. It is precisely because of this attitude that he would resolutely close the weapons manufacturing department in the most glorious era of the company, causing the company's stock price to plummet. At the same time, it is also because of this attitude that he would think of developing new energy and want to go to the moon to mine helium-3 to let mankind enter a new era. This attitude and personality of trying to change the whole world can be said to coincide with Lee G. Lee G and Tony, in fact, have very similar places in the deepest. They both have a kind of, if I want it, then I will find a way to get it myself. The two are different only in some details and pursuits, but this does not hinder the two from communicating happily. It is also because of this commonality between the two that when Eastern Europe started a war over new energy issues, Lee G was able to persuade Tony not to give up the plan to mine helium-3. And it is also because of this that Tony feels that Lee G's crazy idea of introducing a new enemy to mankind and thus forcing human governments to unite is feasible. Now Tony is dealing with and running around the United Nations, the US Congress, and countries around the world. He wants to put out the war in Eastern Europe that he ignited. At the same time, he is also preparing for Lee G's next crazy plan. In the final analysis, both Lee G and Tony are crazy. And history always tells us that in fact, the development of mankind and some great ideas often start with some crazy ideas. And there are too many normal people in this world and too few crazy people. Lee G now comes to Tony's office on the top floor of Stark Tower as easily as entering a relative's home. "Would you like a cup of coffee, sir?" The first person to greet Lee G was Tony's AI, Jarvis. "No, thank you." "Where's Tony?" Lee G looked around Tony's office and didn't see him. Mr. Tony is apologizing to Ms. Pepper. Jarvis told Tony what he was doing very honestly. His birthday gift to Ms. Pepper was 9,999 roses. "Wow, that's great, very romantic. What's the problem?" Lee G didn't think Tony needed to apologize for giving Pepper roses. Did he give them to the wrong lover? "Yes, sir. That's usually right. But Mr. Tony forgot that Miss Pepper had a strong allergy to pollen." Jarvis continued to state honestly. Because these roses were placed directly in Miss Pepper's home, Miss Pepper suffered from severe allergic symptoms after returning home. She started to itch all over her body and coughed non-stop, and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. She had always thought that a competitor wanted to murder her in this way. So, Mr. Tony is now apologizing to Miss Pepper. Puff. Lee G didn't know how to describe his mood now. Is Tony's kindness a bad deed? Tony never remembered Pepper's birthday before, and every time Pepper's birthday gift was bought by herself. This time Tony remembered that Pepper's birthday was on that day, but he forgot that Pepper had symptoms of pollen allergy. From a certain perspective, is Tony really a good boyfriend or husband? Lee G shook his head, unable to express his opinion. But he knew one thing, Pepper could leave Tony without much of a relationship, but Tony couldn't leave Pepper. If he left Pepper, Tony might not even be able to take care of himself. Is this a defect of genius? God gave him a certain outstanding talent, but deprive him of some things that ordinary people have? When Tony came to the office with a dark face, he just happened to hear Jarvis telling Lee G the story of Pepper. "Shut up, Jarvis." "Yes, sir." Jarvis quickly shut up, but he said something more. "How is Miss Pepper now?" "I said shut up. If you say one more word, I will dismantle you and sell you to a second-hand computer recycling store." Tony's face was overcast. Lee G thought it was best to change the subject at this time and not discuss Pepper's affairs with him. "How did you deal with the Congress?" Lee G looked around, then shrugged, pretending that the Pepper incident had never happened. Seeing that Lee G didn't ask about Pepper, Tony's face looked better. It's not that difficult to convince Congress. Since they found out that Latveria's fighting power is so strong and Dr. Doom is not so easy to deal with, they have split into two factions. The possibility of war expansion is decreasing. At least Eastern Europe has temporarily stopped fighting, right? As for the United Nations, especially the 5 permanent members, I am lobbying hard. No one wants to bite the hard bone of Latveria. They are discussing whether to drag Latveria into it. Because the outbreak of a full-scale war will cause greater harm to these big countries. But all this depends on Doom's reaction. I don't know if he has come back from hell now. At least this aspect is moving in a good direction. If everything goes well, your plan is likely to be implemented. Tony's face looked better after he fell into such thinking, and Lee G was relieved. At least his attention was diverted. "This is the best news I have heard in these days." Lee G was still happy about the news Tony said. Since returning from hell, Tony has been running around for the troubles he caused with a new energy. It was not until today that he had time to rest for a day. Now that he can finally see that there is a chance to end this matter, Tony himself feels good. By the way, I watched the video you posted recently. It was well shot. I believe many viewers will cry after watching it. Tony was referring to the short film about heroes that is now very popular on the internet. I just show the true side of the hero. You have to know that if you have superpowers and put your status high, there will be only two results. Either let the whole world surrender to you and become a tyrant. Kill those who don't obey. Or don't put your status so high and get along with the people. Lee G said seriously. Or you can also register an account on a social platform. Iron Man, huh? You just need to take some photos of your luxury house and luxury cars, and you can attract many beautiful female fans. No thanks. I'm so busy recently that I don't have the mood at all. Tony rarely has any interest in the topic of beautiful women. This made Lee G look at him suspiciously, and he kept a certain distance from him. Enough, I know what you are thinking. I am just too tired of dealing with those politicians recently. Countless bargaining and lies. The faces of politicians are really disgusting. Tony did look a little tired. By the way, Spider-Man has been in trouble recently. Yes, if you have noticed the information on the internet. Lee G said affirmatively. My visit to you today is also related to this matter. I like that kid very much. He is not like you, with so many tricks. He is a simple child. Tony looked forward and said calmly. Lee G was very suspicious of the meaning of what Tony said. Was he really praising Peter for his simplicity, or was he saying stupid in this way? Okay, what do you want to say? What is the matter related to Spider-Man? Tony looked at Lee G and said. If you look carefully at the news on the internet, you should know that the cause of all this started with James, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. So what do you want me to do? Buy this daily newspaper. Lee G was silent for a while. No, I just want to say that everything he did was because of this year's New York election. He is one of the candidates. Do you understand what I mean? Although I have never cared much about the small election at the level of mayor, now that you have asked me, I know. And I don't like those guys who step on the honor of heroes to get to the top. Tony said indifferently. After all, he is also a superhero. There is another guy, who is also one of the candidates. The guy named Luxon. Note, remember the fat guy named Kingpin? The fat guy who followed Doom in hell. The financial backer behind this guy named Luxon is Kingpin. Lee G mentioned another person. So, you mean these two people must not get the position? I think that's what you mean. Tony touched his beard. He was too busy recently and his beard grew. He thought he should take time to trim it. Yes, that's it. At least I don't think it's good for us if two guys become mayors of New York. Lee G nodded. Okay, I understand. This is not a very difficult thing. Tony had no reason to refuse such things, especially the mayor of New York. In his opinion, it was just an insignificant position. I've been wanting to talk to you lately, but I've been too busy. So I haven't had time. After talking about Lee Ji, Tony seemed to have something else to talk about, and it seemed very important. Jarvis, turn on the shielding system of the room. From now on, any information in this room is prohibited from leaking out. Tony's solemn look made Lee Ji a little confused. Is it something important? Yes, it's something important. Tony said seriously. I started thinking about this a long time ago. After the new energy issue triggered the Eastern European War, I fell into thinking. Tony stood up from the sofa and paced around the room. Although your short video shows the ordinary people a side of the hero's life, but there is still a practical problem in front of us. That is, as people with superpowers, such as you and me. What should we do if we do something wrong? Lee Ji's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he felt that something was not good. If he was right, Tony was in favor of the Hero Registration Act. He had just begun to have an impact on the Civil War, so was Tony going to take action? So what do you want? Let us be regulated by the government? Lee Ji asked tentatively. Tony frowned and pondered for a long time, but finally shook his head. No, this is not a good way. I have been dealing with these politicians since the new energy crisis. I must say I am very disappointed. I used to think that the American legal model and regulations were the best in the world. Lee Ji couldn't help rolling his eyes under his hood when he heard this. But the hypocrisy and evasion of these politicians make me have no confidence in them. They will sacrifice everything for the sake of profit, and most of them don't have the view you advocate. Everyone for me, I for everyone. Most of them hold, everyone for me again, and everyone for me again. Tony couldn't help rolling his eyes as he spoke. Lee Ji felt that perhaps because he had changed many things, the many changes now also affected some of Tony's ideas. So what do you think of Iron Man? This is just a preliminary idea, not mature yet. But I'm afraid you're the only one I can discuss this with. This idea is a little crazy, but I know you're crazy too. Superheroes are a huge energy in society. If they are used for good, they can benefit society. But if they are used for evil, few people can stop them. Tony's expression became more and more serious. For example, the new energy problem caused by me. If I hadn't insisted on my own way and ignored the opinions of Pepper and Dr. Ethan, maybe the war in Eastern Europe would not have broken out and the situation would not have become so bad. I have super strength and some of the best resources in the world. Tony's words were not modest at all, but they were indeed the truth. If I want to do something, it will have a huge impact on the whole world. And you, Nightcrawler. This short video of yours can cause such a trend around the world. As well as your close relationship with the mages of Kamartaki, and your good relationship with almost all New York superheroes, even mutants. If you want to do something bad, or if you don't think carefully when doing something, it will lead to unpredictable consequences. Lee Ji agreed with Tony about this. He couldn't guarantee that everything he did was right. So Lee Ji spoke up. So what did you think of? Tony looked at Lee Ji and smiled. An organization. An organization. An organization that allows everyone to monitor each other's crazy ideas. Controlled by the government. Not controlled by the government. This is an organization of heroes who are autonomous. We will abide by the confidentiality agreement and only invite heroes who are smart, influential and upright to join. In this organization, we can share what we have and exchange ideas. For example, the crazy idea you are going to implement, what you told me already involves Asgard, Kamartaki and Earth. This whole plan is so huge that you can't complete it alone. You need more friends. The entire organization will not have a leader. It will be more like a parliament. A round-table meeting of knights. Lee Ji was now a little surprised by Tony's idea. So you want to establish an organization that is above the government, not controlled by the government, completely autonomous by heroes, and strictly abides by the confidentiality system. Yes. Tony nodded seriously. I need your support. Have you thought about this organization? Yes. Including the name. What are you going to call it? Tony said word by word. Illuminati. The Illuminati, a real superhero organization that is completely above the government, began to show its prototype in Tony Stark's crazy conception. I wrote about the concept of the Illuminati very obscurely when the turmoil in Eastern Europe first occurred. So the Illuminati was not born suddenly. Tony once said that maybe he should find someone to stop his feverish brain at the right time. Pepper's allergy to pollen is adapted from the content in Iron Man 2, in which Pepper is allergic to strawberries, but Tony foolishly gave her strawberries. I made some changes. Chapter 352, Prototype and Venus. Illuminati. This word means inspire or represents those who light the way forward for others in the dark. Tony Stark came up with such an organization's name, and Lee G really didn't feel strange at all. Or rather, he felt it was very normal. Because no matter what, some pride deeply rooted in Tony's heart will never change. The idea and character of who else but me, the idea that I am the chosen one, has always been in the deepest part of Tony's soul. Relatively speaking, Tony Stark, who has experienced many things now, has become more introverted. He is no longer like when Lee G first met him. Tony's aggressive and frivolous character in front of Lee G's fast food truck has changed a lot. Tony is now very mature. But some things, such as his pride, have not changed. Of course, he has reasons and capital for pride. Just like he wants to develop new energy to change the world. When he decided to establish the Illuminati, he also held the same attitude. It's just that the establishment of the Illuminati is obviously much better than his enthusiasm for developing new energy sources, and arbitrarily not listening to anyone's opinions, and hastily launching it at an inappropriate time. The Illuminati, from this name, can show Tony's attitude towards the entire organization. The inspirer of human civilization, the leader of the dark world. Tony and Lee G are both crazy, but there are some subtle differences behind this madness. That is, Tony has always been high above, not close to ordinary people. After all, even if he is not a superhero, then Tony's other attributes, super rich, playboy, great scientist, world top philanthropist, and other titles are completely not something that ordinary people can have. So Iron Man is actually born with a huge sense of alienation from ordinary people, and don't expect Tony Stark to think of getting close to ordinary people like Lee G, and put his status at the same level as them. This is impossible. If Iron Man really does this, then the wearer of this iron suit must not be Tony Stark. Tony is a smart man, and he never hides his pride. And he also deeply understands his own strengths and weaknesses. That's why he constantly improves his ideas while constantly dealing with various countries. So today he told Lee G his expectations, to establish an organization that is autonomous and above the government. As he said before, he needs someone to stop him when he goes crazy. He needs someone as strong and smart as him to point out the problem to him when he makes a mistake. Tony's trust in the government has now dropped to the lowest point in history because of the war in Eastern Europe and the subsequent problems. He can no longer tolerate the hypocritical faces of those politicians. The Illuminati, the leader of the dark world? Just like the Knights Templar in the legend. Lee G smacked his lips and muttered softly. Tony didn't know whether Lee G's reaction was an agreement or a disagreement. Yes, the leader of the dark world. But we are not a conservative organization like the Knights Templar. What we have to do is to change and lead the world. Tony is full of confidence in this. Lee G rubbed his temples and thought. After a while, he spoke. Who are the members of the organization you have in mind? You and me. Tony pointed at Lee G and himself first. We must be there. And the mutant professor I met in hell last time. I have been to the mutant school several times since I came back from hell. I have met Dr. Hank and Professor Charles privately. Although I did not reveal the details of the organization to them, I have tried to test them. They are both great wise men in this world. This is a high evaluation for Tony, because he rarely thinks that someone's IQ can exceed his. Especially Professor Charles. He wants to change the plight of mutants, but he uses a rational method. If he is really evil, he can use his super brain to modify the memory and thoughts of ordinary people all over the earth. Then mutants will become the mainstream, and ordinary people will be eliminated on the road of evolution. It seems that Tony also has a high evaluation of Charles. So Professor Charles and Dr. Hank are also in my expectation. And the other one is Captain America, Steve Rogers. Hearing this name, Lee G was a little surprised. I remember you hated him. Yes, I do hate him. Tony did not hide his dislike for Captain Rogers. This dislike came from his father's constant preaching to him when he was a child, asking him to learn from Captain Rogers. This gave Tony a rebellious mentality, which has not changed until now. But I must admit that our organization is somewhat dangerous. We need a rational, upright and noble person to participate. And Captain Rogers is smart enough. This can be seen from the fact that he is now suing the US government to solve the dilemma of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, if possible, I hope that the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One can also join. He is the strongest among humans, and can even be said to be the last guardian of mankind. Lee Ji once talked to Tony about some stories about Kamartaki, so Tony is now aware of the existence of the Supreme Sorcerer. He also knows that this group of wizards are protecting the Earth. It may be a bit difficult. Lee Ji didn't know whether Ancient One would agree to join this organization. You can only give it a try. Because some of our plans should not interfere with the mage's protection of the Earth. Did Masterland say that there is no invasion from other planes on Earth now because they have established a super stable space on Earth? Tony said to Lee Ji. He still wanted Lee Ji to try to persuade Ancient One to see if he could join. Lee Ji thought for a while and nodded. He said he would try. But as for what the result would be, he couldn't guarantee it. This organization should be extremely strict, and we should not be known by the government. Otherwise, no government can accommodate our ideas. Lee Ji agreed with Tony's words. So, a confidentiality agreement is necessary. Another point is that we need a place that is safe enough and allows us to hold meetings. So you have thought of it, Tony? Yes. Where? Venus. Bang. Lee Ji almost fell off the sofa. Venus. Yeah, you can't expect us to have a safe enough place on Earth. That's a bit too dangerous. And in your plan, I need a lot of minerals. Large-scale mining on Earth will not only attract attention, but also destroy the environment in which we live. Tony waved his hand. Lee Ji, then why not the Moon or Mars? Oh, the Moon won't work. Everyone is staring at the Moon now. Tony, there are also many people staring at Mars. Humans have been wanting to find a second Earth-like planet for immigration for a long time. If possible, Mars would probably be the first choice for human immigration. But Venus is different. There are a lot of turbulence on the surface of Venus' atmosphere, and Venus is completely unsuitable for human habitation. Its surface temperature is as high as 450 degrees Celsius. And there is a lot of carbonic acid in the atmosphere close to the surface. That sounds worse than hell. Lee Ji grinned. Yes, that's why astronomers rarely pay attention to Venus because it's so bad. I used to think about building an alien base. But it's very difficult if I rely on myself alone. But now it's different. If I can convince the wizards to help, I can build a space gate to travel between Venus and the Earth. Then my idea of building a base on Venus will not be so difficult. Tony looked eager to try, like a child who is about to get a new toy. He seemed to be eager to go to Venus to show his skills. As for persuading the wizards, it was obviously Lee Ji who did it. Lee Ji suddenly felt as if he was dragged on board. Why did he have to put in so much effort when Tony wanted to build an organization? So he decided to ask for some application rights for his efforts. Tony, don't you think the name of the Illuminati is a bit bad? Really? How about calling it the League of Legends? This name is terrible. It sounds like an outdated video game. What about the Justice League? It's equally stupid. Only a fool who wears his underwear outside would come up with such a name. What about the Watchers? The world needs heroes. Please don't say stupid things, Nightcrawler. Gwen, can you invite your family out for dinner tonight, especially your father? Peter said to his girlfriend while walking with Gwen Stacy in the park. His hand was burned some time ago. However, because of the new drug recently launched by the Osborn Group, a derivative drug from the limb regeneration plan, it can quickly help heal trauma. This drug has not yet been officially launched and is still in the research and development stage. The side effects are the same as limb regeneration drugs, which will consume a lot of cell activity, so it is difficult to define whether this product is good or bad. However, a group of people will come to the night watch. After all, at a critical moment, this thing is still very good for healing injuries. Huh? Are you trying to please my dad? Gwen raised her eyebrows. She knew very well that her dad didn't like Peter. So she had always wanted to ease the relationship between the two. And today, her somewhat silly boyfriend finally got it? Knowing how to please his father-in-law. Gwen felt a little happy. Peter Parker smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. I guess so. I know Uncle George has been troubled recently, and maybe my friends and I can help. If he has time, tonight at 8 o'clock, at Mr. Li in Chinatown, Manhattan. That's Jason's restaurant. I think we can get together. Okay, I'll let him attend, even if he has to work overtime at night. I will drag him over. Gwen hugged Peter's neck. "That's good, we have prepared a surprise for Uncle George." Peter looked into Gwen's eyes very seriously. "But for George Stacy, tonight's banquet. Is it a surprise or a shock? It's really hard to define." Chapter 353. It is decided that you will be the mayor of New York City. George Stacy has been very busy recently, or should I say very busy. On one hand, he has to deal with the police work in his jurisdiction, and on the other hand, he has to deal with the media's accusations of the New York police's inaction. As for the accusations, things are much better now, because the heroic short film that Lee G spread quickly diverted everyone's attention, and explained the farce between Spider-Man and the New York police that was previously hyped by the Daily Bugle. It's not that the New York police didn't do anything, but it was a farce created by an unscrupulous lawyer and an unscrupulous newspaper editor who would do anything to get promoted. Although he doesn't need to worry about dealing with the media for the time being, George still has to face other things that need to be rushed. That is the issue of the New York City mayoral election. That's right, George Stacy is also on the list of 5 candidates for New York City mayor this year. But he knows very well that he is just a running mate. Because he is a nonpartisan. In other words, he belongs to neither the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party. There is no party behind him as a backer, and such a person cannot really be elected mayor of New York City. And his nomination as a candidate is also a political show in itself. Whether it is the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, both parties need to reflect the democratic and liberal ideas of their own parties. So whether they like it or not in politics, they will push out some nonpartisan people. Only in this way can they show their own political tolerance and the spirit of freedom and democracy that the U.S. government has been publicly promoting. This time, George Stacy, the Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department, is a nonpartisan liberal person pushed out by them. The reason for choosing him is simple. This person is a civilian who struggles and has no strong political background. He will not suddenly turn over and get the position of mayor of New York City after being nominated. Another point is that George Stacy has a good reputation. He is very popular in the New York City Police Department and is upright. Criminals are afraid of him and policemen respect him. This is also very important. The government needs some people with good reputation to run for election. Only in this way can it be shown that the quality of this election is good, everyone is an elite, and they are all seeking welfare for the people. In short, George Stacy is the decoration pushed to the front. Lee Ji used the Chinese idiom to describe George's words. That is, hunting rabbits on New Year's Eve. It's New Year with him or without him. He is just a facade and decoration used by the government to decorate this election. George Stacy is very clear about this. So he doesn't really care about his election. But his family is very excited, especially his daughter, Gwen Stacy, who firmly believes that if the mayor of New York City is her father, then New York City will definitely be built better. Gwen has already started to find ways to promote her father. She plans to do various canvassing activities on campus and online. Moreover, George's subordinates love him very much, and they all hope that George can really be elected mayor of New York City. George feels a little ashamed of these people's expectations. He understands his disadvantages. He was born in a humble family and has no strong political family support. Moreover, he has been a policeman for many years. Because he is upright, his relationship with business leaders is also ordinary. Without connections and support from the rich, how can he get the throne of the mayor of New York City? George shook his head. He could only go through the motions in this election. Of course, George Stacy also has his own political ambitions. Although he knows that he can't become the mayor of New York City, he still has great hope of becoming the commissioner of the New York City Police Department. The old director is already very old and will retire next year. George hopes to take over this position. He still has many dreams that have not been realized, and he still has many prisoners that have not been arrested. So he still made some preparations for the election of the mayor of New York City, and he was ready to show his face in several TV debates that he had to participate in, so that he could smoothly hand over the power of the director next year. He is now browsing the information about the general election, although he is just decorating the table. But George at least hopes that he will not be speechless and embarrassed by the debate on TV at that time. After all, his daughter and wife will also watch the debate. So when Gwen found him and asked him to attend the dinner organized by Peter, George refused at first. "Gwen, I'm very busy now, really busy." George was reading a lot of documents in his study. He needed to prepare a lot for the election. Just once, Just once, Dad. I beg you. Gwen put her hands directly in front of the documents George was reading. At least Peter wants to leave a good impression on you. So is he trying to please me, or my daughter? George glanced at Gwen with a squint. It doesn't matter, right, Dad? To please me is the same as to please you. Gwen looked at George with a smile, but still stopped George from reading the document. George sighed helplessly. His daughter Gwen was always his weakness, so he could only compromise. Well, I hope your boyfriend can bring some changes to me. He should change his bad habit of talking slickly, which makes him look very unserious. Welcome, Uncle George. I am Gwen's friend, Jason Lee. You can call me Jason. Outside the Mr. Li restaurant in Chinatown, Li Ji and Peter have been waiting outside for Gwen's family to arrive. Li Ji greeted Gwen's father first, and then her mother. George smiled at Li Ji, but did not show much friendliness to Peter. Although the corners of his mouth moved, Li Ji could hardly think that it was a smile. Maybe this has not been recognized by his father-in-law, but now he wants to kidnap someone else's daughter. George is still very majestic, especially when he doesn't smile. No wonder Peter looks a little restrained when he sees George. However, he was still very gentlemanly and helped Gwen get a bag, and also greeted the Stacys. I know you. Your food truck is very famous in New York. My colleague once took me a hamburger made by you. I must say that it was the best hamburger I have ever eaten. George was still easygoing to Li Ji. This is probably the huge difference between treating a friend like his daughter and treating his daughter's boyfriend. Thank you for your compliment, Uncle George. Li Ji talked to George while leading the way. The place where George's family was entertained today was in an independent box on the second floor of the restaurant. This kind of facility is unique to Chinese restaurants. What is the surprise for my father? Gwen asked Peter in a low voice. He will know in a while. Don't worry. Peter winked at Gwen. In the box on the second floor, there was actually another person waiting inside. Li Ji and Peter's friend, Harry Osborn. Uncle George, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Harry Osborn. Harry, this is Gwen's father, Mr. George Stacy. Peter made a formal introduction to the two after entering the room. Hello, Mr. George. Harry smiled and shook hands with George. Oh, hello, Mr. Harry. George was a little confused. Because he knew Harry Osborn. It should be said that the whole world knew him. The richest young man in the world. A leader of a super company that has a huge influence on the whole world. To be honest, he didn't expect Harry to be related to Peter, and they were friends. Gwen never mentioned too much about Peter to him. First, this was Gwen's private matter. She didn't need to report everything to her parents. She was an adult now and could make her own decisions. And Gwen didn't want to use her boyfriend's acquaintance with some great people to highlight Peter's extraordinariness. Because for Gwen, Peter Parker was Peter Parker. He was unique and irreplaceable. She loved Peter as a person, not anything else. Second, George didn't really want to hear about Peter. So he was a little surprised when he saw Harry. He looked at Gwen and Peter with a suspicious look. Thank you very much, Uncle George, for coming to this dinner. Harry and I have heard of you for a long time. We have always heard Peter and Gwen mention you and praise you as the best police officer in New York. Li Ji complimented George in his toast before the meal. This can also be regarded as helping to make a good impression on his future father-in-law. George looked at Peter unexpectedly. Would Peter praise me behind my back? Then George smiled. It's a bit too flattering. There are many excellent police officers in New York City. The menu for the banquet for the Stacy family was decided by Li Ji. Because Gwen's mother likes to eat vegetables and fish and other healthier foods. So this time the menu is based on this taste. Including Marseille's fish soup, chicken tofu, green bean puree, vegetable rolls and salt-fried silver cod. To be honest, except for the Marseille's fish soup, Harry and Peter don't like the other three dishes. Including Li Ji, it's just average. But Gwen's family liked it very much. After all, the taste of a family is always cultivated by the hostess of this family. Whatever Mrs. Stacy likes to eat, her family likes to eat. Because it is not a formal dinner, but a more open family dinner. So with Li Ji, Peter and Gwen deliberately livening up the atmosphere of the whole dinner seemed very lively. Peter and Harry told each other about their childhood embarrassments, and then Li Ji interspersed some things that happened to them at school. Gwen was telling some stories that happened when she worked with Peter in the Osborn group. The atmosphere was very harmonious and lively. Especially Gwen, She laughed very happily at this moment. When she was with Peter, there were always endless topics to talk about. Whether it was life, jokes, or scientific academic issues that most people find boring. The two of them seemed to have a telepathic connection and could always guess what the other was thinking. Seeing a table of young people so happy, especially his daughter's smile, George seemed to have suddenly figured it out. Maybe Peter Parker is not a young man who looks so frivolous. Because how a person is can be seen from his circle of friends. Lee Ji was surprisingly mature and steady, while Harry Osborn began to slowly show the momentum of a superior. After a brief contact with the two young men, George knew that the two young men had a unique temperament. This was the experience brought by more than 30 years of police career. Being able to make friends with such people, and they were willing to stand up for Peter. So does it mean from another side that this kid actually has some advantages that he has not discovered? George felt that he might need to know more and try to accept Peter. Just when the atmosphere of the dinner reached its peak, Lee Ji's seemingly unintentional words started the most important thing of this dinner. It was also the core purpose of inviting George to the dinner. I heard that Uncle George will run for the mayoral election in New York City this time. George took a bite of green bean paste. After he finished the food carefully, he rinsed his mouth with water very seriously, and wiped his mouth with a napkin before speaking. Yes, one of the candidates. But you don't seem to be from a political family. It seems that the surname Stacy is difficult to be associated with any political family in the country. Harry spoke after Lee Ji. George nodded, and said in a slightly self-deprecating tone, "Yes, I started as a commoner. I climbed up to this position step by step. I don't have any political background. So I can only be a runner-up in this election. No, Dad. I think you are very good. You are the best among all the candidates. You came from the bottom of New York City, and have been fighting on the front line of New York City police. You understand better what ordinary New Yorkers need." Gwen undoubtedly supported her father wholeheartedly. George's wife also patted him on the back gently to show her support for him. Indeed, Uncle George came from the bottom of New York. He climbed up step by step, and he really understands what the citizens of this city want. But without support, it is really difficult to win this election. Lee Ji spoke the truth, but this aroused Gwen's dissatisfaction. She glared at Lee Ji with her beautiful blue eyes. Lee Ji kicked Peter under the table, indicating that it was his turn to speak. Peter only reacted after being kicked by Lee Ji, and he spoke a little unfluently. "So the three of us have an idea. We hope that Uncle George will be the next mayor of New York City." Harry nodded in agreement with Peter's words. "Yes, Mr. George. Peter spent some time convincing me. And I think you are the most suitable candidate among the candidates this time." Harry's mouth corners rose. "So, Osborn Group can fully support your candidacy for the mayor of New York City this time." And it was Lee Ji who spoke after Harry. "I have a certain personal relationship with Mr. Tony Stark. I have persuaded him not to side with anyone else in the election. Especially your two strongest competitors, Luxon and James. There is absolutely no way they will be elected. After that, we will try to continue to persuade Mr. Tony to make him lean towards you as much as possible. And my Marvel company has a good relationship with almost all the heroes in New York City. I can even try to get them to support you. I think at least Spider-Man will support you." Lee Ji smiled, but Gwen felt that there seemed to be something else in Lee Ji's smile. "So I think you don't need to belittle yourself. From now on, you need to start preparing. Because before the election is over, you may be very, very busy. Until you become the mayor of New York City." Lee Ji stared at George. George didn't see any sign of joking in Lee Ji's eyes. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly absurd. In front of him, these three young people who were less than 20 years old were actually going to decide the final issue of the mayor of New York City in such an informal place, in the form of a casual conversation during a meal. What's even more absurd is that they might really be able to do this. Chapter 354 Protecting the Lights of New York. The location of Queens, New York, near Manhattan has always been a good location in the city. As the economic center of New York, Manhattan is home to almost all the world's well-known brands. In addition, influential multinational companies in the United States and even the world will set up their headquarters in this area. For many businessmen, it is an honor to settle in Manhattan. Listing stocks on Wall Street means that you have already occupied a place in the global business market. Therefore, the housing prices in this area of Manhattan are extremely high. For example, The property that Blade and Jameson currently bought in Manhattan is not very large. The house, which can only be suitable for a family of 3 at most, has already been priced at more than $3 million US. After that, high property taxes will be paid every year. This almost emptied all of Blade's savings, and he even had to apply for a loan from the bank to afford the house. It should be said that Blade joined the Avengers fortunately, at least this is a stable career. The US government needs to pay him a salary, otherwise he would not be able to get a bank loan. This shows how high the housing prices in Manhattan are. Therefore, a large number of people working in Manhattan will look to the consular districts close to Manhattan. For example, the border between Queens and Manhattan is a good choice. Many people with good economic income have set their sights on this place. They buy properties at this intersection. Gwen's family lives here. As the deputy commissioner of the New York City Police Department, George has a good income. With his legitimate income, he can definitely buy a spacious high-end apartment here. Not far from Gwen's house, on the top of another residential building. Nightcrawler Lee G and Spider-Man Peter are standing here looking at Gwen's apartment. Do I really want to talk to George? As Spider-Man. Peter, wearing Spider-Man's uniform, said hesitantly. Do you want to take off your hood, walk in front of George, and tell him that you are Spider-Man? And then marry his daughter? What do you think George will do if he knows that you are Spider-Man and you are still flirting with Gwen? Lee G said in a pessimistic tone. I guess he will shoot my head off. Peter shuddered. Gwen Stacy is definitely George's sweetheart and soft spot. Anything that may harm Gwen, George will definitely cut it off in advance. Spider-Man is a guy who wanders around the city all day and gets into so many troubles. George will definitely not agree to let such a guy be with his daughter. By then, Gwen might not be able to beg him. And he just built up some good feelings for Peter during dinner tonight, and Peter doesn't want all his efforts to go to waste. That's why you want to go to him like this. Since you care so much about what he said to you. You think that many excellent police officers have been ruined because of Spider-Man. Then we have to find a way to solve this problem, right? Lee G patted Peter on the shoulder. The media's accusations against Spider-Man began to change because of Lee G's short film. When everyone pointed the finger at James, Lee G found that Peter was still a little depressed. So after Lee G's repeated questioning, Peter told the content of his previous conversation with George. He felt that what George said made sense, and he might indeed be a little nosy. This negative attitude is not what Spider-Man should have. Lee G also didn't expect Peter to be hit by these words, or even change his personality and habits because of this. If Spider-Man no longer does chivalry, then is he still Spider-Man? Lee G didn't want Peter to be affected, so he had to find a way to eliminate the negative impact of this incident on Peter. And it would be best if he could find a way to coexist peacefully with George. After all, he is Peter's future father-in-law. Check whether the earphones in your mask are fixed in place, so that I can hear your conversation and help you deal with some emergency situations. Lee G checked whether his communication equipment and Peter's communication equipment were intact. Hey, why don't you go with me? You know I'm not very good at persuading others, and you are an expert in this area. Peter said the truth. Spider-Man is indeed very good at talking. But most of his skills in talking are in the aspects of telling jokes or mocking opponents to attract hatred. As for negotiations or persuading others, Peter is actually not good at all. I go? This is your problem, Peter Parker. I'm good at helping you do so many things behind the scenes, so you should just solve this problem yourself. Do you remember the set of rhetoric I gave you? Lee G finally confirmed that the equipment was correct and asked. It should be fine. Peter was not very confident. Facing George alone, he felt a little stressed. The pressure comes from 2 points. First, he is Gwen's father. Second, he is the deputy commissioner of the New York City Police Department. As a father, George does not like Peter Parker. As a policeman, George does not like Spider-Man. In various ways, Peter is not pleasing to George. Of course, maybe George Stacy will not be the deputy commissioner of the police department soon, because Lee G has decided to push him to the position of mayor of New York City. George has been in a strange mood since he came back from the restaurant dinner. Everything that happened tonight made him feel like he had a ridiculous dream. But he pinched his hand and found that it really hurt. This was not a dream. Before going to Mr. Li restaurant, he was just a supporting role in the mayoral election without background, backing, or funds. But when he came back from Mr. Li restaurant 2 hours ago, He suddenly had a super consortium supporting him behind the scenes. There's even another super consortium that may support his election. Moreover, in the New York City mayoral election, the two candidates who originally had the highest voices had been told by Lee G that they were going to be eliminated before the election even started. The reason is very simple. The Stark Group and the Osborne Group will completely ban the two. The combination of these two super large groups has an unpredictable influence on the political direction of this country. It is hard to say about the US presidential election, but in the New York City mayoral election, if Tony and Harry join forces, then whoever they want to take office can take office. A few hours ago, he was just a runner-up in this election. And a few hours later, George suddenly found that the position of New York City mayor was so close to him. This kind of ups and downs in life, like riding a roller coaster, is simply unbelievable. The apartment purchased by George Stacy is located on the top floor of the entire apartment building. There is a huge open-air balcony outside his apartment. This is a large piece of open space that they own alone. After returning from the restaurant, George couldn't sleep at all. He was in a difficult mood. Has he coveted the position of New York City mayor? Yes, because he is also a man with ideals and ambitions. He has thought many times that if he becomes the mayor of New York, how he will reform the city. Solve the current high crime rate in New York City. There are also the issues of the transformation of New York City's slums, as well as tax reforms and so on. But every time he could only think about it, because he knew that this position might not be achieved in his lifetime. Because he was not born into a political family, and there were no business tycoons to endorse him. But this time he was the closest to his life dream. George Stacy made himself a cup of coffee from the kitchen and walked to the balcony outside his apartment. The lights in Manhattan and Queens were bright at night. But this could not cover up the dark places in New York City, those slums, and those criminals in the dark. George stood on the balcony and thought about a lot of things. He didn't even notice that a guy in a red and blue tights was standing behind him. Well, Spider-Man Peter Parker has been standing behind George for several minutes. But seeing his absent-minded look, Peter didn't dare to disturb him. So he kept waiting for George to come back to his senses and find himself. And Lee G, who was far away, was so angry when he saw this scene. Peter Parker was so scared after meeting George. So when George finally finished his fantasy and was ready to go back to his room to sleep, he suddenly found Spider-Man standing behind him, and he was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to take out the gun from his waist. But he forgot that he was at home now, not on duty. He was not wearing a police uniform with a gun. Hey, don't get excited, Sheriff George. Peter said to George in a low and steady voice, which was different from his usual tone. I'm here to talk to you. I'm Spider-Man, you see. As he said that, Peter shot out a spider silk to show that he was real, not someone else's pretending. Come to my house in the middle of the night, and don't get my permission. Do you know that this is private territory? You are breaking the law. George really doesn't like Spider-Man. Don't get excited, Sheriff. I know you may not like me, and you may think that I have taken away a lot of police jobs. But please believe me, I do everything out of kindness. Maybe I did something wrong, and I apologize to you here. Peter said in a very sincere tone. George looked at Spider-Man in surprise. He also watched the short film about the hero that was circulating recently. He knew a little more about Spider-Man than before, and realized that he was just a child about the same age as his daughter. So his tone was a little more relaxed. You don't need to apologize to me. You have to understand, Spider-Man. Everything you did may be out of public interest. But without legal permission, many of your actions are illegal. And I am the deputy chief of the police station. It is my duty to uphold the law. Peter did not refute him on this point. Because in the simulation rehearsal with Lee G in advance, this kind of dialogue was considered. Yes, I understand, Chief George. But sometimes the police can't handle everything. You understand this? Lee G used the communicator to instruct Peter on how to convince the old policeman. Being able to reach the position of deputy chief proved that George was not a person who was conservative and pedantic. As long as there are superheroes in this world, there will be super criminals. Whether it's the lizard warriors that have appeared before, or the vampires that have fought on the streets of New York, or the mutants that suddenly appeared one day and went crazy, or even the supervillains that suddenly ran out of the SHIELD prison. There are many things that ordinary police cannot deal with. If they are forced to solve these problems, it will undoubtedly make them die. George actually agreed with Peter's words from the bottom of his heart. But this cannot be a reason to convince him. But Spider-Man, this is not a reason for him to interfere too much in the work of the police. I understand that what I did before was a bit out of line. So I came here today. I came here to express my goodwill to you. And I want to solve this problem. Peter's disguised voice was very mature, and he didn't have the usual slick and playful feeling. This kind of voice can give others a sense of trust. This is the most important and basic skill in negotiation and persuasion that Li Ji taught him. Hearing that Peter came to express goodwill and to find a solution, George suddenly felt that Spider-Man was not that bad. At least he could communicate. So how do you want to solve it? I know that there are some things that the police have already prepared. In the future, I will not touch those things without the permission of the police. Unless there are some sudden incidents that the police have not had time to respond to. Peter said, and at the same time he took out something from his waist. And if you encounter a problem that ordinary police officers cannot solve and need some special help, I will come to help you. Because I am also a citizen of New York City, I also hope that this city will be better. Spider-Man said, and handed the thing in his hand to George. George took it and found that it seemed to be an oversized flashlight. What is this? A special searchlight. When you need my help, you can turn on the switch at night and project the light into the sky. It will show a spider pattern. Only my special glasses can see this light. With this, you can find me. And I also hope to reach a tacit understanding of cooperation with the New York police in this way. Peter pointed to the Spider-Man searchlight in George's hand and said how to use it. This thing was thought up by Li Ji. When Peter asked how to deal with the relationship with the New York police, Li Ji quickly thought of this method. Although Peter Parker still couldn't figure out why Li Ji had a weird smile when he proposed this idea, Peter thought it was a good idea. Imagine a searchlight dedicated to Spider-Man, shining in the night sky of New York. This will be the bridge between Spider-Man and the police in the future. Let New York be protected by Spider-Man's searchlight. Chapter 355 The Daily Efforts of the Salted Fish God. This book has 1 million words. This is a milestone for me as I am writing a book for the first time. Thank you all for your support. Today I will present you the 4th chapter. There was once such a legend circulating in the 9 worlds. A god of war with a majestic appearance, long golden hair, wearing armor and wielding a giant axe. He once drove a solar boat and crossed countless star fields just to save his believers. He wielded a giant axe to chop off the head of the god of drought, just to give the world rain that nourishes life. He used his strong arms to overturn the giants on the mountains, just to give his believers a living space. He defeated dragons and slaughtered evil gods. Those gods who have the same priesthood as him but do evil should not be discovered by him. Because he cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. He can start a war of gods for honor. He once led the bravest warriors of Asgard to fight in the Sea of Stars. He held the heads of the enemies high and sang triumphant songs. The blood of the enemies was mixed with strong wine. He held his own celebration banquet in front of the corpse of the evil god he killed, so that all the gods in the sky could witness his extraordinariness. He was invincible and he was invincible. He was the embodiment of thunder and anger, and he was the most heroic prince in the history of Asgard. He was the god of thunder, he was Thor. He was deprived of his divine power by Odin, the father of the gods, and was thrown down to the courtyard. He also issued a death order that Thor could not return to Asgard until he could learn true humility and the meaning of mortal life. From then on, Thor's life became difficult. He came down to the earth for the first time with Loki. At that time, Loki was responsible for guarding him. After the traces of the giant snake were discovered on the earth, the two hurried back to Asgard. Of course, Thor was not allowed to return, so Thor was imprisoned in a cell by Odin at that time. During the days in the cell, Loki came to secretly bring Thor more food every day. This touched Thor very much. At the same time, Loki also told Thor some news about the serpent he knew. There is also the legend that only he can kill the serpent. If the serpent does not die, then he will surely come back one day and attack Asgard again. For this reason, Thor asked Loki to help him escape. And let Heimdall help him open the Rainbow Bridge. He wanted to return to the earth. He decided to save Asgard by sacrificing himself. But since he escaped, he felt that his life has become worse. The Valkyrie from Asgard told him all kinds of bad news. Odin said that the serpent was a false alarm, which made Thor ready to sacrifice himself. This matter was unnecessary. And the Dark Elves began to invade the Elf Kingdom, and Asgard began to fully help the Elf Kingdom resist the invasion. As the commander of Asgard's army for so many years, Thor did not receive the news of returning to resume his post. Instead, Loki replaced his position and became the supreme commander of Asgard. What's more desperate is that Loki did better than him. The battles he fought were much more beautiful than his. Even the wars he participated in before would have suffered heavy losses if Loki had not been responsible for the end. This instantly made him lose the pride he had cultivated over the years. From then on, he began to indulge in alcohol. It was not until Loki came to him and scolded him that he seemed to have come to his senses. Because of Loki's plan, Valkyrie has now returned to Asgard to report the situation in the Atrium to Odin. And Loki has also become extremely busy since then. Whether it is the war in Eastern Europe, or hell, the Hand and the Kingpin. One by one, he was busy all the time. So much so that Thor entered a period of no one's management. Of course, Loki set up an automatic bank transfer and gave Thor $5,000 a month for living expenses. Anyway, the house Thor lives in is rented by Loki, and $5,000 is enough to ensure that Thor will not starve to death in New York again. In fact, since being scolded by Loki last time, Thor has been reflecting on whether he really did something wrong. And Odin's punishment for him is still on him. Before he learned humility and the meaning of life, he could not unlock the seal of divine power, nor could he return to Asgard. So from the day Valkyrie and Loki left, Thor decided to really try to learn how to be humble and the meaning of life. So, what should I do first? Thor stood in the room a little at a loss. Because he had no idea what the life of mortals was like. As the god of thunder, his life was fighting, training, bleeding, and drinking. Of course, there were also women. So Thor didn't really understand how the mortal world should really live, although he had been on Earth for a while and had begun to slowly become familiar with things on Earth. Maybe I should see how mortals live. Thor thought this was a good idea. At least he had to understand the lifestyle of mortals first. Perhaps only by integrating into mortals could he experience the humility of mortals. As for the way to understand the lifestyle of mortals, it's very simple, isn't it? In this era, as long as you turn on the TV, you can get a lot of information. Thor decided to learn more about the lifestyle of normal mortals from the TV first. For example, what do they drink and eat in their daily lives? What entertainment activities are there? The TV was turned on, and an animation of Captain America appeared on the screen. Note, this timeline is before Captain America sued the government. He fired at the enemy with a machine gun, but soon the barrel overheated and could not fire. He was in urgent need of cooling water, and his teammates threw him a bottle of black liquid. What the hell is this? Captain America on TV complained, but still poured the liquid on the barrel to cool it. But the moment he opened the lid, white frost began to appear on the entire Earth. Even guns and weapons began to freeze. The desert area, which was originally hot, instantly turned into snow. It turned out that this was an advertisement for Coca-Cola. Thor touched his chin and watched the advertisement. Mortals seem to like drinking this. Is this an everyday drink? Thor had seen people holding Coke on the street more than once. So he thought that this should be a popular drink for mortals, just like the mead and malt liquor in Asgard. It is a must-drink every day. He decided to go to the convenience store on the corner to buy it and try it. Thor saw that they sold Coke in the convenience store. Poof! The liquid of Coke was splattered, all vomited by Thor. He just bought 2 boxes of Coke from the convenience store. But the taste of the first drink was unacceptable to him. The feeling was indescribable, reminding him of the taste of some herbs he had eaten far away from Asgard after being injured. Oh my god, mortals drink such unpalatable things every day? Is this a kind of practice for them? Thor stuck out his tongue. He looked at the Coke with some fear. Okay, I'm a mortal now. A mortal. A mortal. They can drink it. So can I. Thor hypnotized himself and closed his eyes, and drank the whole bottle of Coke in one breath. Huh? Thor felt that after drinking the Coke, he felt that it was actually okay, if he didn't associate it with the taste of the herbs he had eaten before. In fact, Coke still has a sweet taste, which is barely acceptable. Okay, this is my first step towards becoming a mortal. I want to learn humility. Thor felt that his first step was not bad. So now it's time to start the second step. What do mortals usually eat? Yes, after solving the problem of drinking, he has to start thinking about food. When he first came down to Earth with Loki, Loki solved all the food problems. Later, Valkyrie came down to Earth, and these things became Valkyrie's responsibility. They usually made some Asgardian dishes that Thor was used to. So until now, Thor didn't have a clear idea of what mortals should eat. But he remembered that there was a restaurant on the corner where many mortals seemed to eat. Since Thor decided to become immortal, he decided to try what mortal food was like. The restaurant on the corner was a fast food family restaurant, which sold fast food such as fried chicken and hamburgers. Thor didn't know what to order. He found that many people ordered large portions of fried chicken and hamburgers. So he bought some back to try. Maybe Thor didn't notice it. People who come to this restaurant to eat, well, they're all big. This thing is not bad. It tastes quite fragrant. Thor praised fried chicken, which has a crispy skin and juicy inside. After all, few people would think fried chicken is not delicious. Thor sat in front of the TV, eating fried chicken while thinking about the Coke he had just bought. He had an impulse. He subconsciously thought, Coke and fried chicken should be good together. When a mouthful of fried chicken went down his stomach, and then a mouthful of Coke, Thor seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Is it really supposed to be eaten this way? Thor looked at the Coke and fried chicken. He seemed to have found the normal way of life for mortals. It seems that he is not far from understanding the normal way of life for mortals and realizing the goal of humility. Thor cheered for himself secretly. It took Thor 15 minutes to finish more than a pound of fried chicken with 700 milliliters of Coke. Then he ate a large hamburger, which made his stomach feel unusually full. Well, mortals, this kind of food tastes good. Thor nodded. Then it was the way of entertainment. Thor didn't know anyone else on Earth. Loki was too busy to pay attention to him. He could only learn what the way of entertainment for mortals was through TV. Then he quickly realized that watching TV itself was the most important way of entertainment for mortals. So that's it. Thor understood in an instant that the life of mortals was so simple. They bought Coke from the convenience store on the corner as a drink, and bought fried chicken from the restaurant on the corner as food. Then they sat on the sofa and watched TV for entertainment. This lifestyle was completely different from his life in Asgard. In Asgard, men entertained themselves by fighting. But this kind of entertainment did not seem popular in the mortal world. They would watch others fighting on TV, but would not fight themselves. It was said that fighting with people on the street was illegal. Thor felt that he had begun to gradually grasp the essence of mortal life. He began to go to the hot dog shop on the corner to buy hot dogs for breakfast every morning. When he was thirsty, he went to the convenience store on the corner to buy Coke as a drink. At noon and in the evening, he went to the restaurant on the corner to buy large portions of fried chicken and hamburgers as food. At the same time, Thor slowly discovered some other things that mortals liked. For example, the ice cream sold by the ice cream shop on the corner. There are also chocolate donuts sold by the donut shop on the corner. There are also small vendors selling freshly fried potato wedges on the corner. Thor is trying hard to integrate into the group of ordinary people. So he bought a lot of food that ordinary people like and took it home to taste. And he sat on the sofa and watched TV while tasting. He has now discovered the fun of watching TV. He didn't understand why mortals were so interested in a box with pictures. But now he understands, after trying to understand some jokes of mortals. Programs such as Jimmy Kimmel Live, The Daily Show, Conan Show and The Bear Report have become his favorites. He now likes to lie on the sofa, drinking Coke, eating fried chicken and potato wedges, and then eating chocolate donuts for dessert, while watching these programs. And Thor worked very hard during this time of integrating into mortals. He tried to make himself like a mortal. Don't think about Asgard, don't think about war. Every day, he is with Coke and fried chicken, occasionally with hot dogs, donuts and ice cream. He wants to recover his divine power as soon as possible and become the god of war again. Chapter 356, because of Xianyu's excessive efforts, the plan has various twists and turns. Daily vote request everyone please support Loki sat on the sofa. His eyelids were a little swollen. His eyelids drooped and his eyes were a little dull. His hair was not neatly groomed as usual. Instead, it looked like a messy bird's nest. The top two buttons of his shirt looked like they were violently torn off. This made the originally well-designed high-end shirt look very messy, and it looked like a piece of rags picked up from the roadside. He sat on the sofa, bent over and lowered his head. One hand supported his forehead and the other hand rubbed his stomach. His current image was very similar to Rodin's sculpture, The Thinker. Or it was like the feeling of powerlessness that ordinary people feel when they sit on the toilet when they are constipated and cannot detoxify normally. Li Ji felt a stomach ache and a headache. It hurt everywhere. He was almost about to explode. On the sofa diagonally opposite Li Ji, a tall and bloated man with long golden hair was lying on the sofa. On his left hand were potato wedges and ketchup, and on his right hand was a 1.5L bottle of Coca-Cola. Occasionally, he would grab a handful of potato wedges dipped in ketchup and stuff them into his mouth. Then he would take a big gulp of Coke and drink water. Then he would laugh at the program on TV. The TV was showing the world-famous cooking reality show Hell's Kitchen, organized by the world-famous chef Gordon Ramsay. The TV station was showing the 16th season. "You bastard, you can't even fry a scallop properly. You should know that the dog at my grandma's house can cook 10,000 times better than your XXXXX with its XXXXX. You XXXXX, if you don't want to continue XXXXX, then quickly go back to your hometown XXX. One of the biggest attractions of Hell's Kitchen is to see how Gordon uses swear words in different ways. This is very popular in English-speaking countries where there are relatively few swear words and techniques. So in addition to watching Gordon's cooking skills, watching how he swears is also a great pleasure in watching Hell's Kitchen. Many American viewers are addicted to it. The big fat man lying on the sofa, like all ordinary Americans, was obsessed with Gordon Ramsay's teaching of swearing skills. Not only did he watch how Gordon Ramsay sweared on TV, but he also tried to learn some swearing skills in Gordon's way. After saying that, he found it very interesting and laughed out loud. Li Ji had tried his best not to look at the fat man opposite him, but this laughter forced him to turn his head and take a look at this guy. Just a glance, Li Ji felt his stomach twitching and his head dizzy and wanted to spin. "No, I can't think about other things. This will cause me a lot of trouble." Li Ji resisted the urge to kill. Because the impact of this fat man on him was too great. Everything happened an hour ago. Since the war in Eastern Europe, Li Ji has started his busy life. Since he wants to choose his own life and create this path by himself, it must mean that he needs to make more efforts. Since the Marvel world doesn't give me a peaceful life, let me create one for myself. For this reason, he went to Japan and went to hell. He wanted to introduce aliens and start planning for the Battle of New York. To change the world's political system, he first elected the mayor of New York City he designated. He even had to fundamentally eliminate the possibility of a civil war. Not long ago, he and Tony, the Iron Man, secretly conspired to form an Illuminati, an organization that could change the direction of the world. He also instigated Captain America to sue the US government, and made a spider searchlight for Spider-Man to illuminate the night sky of New York, and so on. It should be said that he did a lot of things in a very short period of time. This made him very busy, so busy that he even fostered a salted fish god from Asgard. Oh, no. It's the god of thunder. In fact, the entire Asgard is also a very important part of Li Ji's plan. Especially Thor, his identity as the god of thunder and the son of Odin is very important to Li Ji. So when Thor came to him for the second time, Li Ji did not reject Thor. Even without the gift Valkyrie brought from Asgard, the thunder blade given by Loki, Li Ji would still adopt Thor. Especially after Li Ji decided to introduce some dark elves from the war in Asgard. Thor will become the link between Earth and Asgard in the future. It can be said that Thor's future tasks will be very heavy. In addition, after discussing the Illuminati with Tony that day, Li Ji suddenly had some more ideas in his mind. Some ideas need to be discussed with Thor, or even with Loki, and can only be completed with the assistance of these two people. It can be said that Thor is an important part of the implementation of the whole idea. Even an unattainable part, using his identity as the Prince of Asgard. Because after having a very in-depth exchange with Tony, both of them felt from some aspects. Some things cannot be done by ordinary humans, including the two of them. Because of the arrogance of politicians. Those governments are self-righteous, it is difficult for them to have an equal dialogue with ordinary people. Unless Li Ji and Tony want to subvert the entire human society and government, this is naturally impossible. So his matter about Thor was put on Li Ji's agenda. After solving the problem between Peter and his father-in-law, and the matter between Spider-Man and Sheriff George, Li Ji was finally able to find time to look for Thor. Thor without divine power is not good. Odin sealed Thor's divine power, and he is now immortal. If you want to unlock the seal, you must break the seal set by Odin. That is to learn humility and truly understand the meaning of life. So Lee Ji took time out today to look for Thor. He was going to have a good talk with Thor. Let him recover his divine power quickly. Because of the issue of respecting other people's privacy, although Thor's house was rented by Lee Ji, he did not keep a spare key. So when he arrived at Thor's apartment, Lee Ji could only press the doorbell, hoping that Thor was at home now, not out. Ding dong ding dong, the doorbell rang twice, but no one came to open the door. Lee Ji listened carefully to the sound inside, as if a TV program was playing. It looks like Thor is watching TV. Lee Ji was not very sure. Maybe the TV was too loud, so Thor didn't hear the doorbell. Lee Ji wanted to knock on the door, but he found that the door was not locked, but simply closed. Lee Ji simply stepped back and went in. He sniffed the air. There is no smell of alcohol. The last time Lee Ji came to see Thor, this guy was still addicted to alcohol and was a complete dead fish. Valkyrie didn't care about his drinking problem. Anyway, Thor woke up every day and drank strong liquor to numb himself until he got drunk. Then he woke up and continued to drink. It was a state of alcoholic repetition. Lee Ji didn't like that state very much, and felt that Thor fell too quickly. So he couldn't help but scold Thor. It seems that this scolding is still useful. At least Thor is no longer addicted to alcohol. Lee Ji thought about it and was still a little happy in his heart. At least this proved that his scolding was in the right place. Thor should have cheered up now, which is very beneficial to Lee Ji's next plan. Lee Ji felt that he had more confidence. The further he walked into the room, the more Lee Ji smelled the aroma of fried chicken. Oh, yes. Valkyrie has returned to Asgard now, so no one should care about Thor's food. And looking at Thor, he doesn't look like a person who can cook. So he should buy food outside. Lee Ji thought that there was a fried chicken and hamburger shop at the corner of this apartment. As he continued to approach the living room, Lee Ji could already hear the conversation on the TV show. This surprised Lee Ji. Thor was watching Hell's Kitchen again? And there was a ha-ha of laughter coming from the living room. Did Thor laugh out loud while watching the show? When did he understand the jokes and memes on Earth? Lee Ji walked into the living room with some doubts. A bloated and obese man was curled up on the sofa, drinking Coke and eating potato wedges. There was also a whole fried chicken on the coffee table. While watching TV and eating, did he also laugh? Is this Thor's new friend? I didn't expect that after more than a month of not seeing Thor, he has found an ordinary person on Earth as a friend. This is a good thing. Lee Ji thought happily, so he introduced himself politely. Hi, hello, my name is Jason. I'm Thor's friend. Do you know where Thor is now? Lee Ji looked around the house, but he didn't seem to see Thor. The man curled up on the sofa looked at Lee Ji with a look like he was looking at a fool. Jason, are you stupid? Am I Thor, or should you go see an ophthalmologist to treat your XXX's eyes? What? Did he just hear the voice? Lee Ji thought carefully that he didn't drink yesterday, and he didn't have a hangover. He never took drugs. Could it be that someone invaded his brain? No, he brought the Millennium Building blocks rewarded by the system. This thing is a spiritual protection artifact that can build a maze outside his mind. It is impossible for ordinary people to invade his mind. Lee Ji guessed one by one, and was rejected one by himself. So now there is only one truth. Lee Ji looked at the man curled up on the sofa in disbelief. Yes, he does have long golden hair like Thor. And the clothes on his body seemed to be Thor's, but the sweatshirt that was originally very loose on Thor became unusually tight on him. And the stubble of the beard was indeed one of Thor's symbols. Lee Ji asked with a 1 in a million hope. If you are Thor, then tell me, where are you from? Idiot, I'm from Asgard. Has your memory been XXZ'd by the male dog of the Massa family? The fat Thor waved his hand impatiently at Lee Ji. Lee Ji felt that countless sharp arrows pierced his chest at this moment. Cut his heart. It was not easy to feel that he had grasped the vein of fate. But at this moment, Lee Ji felt that fate slipped away from his hands again. And strangled his throat again. His original plan, original conception, everything. At this moment, it seemed to be completely disrupted, and he seemed to hear the mockery of fate in the dark. At this moment, he fell down on the single sofa beside him weakly and fell into deep thought. Chapter 357, Salted Fish. Thor's transformation plan and subsequent arrangements for the salted fish god. Lee Ji has been sitting on the sofa for almost an hour. Fat Thor is watching TV and eating. He has finished the whole fried chicken in front of him. He started to eat some snacks after the meal, the potato wedges he bought from the corner. He enjoyed them with ketchup and Coke. He tried very hard to live like an earthling, eating junk food, watching variety shows, and laughing like a dead otaku. Thor, who was left unattended, was like Alaska being fostered at his grandmother's house. He expanded rapidly in just over a month at the speed of blowing up a balloon. Leegi lowered his head, his mind was a mess. What are you doing every day now, Thor? There was a dreamlike and ethereal feeling in Leegi's voice. It was as if his soul was pulled out of his body at this moment. Until now, he didn't dare to look up at the fat man curled up on the sofa. Learn about the daily life of humans. Odin asked me to learn about the humility of humans. I think I need to start by understanding the daily life of mortals. Food, clothing, and daily life. Thor took another sip of Coke while watching TV. He burped after drinking it. Leegi pretended that he didn't hear Thor's burp. It should be said that Thor's original intention was good. Leegi comforted himself in this way. So, do you have any experience now? Leegi tried to keep his tone calm. He tried to think about things in a positive way. What if Thor really understood something? I haven't understood much yet. But I found that Coke with fried chicken is indeed a delicious food. Thor watched the TV program and laughed while answering Leegi's questions. Because Thor laughed too loudly, it caused his body to vibrate. It caused the sofa under his butt to tremble slightly. Although Leegi didn't want to face the current situation, he still had to ask a question. You eat fried chicken and drink Coke every day now? In the more than 1 month since I left. Thor thought about it for a while. That's about it. It started when Valkyrie returned to Asgard. I went to the fried chicken shop on the corner and bought some fried chicken for dinner. How much do you eat every day? Leegi felt his veins were about to burst. I usually eat hot dogs in the morning. At noon and in the evening, I will eat a whole fried chicken, with potato wedges, donuts and ice cream. Thor watched Gordon Ramsay on TV and found it very interesting to curse the students who made the wrong dishes. He has learned some new swearing skills. You don't drink alcohol now. Leegi's blood began to circulate faster. No, I found out. Coke actually tastes good. I don't know why, although I resisted Coke when I first took a sip. But after drinking too much, I began to feel a little addicted. This tastes really good. I drink this every day now. Thor raised a 1.5L bottle of Coke to show how much he loves Coke. Drink this every day. Leegi tried not to show his anger. Yes, about 4 bottles a day. Thor had no idea what kind of number he was talking about. 1.5L Coke, 4 bottles a day. Everyone knows that the sugar and calories from drinking Coke are simply explosive, okay? In addition, there was no one to supervise Thor for a month, so Thor began to indulge in eating freely. Thor only ate what he liked, such as fried chicken, hamburgers, and ice cream. Freshly fried potato wedges with ketchup were snacks. A whole fried chicken was the staple food, and occasionally a hamburger was eaten. In addition, donuts and ice cream were desserts after the meal. All drinks were Coke. This diet pattern was a complete calorie bomb, okay? That's why Leegi didn't see Thor for about a month, but now he can't recognize Thor's appearance. He has been completely swollen to the point of deformity, okay? Especially after he gave up thinking about the Asgard and the battle, and devoted himself to the life of a mortal. And when he began to be obsessed with the TV, this swollen state began to accelerate. Because his daily life was to find the TV programs he wanted to watch, and then open Coke and snacks while watching TV and eating and drinking. Especially after he learned to use the phone and knew about things like ordering meals by phone. He didn't even need to do the necessary daily exercise of going to the corner to buy food. He only needs a phone call, fried chicken burgers, potato wedges, ice cream and donuts. The store will ask the clerk to deliver these things. He just needs to curl up on the sofa and wait. Although Thor was a little puzzled, the life of mortals was so easy and pleasant, why did Odin say that he would learn humility from mortals? And can this kind of happy life really experience the meaning of life? Thor said that he didn't understand it very well, so he could only increase his learning efforts from mortals. He became more and more addicted to cola fried chicken and variety shows. So when Leegi came here, what he saw was not an ordinary salted fish, but an ultimate salted fish that was swollen by oil and water and even showed signs of cracking. Leegi felt that if Odin saw Thor's current appearance, Loki would definitely become the king of Asgard. Because Odin would never let such a fat house Thor succeed to the throne. If he succeeded to the throne as the king of gods, it would be the greatest insult to Asgard. Maybe Odin will execute Thor himself without hesitation, because having such a son is an insult to Odin's name. As for Loki, who is responsible for raising Thor in the world, he will definitely neglect him because he only feeds Thor but never takes him out for a walk. This has led to his leaving the house. As a joint liability, Loki will definitely be killed by Odin. Thinking of this, Loki suddenly felt a chill on his back. This is the first time he has felt a most terrible crisis after coming to the Marvel world for more than 10 years. You know, Heimdall's eyes can see the Earth directly from Asgard. If Odin misses Thor one day and asks Heimdall to help him take a look at Thor's current situation, then all this will be exposed. Will the angry Odin open the Rainbow Bridge and come down to Earth at that time? Then hold his lightning staff to take Loki's life? Loki suddenly felt that all this is very possible. Thor, have you felt uncomfortable recently? Loki's back was wet with sweat. Although the weather was not hot, he still sweated a lot. He was scared by what he had just thought. Uncomfortable? I think so. Thor was a little uncertain. It seems that after squatting down and standing up, I sometimes feel dizzy. The body of a mortal is really strange. When I was still a god, I never had this situation. This is not a strange body of a mortal. This is a sign of high blood pressure. If you eat like this, you may have a stroke at any time, okay? Loki shouted frantically in his heart. Also, when I went to the toilet recently, I inexplicably felt that my urine was a little sticky. I really don't understand the body of a mortal. Is this the case with you all? Thor looked at Loki questioningly. This is not a problem of a mortal, you have diabetes, right? Loki felt that he could not look at Thor directly. Although Thor was reckless and impulsive before, he was at least upright and brave. But now he is afraid that he doesn't even have the capital to be reckless and impulsive. Thor used to be full of tendons when he took off his clothes, but now Thor is just full of slutty flesh. When Thor wanted to take a sip of Coke again, Loki finally exploded. He knocked over the Coke in Thor's hand with one hand, and he was completely out of control. This was probably the first time he had lost his temper like this in all these years. Drink, drink, drink. It's fine if you want to become a salted fish and die, but why do you have to drag me down with you? I always thought you were just a little useless, with a not very good brain. Although you are a bit of a salted fish, you can still be saved. But the extent of your salted fish is beyond my imagination. You are already a complete salted fish god. Loki's angry curse this time even brought some of the tones of cursing from his previous life. Listen carefully, fatty. I don't care how you became like this. But from tomorrow on, I will supervise you. You are not allowed to drink Coke, eat fried chicken, or eat any high-calorie food. I will prepare a suitable diet for you. You'd better change back to what you were before. Otherwise, I'll show you what you are like. What are you looking at, fatty? If you look at me again, I'll beat you to death. Not only do you have to learn humility, but you also have to lose all that cheap fat. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. From today on, you are not allowed to eat these anymore. Get up now and swim 5,000 meters in the swimming pool. Loki snatched the TV remote control, drinks, and food from Thor's hands. He roared these words at Thor with an unprecedented harsh attitude, as well as an anger and seriousness that Thor could not understand. And for the first time, Thor felt the murderous aura from Loki. He was not kidding. If he didn't do what he said, Loki would really kill him. For the first time, Thor felt the horror of this mortal. He actually wanted to kill a god. In Loki's heart, he has already started to think about how to start training this useless piece of shit. Thor, you are really not as good as Loki. It would be better to let Loki be the king of Asgard, so that he doesn't become a villain and do all kinds of things. After you recover your divine power, you can be a salted fish on Earth with peace of mind. At least there is still a place for you, a salted fish, on Earth. Loki thought silently. He was already considering whether to find a way to meet Loki. Maybe, he could reach a consensus with Loki. After all, from the last contact with Loki, Loki was not that bad. And the most important point is that Loki is smart enough, maybe he can reach a consensus with him on some things. For example, leaving a salted fish god on Earth? I will post a third update regularly at 12 o'clock in the evening. Please pay attention, fellow readers. There will be 3 updates today. Please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, The Fury of Paul the Fireman. I originally planned to post it at 12 o'clock in the evening, but I thought about it and decided not to. I'll post it to you in advance. 3 updates in 10,000 words, please vote. A mutant school outside New York. Ever since Dakin attacked Leegi last time, Dakin's life has become very difficult these days. Because from various perspectives, Leegi is a key ally of the mutants. Whether it is his identity as Nightwalker in secret or his identity as the boss of Marvel Comics in public, it is very important to mutants and Charles. Leegi's identity as the boss of Marvel in public is very, very important to Charles. Because the comic magazine X-Men launched by his company is almost the only media that speaks positively for mutants. Charles does not value the royalties or other additional income brought by this comic. If necessary, Charles is even willing to pay out of his own pocket to fund the expansion of the sales area and more advertising for this comic. Because after so many years of thinking and knowing the current situation of mutants very well, Charles now hopes that the most important thing is to pass on his ideas about the harmonious coexistence between mutants and ordinary people. This is too important to him. He wanted to spread his ideas, and most importantly, Charles's expectation was that the day would come when ordinary people and mutants could coexist peacefully. So this kind old man got angry for the first time. But even when he got angry, he still showed the demeanor of a scholar. He did not express his anger by yelling. He just used the method that ordinary teachers often use, and locked up Dakin for 2 days. Because he still needed to find out what the whole thing was about and why Dakin attacked Leegi for no reason. So, you saw what Paul and Dakin said. But you didn't hear clearly, and then Dakin rushed up to attack Jason. In Charles' office, Iceman Bob, who witnessed all this from afar, told everything he knew. Because it involved student violence, it could even be said to be an attempted murder. So Charles took a more cautious attitude towards this matter. In the office, apart from him and Iceman, only Dakin's father, Wolverine, was listening. Compared to Charles, even though he was angry, he still maintained his demeanor and rationality. As a father who is still in the internship period, the only educational method that Wolverine can think of is simple and rough. When the child is disobedient, especially when he wants to kill someone, he subconsciously wants to teach Dakin a lesson with his fists. Let him understand what he should do and what he shouldn't do. Wolverine has always used this method to educate those street thugs. But before he did so, the professor stopped him. Violence can't solve the problem. You are his father, not the instructor who punishes him. Do you want to treat him as a street thug, or let him follow your old path? The professor's words made Wolverine quiet down instantly. He followed the professor's arrangement, and the punishment for Dakin was only 2 days of confinement. As a father, Wolverine also wanted to figure out why this happened. Although he was just an intern father who had just started, he also wanted to try to do better. Because as the professor said, he hopes that his son, Dakin, can have a real life, have his own friends, lovers, and finally form a family and live a complete life, instead of being a person who is always alone like himself. So from this point of view, Logan actually cares about Dakin very much. It's just that such a rough man doesn't know how to express and release his love. When Iceman told Wolverine everything he saw that day, Wolverine was furious. That little bastard. I knew it. Someone must have instigated Dakin to do something. Logan found an excuse for Dakin almost instantly. He must have been instigated by Fireman Paul. It must be that little bastard said something that stimulated his son. Without much thought, Logan pushed open the door of the office. He was going to catch Paul directly and ask him what he said. Logan. Logan. Professor Charles called twice behind Logan, but Logan ignored him. Paul and Iceman are students of the same grade and in the same class. Iceman Bob was called to the office by Charles for questioning, but Fireman Paul was still in the classroom. The teacher who was teaching was Jean Grey. Logan pushed open the door of the classroom without saying hello to Jean, and went straight to Paul's seat. Before anyone in the classroom could react, Logan grabbed Paul by the collar and was ready to drag him out of the classroom. Paul didn't know what was going on and subconsciously wanted to resist. "What are you doing?" But Logan was in a bad mood now and didn't have the mood to talk to Paul. He pulled Paul hard, directly pulled him off his seat, and began to drag him on the ground. Paul's desk and chair were pulled by Logan in the fierce pulling, and a loud noise was made. Logan. What are you doing? Kim was a little dumbfounded. She couldn't figure out what was going on with Logan now. What am I going to do? Kin, you should ask this kid what he did to Dakin. Now please get out of the way. Logan rarely gave Kin face. Maybe after meeting Dakin, some important interpersonal positions in Logan's heart have been replaced. Ignoring Kin's shouting, in front of all the students, Logan dragged Paul all the way to Professor Charles' office in a very rough way. Tell me what you said to Dakin. You'd better not lie to me. Fireman was thrown by Logan to the floor of Charles' office. Because the impact was too strong, Fireman's ribs collided with the floor, and Paul's ribs were hurt. Logan, calm down. Charles saw Logan treat Paul so roughly, and he said anxiously. And Jean followed Logan's steps all the way to Professor Charles' office. What's the matter, Professor? We are in class, and Logan rushed in and took Paul away. Jean was furious with Logan's behavior, and she complained to the professor. Ask this kid what he did to Dakin. Logan stared at Paul. The Iceman who was still in the office explained everything to Jean. Paul now understood that it was Bob who reported him to the professor. He stared at Bob fiercely with a bad look. I didn't instigate Dakin to do anything. Paul got up from the ground and began to defend himself. He now hated Bob, the snitch, and Wolverine, who had just dragged him out of the classroom and made him look like a dead dog. Because Logan's behavior made him lose face in front of his classmates, especially in front of important people. He felt a ball of anger burning in his heart. But he knew that it would be no good for him to get angry here, so he could only defend himself. I told you not to lie to me. Logan didn't believe what Paul said at all. I didn't lie. I can tell you what I said to Dakin at the time. But Dr. Jean and Bob must leave here. Paul looked at Logan without showing any weakness. Although he might not be able to beat Logan, Paul's character was fearless and he really wouldn't touch Logan. Seeing that Paul was speaking with a solemn oath, Charles looked at Bob and Jean and spoke. In that case, Bob and Jean, you should go back to the classroom to attend class first. After the two left the classroom and closed the door, Charles spoke to Paul. So Paul, can you tell me what happened that day? Paul continued to glare at Logan, which made Logan very angry. I said, I didn't instigate Dakin to do anything to attack anyone. I just went to play basketball with him. He and I are friends. Paul said to Charles. But Logan snorted coldly at this. Friend. Your defense is really good. Logan, if you are a father, but you don't know anything about your son, I think you'd better not fart in front of me. Paul really didn't give Logan any face. Because Logan just made him lose face. When Logan heard this, he almost wanted to pop out his claws and claw Paul. Because you don't know at all that your son Dakin now likes a girl. That's Katie, and Katie was walking with a man named Jason that day. I just told him about it. Paul yelled at Logan without showing any weakness. I never said a single word of instigation to Dakin. He liked that girl and wanted her to be his girlfriend. I just said that your girlfriend was robbed by someone. I was just reminding him to hurry up and confess his feelings. Instead of lying on the grass and basking in the sun. If you don't believe me, you can ask the professor to search my memory. If I told a lie, then use your claws to take out my heart, and then stuff it into the roast turkey for Christmas and give it to the homeless to eat. Paul's roar was so powerful that even Logan was a little confused. You mean, Dakin is in love? Wolverine's momentum softened in an instant, and Charles also showed an expression of as expected. If a man falls madly in love with a woman, it is not surprising that he does anything out of the ordinary. Yes, to be exact, he is in unrequited love. He has a crush on the girl named Katie, but he dares not confess. Logan, if this is the level of your father, you'd better quit as soon as possible. If you don't even know what Dakin likes, and you take your anger out on others like this, I even doubt whether you can be a good teacher in this school. Paul continued to mock Logan. Charles did not speak for Logan at this time. Because what Logan did to Paul just now was a bit too much. And now after saying all this, Paul said to Logan in a provocative tone. If you still have questions about your son, you can continue to ask me. I may know him a little better than you. If you don't want to know, then I will go back to class now. Listening to Paul's words, Logan sighed heavily. He sat down on a velvet-covered single chair and put his hands in his hair. His thoughts were a little messy. When Dakin finished his 2-day confinement, Logan did want to talk to Dakin about the topic of girls. But speaking of it, Logan himself has never had a normal relationship. And Dakin didn't tell him about this. Did he not want him to know? Logan tried to speak several times, but in the end he had to give up. He was also very distressed about this matter. He was not a good communicator. And Dakin was also not a person who liked to communicate with him because of his childhood experiences. Although he could feel Dakin's dependence on him, Logan could not respond or express himself. He really felt that he was a failure as a father. When everyone at Xavier's school for gifted people thought that this matter was a thing of the past, Paul found Dakin in the common room when he was resting at night. "Hey, Dakin. I know a little secret about Katie. Are you interested in knowing it?" Paul looked at Dakin with a smile on his face. Chapter 359 I Want to Kill Someone. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. During this time, students at Xavier School for the Gifted would either be doing homework in the library or looking for something to play with in the common room. Because the school stipulates that the lights are turned off at 10 o'clock in the evening, there is still enough time for children to play and have fun at night. However, at this time, no students would go to the lawn on campus. Why go to the lawn at night? Paul asked Dakin to leave the common room, and the two took a walk on the lawn of the school. Because the school is located in a relatively remote place in the suburbs of New York, the light pollution here is not as serious as in New York. So when the weather is clear at night, you can still see a lot of stars when you look up. Relying on the twinkling stars in the sky, Paul and Dakin walked to a bench beside the lawn and sat down. Because Paul said there were some little secrets of Katie, Dakin followed him out without thinking much. Although Dakin came to the mutant school and had a group of classmates who shared the same identity and grade as him, he was still not very good at communicating with others. Because of the previous 15 years of experience, this made him a little closed by nature, which is understandable. But it's strange, I don't know why. Dakin felt that Paul was a little different from the others. In the few meetings, Paul won Dakin's favor. The two hit it off and had a great time talking. For example, Dakin did not tell his father Wolverine about his secret crush on Katie. Instead, he accidentally revealed this in a casual chat with Paul. When you accidentally reveal your secret to someone, you actually trust him more in your heart. Dakin has a similar trust in Paul. There is often no logic in the contact between people. There are not many reasons that can be explained, such as Dakin and Paul. I apologize for the trouble I caused you last time because of my impulse. Dakin said to Paul about the last time he wanted to kill E.G. on campus in a fit of rage. Paul shook his head. Don't say sorry, it's nothing. If my beloved girl was taken away by someone, I would also be crazy and want to kill the person who took her away. It's just that you acted too intensely, and I really didn't think about it at the time. And this also put you in solitary confinement. Dakin shrugged. Nothing. I'm used to being in solitary confinement. I've experienced things that are more difficult than this. Paul smiled and said with some emotion while looking at the starry sky. You know, Dakin. In fact, it is difficult for people like us, mutants like us, to integrate into society. There will always be all kinds of people harassing us. There are those who are afraid of us, those who have bad intentions towards us, and even those who want to gain some benefits from us. This world is not very fair to us mutants. It can even be said that it is very cruel to us. Dakin agreed with what Paul said. Because he had experienced things that were far more cruel than this. For him, even his own biological mother could not be trusted. The malice of this world towards him can be imagined. If it weren't for Logan's appearance and taking him away from the East, Dakin didn't know how long he could last in such a place. The crazy and painful life tortured him every moment. Maybe one day his tense nerves would suddenly break. Then he would become a puppet without a soul and be manipulated by others. Dakin didn't want to recall such a life. For him, the current life is what he wants. There is a father, although he doesn't know how to express his fatherly love. But at least it is much better than Mariko. And there are a group of companions here, although not everyone can become friends. But because everyone is a mutant, there will be no discrimination or fear when everyone is together. This is a living condition that makes people feel comfortable and at ease. In addition, there is the beautiful girl Katie. The moment he saw Katie again, Dakin was sure, from that second on, every beat of his heart in the future is to count for this encounter. Every morning when he opens his eyes in the future of his life, it is to see this girl's smile again. She is the morning dew on the petals in the morning, she is the morning star in the night sky. She is the most mouth-watering honey in the world, she is the last orchid in the empty valley. Like stars accompanying the sun and the moon. Like white clouds decorating the blue sky. Like rivers will eventually return to the sea. Like flying birds will land. When a moment becomes forever, when a glance back becomes a vow. Her laughter is the morning bell and evening drum in my heart, and her brisk and joyful steps are the most moving dance steps in the world. I am infatuated with you and make an eternal vow for you. Like a knight who swore allegiance to the empire, I will never retreat on the road to charge for you until the moment my body is trampled underfoot. My soul will eventually return to your side, and you are everything to me, my goddess, Katie. Deacon's love is very suppressed but extremely fanatical. It is difficult to say whether this is related to his lack of love and care over the years. Paul looked up at the sky and continued. You and I are different from the other students inside. We are the same person, Deacon. I know very well that I felt this way when I first saw you. Deacon glanced at Paul lightly. I have killed people. Paul said in an understated tone. My adoptive parents were killed. When my parents found out I was a mutant, they abandoned me. Then the government threw me to my adoptive parents. If I hadn't gotten some government subsidies for adoption, I'm afraid they wouldn't have adopted me. They treated me very badly. Paul smiled when he said this, but he didn't go into detail about how badly his adoptive parents treated him. Then when my abilities got stronger, I killed them. It's hard for ordinary people and mutants to coexist peacefully. I've always believed that only mutants can save mutants. Do you know how Katie met Jason? Paul finally got to the point of why he asked Dakin to come out. Something about Katie. What's going on? Dakin was still very interested in Katie's story. I heard the news from her bestie. Katie used to work in a coffee shop. Later, she lost her job because of the widespread criticism of the mutant issue. Paul said in a low voice. She accidentally exposed her ability. This made the customers in the coffee shop discriminate against her. They were afraid of her and even wanted to hurt her at that time. Hearing that someone wanted to hurt Katie, Dakin unconsciously clenched his fists. At that time, it was the man named Jason who stood up and helped her to settle those troubles. That's why Katie got so close to this man from the beginning. After Paul finished speaking, Dakin felt a little regretful. Now he might not have such a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. And because he wanted to kill Lee Ji in front of Katie last time, Katie had a very bad impression of him. Now if Katie meets Dakin in the corridor, Katie will definitely take a detour. If she really can't avoid him, she will pretend that there is no such person in the world. To be honest, Katie feels that she has been very restrained. Lee Ji is her best friend. Katie feels that she should actually find an opportunity to beat Dakin up. But just because Katie ignored him, Dakin was already feeling depressed. It's a pity that I wasn't there at the time. Dakin said helplessly. Actually, what's the point of you being there? Paul said with some self-mockery in his tone. You are also a mutant. Are you going to kill those people on the spot? And then be wanted? In the end, you were arrested with Katie. If you are lucky, the state court may sentence you to death. If you are unlucky, you will be thrown into the laboratory as a test subject. What can you do? Paul's words made Dakin very discouraged. He didn't know how to respond. I like my life now, Dakin. I am in school every day, with my classmates. With friends, with the people I like. This kind of life is good. I don't want anyone to destroy this kind of life. Dakin nodded frequently to Paul's words. I don't like this kind of life being disturbed, Paul. This is the life I want. Paul listened to Dakin's words and smiled without comment. But some people don't want us to live such a stable life all the time. Do you know Macaulay? Note? I occasionally heard my father mention him, but I don't know much about him. Dakin shook his head. Yes, Professor Charles wants to build this place into a greenhouse. Lettuce flowers grow safely here. But the greenhouse isolates the wind and rain, but it does not mean that the wind and rain do not exist. Paul began to explain. Macaulay, a guy who hates mutants very much? He has a great influence on the government and has a lot of say in the media. He has been promoting bills. His so-called mutant management bill. Paul's voice was gnashing his teeth. But the so-called mutant management bill actually has nothing to do with the Jewish concentration camps more than 70 years ago. Katie revealed her mutant identity that time because she was scared by Macaulay's speech on TV. Dakin frowned when he heard this. I said, I like this kind of life, Dakin. Paul said in a very determined way. At the same time, I only believe that only mutants can save mutants. I don't place my hopes on others. I hope that the people I like can live in a land where mutants can live safely. We need to do something for this. I'll tell you the truth. Macaulay is preaching his set of mutant management bills on TV. As long as you check it carefully on the internet, I think you should be able to find it all. He wants to put me, you, Katie, and all people like us in cages and wait for us to fend for ourselves. We should do something. Professor Charles is a good man, but he always places his hopes on others. I think we should do something. Paul's eyes revealed a radiance of faith. Mutants should fight for mutants. Dakin asked in a low voice. Then what do you want to do? I want to kill someone. Are you coming? Note, Macaulay appears in Chapter 9 of Volume 5 of this book, Increasingly Embarrassed Mutants. He is an extremely radical anti-mutant person. Chapter 360, Unexpectedly Smooth. Although the mutant school is located in the suburbs of New York, it is in a semi-closed state for teaching. But this does not mean that Charles will let his students study and live in this closed state. After all, what he wants is to let his students integrate into the life circle of ordinary people, and finally achieve the peaceful coexistence of mutants and ordinary humans. Therefore, at Xavier School for Gifted People, there are outdoor classes every month to visit museums and famous tourist attractions in New York City, such as the Statue of Liberty. Of course, the school also has rest days. Children in lower grades cannot go out alone. If they need to go to New York City, they need to be accompanied by teachers. Senior students do not need to be so troublesome. After all, children over the age of 15 or 16 are already very independent. You can't keep them in school like they are in prison. Young people like to be lively. You can't keep them in the remote suburbs of New York. So on the rest day, if senior students apply, they only need to report to the teachers in the school. Then the teacher will agree to let them go to the New York City to play. Just explain what you are going to do, what time you will be back, and leave your contact information. The teachers of Xavier School for Gifted People will agree to let them go. So every day off, many senior students would call their friends to go to New York City, either to watch the latest movies, or go shopping in the mall to buy clothes, or to find the famous snacks and delicacies in New York City to have a good time. After training at Xavier's School for the Gifted, these students can control their superpowers. There will be no more mutant powers going out of control. So Charles himself still supports his students to go out and play. After all, in addition to relying on him as an old professor, the most important thing for normal communication with society is to rely on these children themselves. And when a new round of rest days comes, Dakin asked his father Logan that he wanted to go out. Where are you going? Logan was preparing lessons in his office. It was hard to believe that a rough guy like him could be a teacher. He mainly taught sports and history. Go to New York City. I want to buy some things. Dakin said, standing opposite Logan. Do you need me to go with you? You are not very familiar with New York City. Logan wanted to try to get closer to Dakin. Dakin hesitated. No, I want to buy some personal things. Logan wanted to look into Dakin's eyes, but Dakin didn't want to look into Logan's eyes. Logan finally had to give up and put down the lesson plan in his hand. Helplessly, he leaned back in his chair and shook his head. Okay, remember to come back early. I can give you $150, which should be enough for you to go to New York City. Don't spend money recklessly. Logan finally took out his wallet from his shirt pocket and took out 2 bills from it and handed them to Dakin. Because of what Paul said before, about Dakin falling in love with Katie, Logan subconsciously thought that Dakin wanted to buy a gift for Katie to please her. But up to now, Dakin has not confessed this to Logan. Logan has not pressed Dakin to ask. Because he didn't want Dakin to think that he and Mariko were the same person, maybe he should give him some space to let him grow freely, and he only needs to guard him by his side? Logan thought so. Dakin took the bills handed over by Logan and nodded to Logan. I'll be back after I finish my work. Soon. Logan didn't realize what his son was going to do in New York City at this time. Just like what Paul said to Dakin last night. We are the same kind of people. I killed my adoptive parents. We are the same kind of people. I want this kind of life to continue, and no one can destroy it. You and Katie will be taken to the laboratory and become experimental subjects. These words lingered in Dakin's ears like a spell. Until the last key sentence Paul said. Only mutants can save mutants. Dakin firmly believed in the correctness of this sentence. He wanted the current life, whether it was school, father, or beloved girl. For these, he could give everything. Even if it meant killing again. When he came to the waiting point for the shuttle bus to New York, Paul had been waiting for him there for a long time. You didn't let me down, Dakin. Paul came up and put his arm around Dakin's shoulders. Because only mutants can save mutants. Dakin's tone was very firm. Macaulay is a radical mutant opponent. This can be seen from his countless television speeches. He is a New York City councilman and also a famous news commentator. His anti-mutant policy includes legal registration of all mutants in the United States. And make these mutants public. Let the public have the right to choose whether they want to live in the same community with mutants, whether to let their children go to the same school with the mutants. Every company and enterprise has the right to know whether their employees are mutants. Even in some more radical occasions, Macaulay also proposed that all mutants live in the same community and go to the same school. Mutants are controlled in a disguised Jewish concentration camp model. This is like the policy of gathering all lepers together in the 13th century and letting them fend for themselves. He regards mutants as a contagious epidemic, as if this society will be infected as long as there are mutants. This radical policy makes many mutants dissatisfied. Even feel fear. Macaulay's speech won him a lot of support from the public, especially those radical factions that fear mutants. He just came back from Washington yesterday, and he was persuading Congress to implement his plan. Since all vampires can be registered, why can't mutants be registered? I think the vampire bill is very good. He said so. But Congress is now a little overwhelmed, mainly because of the problems in Eastern Europe. The war in Latvia is mostly unsustainable. Russia has lost many soldiers, and the president no longer wants to make unnecessary sacrifices. Tony began to lobby Congress and the president, and even other 5 permanent members, including saying that he can try to persuade etc. This caused a very fierce quarrel in Congress. Some people support a peaceful solution to the Eastern European problem, but some people want to continue the war. But those who want to go to war are always a minority. Because of these problems, Macaulay's proposal did not receive much attention. However, Macaulay's visit to Washington to promote his bill again still caused many media to follow up on him. It seems that Macaulay will fight mutants all his life. As long as it is about mutants, he must fight mutants to the end. I have no idea why he has such a deep hatred. Under Paul's guidance, Dakin also began to understand this guy named Macaulay. This middle-aged man wears gold-rimmed glasses and has a slicked back hair. He wears a neat and clean suit, and his clothes are ironed very flat without a wrinkle. He looks like any successful person. But under his gentle appearance, there is a demon that is terrifying to all mutants. Dakin dare not imagine that if this man named Macaulay really pushes his new bill, if all mutants are forced to the state of being at the mercy of others, then whether the new life he has just begun to like can be maintained. As Paul said to him, it is very likely that he and his father will end up being thrown into the laboratory as experimental subjects. He needs to prevent all this from happening. For himself, for Logan, for Katie, and for all mutants. Macaulay's residence in New York is an independent villa on Long Island. This man, who is nearly 40 years old, has not yet started a family, except for the hourly worker who comes to his house every Thursday to help him clean. He has been living alone in this small villa for a long time. Macaulay just flew back to New York from Washington yesterday, which made him feel a little tired. So he got up a little later than usual today, and it was almost noon when he woke up. Shaking his tired brain, Macaulay wanted to go to the kitchen to make himself a cup of coffee to refresh himself. Just as he was making coffee, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that there was something extra in the house. His intuition was right, Dakin was lurking here. In the countless confrontations and training with the Black Ninjas, Dakin relied on the experience gained from his blood donation to roughly master some of the Black Ninjas' ninjutsu. About how to sneak in and conceal his own breath. If he didn't know these basic ninjutsu, he would often end up in a very tragic end in the confrontation training with the Black Ninjas. Killing Macaulay was Paul's plan. Dakin also agreed with this, because the bill promoted by Macaulay and his speech on TV were the reasons why the situation of mutants became more difficult. Paul wanted to kill this man named Macaulay silently, without alerting the security system of this house. Paul himself was not sure that he could do this, so he found Dakin. And Dakin was also moved and convinced by Paul's words. Now this guy who is an enemy to all mutants is right in front of him. Dakin almost didn't hesitate. He jumped out of his hiding place and killed Macaulay directly. When another person suddenly appeared in the house, and this person seemed to be unfavorable to him, Macaulay was really scared. He subconsciously put his hand on the faucet, as if he wanted to do something. But when Dakin popped out his bone claws from the end of his fingers, Macaulay found that the guy who wanted to kill him was a mutant. His original plan to do something stopped immediately. A spark of enthusiasm burst out of his eyes, but it flashed away. He was like a 40-year-old middle-aged man whose body began to rust, and Dakin's claws pierced his heart without dodging. He didn't make a sound until he died, nor did he press any alarm in the room. When the claws pierced his body, he even had a weird smile on his face. But he quickly covered it up. When Dakin pierced his heart, Macaulay fell silently on the floor of his home. Blood was flowing all over the floor. He was killed simply like an ordinary person. There was no resistance, which was easier than Dakin imagined. Paul, who had been on guard outside for Dakin, used his fire control ability to set the whole villa on fire after learning that Dakin had succeeded. Especially Macaulay's body, he destroyed it and made it impossible for people to see that he was killed by claws. Paul wanted to treat this as an accidental fire in the kitchen. When he finished all this, Paul and Dakin evacuated here early according to the selected escape route. And just as they evacuated, in another place they didn't know, a man wearing a black windbreaker standing on a distant mountain was holding a super high-power telescope and looking at Macaulay's villa, which was beginning to burn. "Thank you for everything you've done so far, Counselor Macaulay. Leave the rest to me. Let me fulfill your last wish." Chapter 361 The Person Behind. Katie has not been in a very good mood recently. Because after the last incident of Dakin attacking Lee Ji, she has been feeling a little guilty. Guilt towards Lee Ji. He came to visit her and brought gifts from Japan. But this happened in school, which made Katie very sad. Because since joining Xavier School for Gifted People, the atmosphere here makes her feel that all classmates and teachers are like a family. This is also the atmosphere that Professor Charles has been trying hard to create. He hopes that the students here can feel the warmth and treat this place as home. Because of this atmosphere, Katie has always regarded the entire mutant school as a big family. Everyone is a loving family. But among the family that she thought she could trust, there was a guy who wanted to kill her best friend. This made Katie feel as sad as if she wanted to kill Lee Ji. Although Lee Ji repeatedly told her that it didn't matter much, but Katie still felt guilty. I hoped to help Lee Ji do something. And Katie, who has always had a good relationship with everyone and likes to smile at people, hated someone for the first time. It was Dakin who wanted to kill Lee Ji but failed in the end. What he wanted was to kill someone. But the punishment for him was just 2 days of confinement. This was a huge injustice. Katie thought that maybe because his father was Wolverine, the professor protected him in this matter? So even Wolverine was hated by her. Now if it was not necessary, she would pretend not to see Wolverine in the corridor. Logan could probably guess why. After all, what Dakin did was a bit out of line. As for Dakin, Katie had completely pretended that this person did not exist in the world. Dakin's name had been crossed out from the list of the mutant family in Katie's mind. She no longer recognized that Dakin was a member of this school and this family. Katie did not go back to her home in New York on weekends. Because her parents were both working class. The working hours were irregular, and sometimes they would work on weekends. So if both her parents were at work, she would not go home. And because her parents were working class, Katie was very frugal in spending. She didn't have extra money to take a ride to New York to watch a movie, or to go shopping for clothes. Katie was very talented in art. Dancing and painting were both areas where she could show her talents. However, art was a money-burning thing in any country and any era. Katie's parents couldn't afford the expensive ballet tuition, nor could they let Katie study expensive art courses. So these two talents could only become Katie's own entertainment for a long time. Because there was no one to guide her, she could only learn painting by reading books by herself. However, because there was no professional teacher to guide her, her progress was always slow, even though she was talented in this area. However, after coming to the mutant school, some of the teachers here did have some knowledge of painting. For example, Jean Grey, who had studied professional painting courses for a long time when she was young. From basic sketching to the use of colors, she could give Katie some guidance. This enriched Katie's life in her spare time. She could carry her homemade easel on a sunny afternoon and go to the school lawn or the pool, where Katie could paint quietly without being disturbed. Whether it was still life sketching or trying watercolor painting, she could always immerse herself in it until the sun set. She thought, maybe she could become a painter in the future? If she couldn't become a painter, it would be nice to be a painter in Lee Ji's company. She could create stories about mutants together. Let more people know about this group. With this simple and pure idea, Katie was extremely serious about learning to paint. It was afternoon when Dakin came back from New York. Katie was painting in the school courtyard. The golden sunlight fell on Katie's body, giving her a layer of brilliance. Under the sunlight, you can see the fine and soft hair on the girl's earlobes, which is a sign of every young girl. The slightly upturned corners of the mouth and the plump lips, and the slender and delicate eyelashes that intertwined when the eyes were lowered. And the long golden hair that seemed to be casually rolled up. She was like Aphrodite on earth. Dakin held the gift he brought back from New York in his hand. He didn't lie to Logan about this. He was indeed going to New York to buy some things. This is the paint and brushes bought from the painting tool store. A whole set of brand new tools. Logan spent all of his $150, and he also added $50 of his pocket money. This brand new set of painting tools cost him $200. It was much better than the old brushes that Katie used and the homemade easel. Dakin wanted to use this to ease the relationship with Katie. But he didn't understand how outrageous what he did last time was, and how much Katie hated him. When he walked up to Katie for the first time in his life and wanted to speak, he was not greeted by Katie's smiling face. Instead, it was the sound of Katie putting away the easel. She didn't even care that the paint in the painting was not dry yet. She had already closed the easel, and she didn't care whether it would ruin the painting. Because she didn't want to see this annoying guy. "Hello, Katie, I know you. My name is Dakin. I'm here to apologize for what happened last time." Dakin watched Katie pack up and leave. He knew that Katie didn't want to see this person at all. Dakin, right? Katie showed Dakin a false smile. She didn't even have a trace of disguised mood. "You don't have to apologize to me, but to the person you want to hurt. And I'm leaving now, don't stand in my way." Katie said this and pushed Dakin away. She didn't intend to continue communicating with him. "I really apologize to you. Look, I bought you new painting tools from New York." Dakin chased after Katie and showed her what he bought. "I know you like painting. I saw that the tools you use are very old, so I bought a new set. I sincerely apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay?" Katie hurried back to her dormitory to avoid this annoying guy. She stopped when she heard what Dakin said. She patted the painting supplies that Dakin was about to hand her. "No need, Dakin. As long as you don't appear in front of me again, I promise I won't be angry with you." After saying this, Katie simply used her mutant ability to penetrate various obstacles and throw Dakin away. Everything Dakin did was seen by Logan, who was watching from afar. "Silly boy," Logan muttered. Although he said this, but he was still prepared to comfort Dakin. After all, this was his son's first love and the first time he was heartbroken. He probably felt bad. "Kid, you have to know that men always fall in love a few times. Not every woman will like you." As Dakin walked back with his head down, Logan came up to talk to him in the aisle. He looked like he wanted to enlighten Dakin. Dakin said to him with a somewhat frightened expression, "Dad, why are you here? You just saw everything." Logan waved his hand, indicating that Dakin didn't need to care too much. "Hey, every man will have such a stage when he grows up. Either you reject others, or others reject you. As long as..." When Logan approached Dakin and wanted to put his arm around her shoulders to have a good chat, he found something wrong. "Boy, where does the bloody smell on you come from?" When Logan smelled an extremely faint, even negligible bloody smell on Dakin, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This bloody smell was not from Dakin, but the smell of a stranger's blood. Dakin was shocked that Logan saw through him in an instant. Dakin also has a super sense of smell. He has repeatedly confirmed that he should not be able to smell the bloody smell on his body. But the difference between a young wolf and an old wolf is not just in the physical difference, but also in the experience and wisdom of the old wolf. He is still far behind in this aspect. "Show me your claws." Now. Logan's tone was not a joke. It was the first time that Dakin saw Logan so angry with him. Logan's veins were already bursting. Dakin stretched out his claws, and Logan could already smell a stronger smell of blood. He immediately had a bad association. Dakin killed someone. After you kill the first person, it won't be that difficult to kill the second person. When Charles was typing out a course schedule for the next semester in his office, Logan dragged Dakin in without knocking. Logan threw Dakin into a single seat in a rather rough way. Then he closed the door. "Logan, I've told you many times that you are a teacher now. You can't behave so rudely," Charles said with some dissatisfaction. "But Charles, This kid just went to kill someone. Logan pointed at Dakin, who was thrown into the seat by him and now looked a little overwhelmed. Charles was also shocked by Logan's news. Tell me, Dakin, who did you kill? Is there anyone else with you? You must speak up and tell the truth now. Now. Logan bent down and looked at Dakin in the seat, speaking in an anxious tone. But Dakin didn't want to answer at this time. He closed his lips tightly and didn't want to speak. Logan wanted to punch him several times, but he didn't do it in the end. Charles, help me keep an eye on him. I believe you must have an accomplice. He doesn't know anyone in New York. Logan said this and rushed out like crazy. He was like a police dog, sniffing around every student. Is it true? Dakin? You killed someone? You killed someone voluntarily. Charles spoke to Dakin, and he emphasized the word voluntary. Do you know that we can't kill people casually? We have no right to take the lives of others. Dakin tilted his head to one side, and he said in a low but firm voice, I am for the future of mutants. Charles' pupils shrank for a while. He had heard someone mention this sentence countless times. When Logan found Paul with the same smell, he dragged him into Charles' office like a dead dog again. And when he was about to start to interrogate him violently, Cyclops Scott rushed in. He didn't know what happened here. But this didn't affect what he was going to say to the professor. Professor, turn on the TV. Something big has happened. Charles said this and turned on the TV in the office. And tuned it to Fox New York News. According to the report sent back from the scene, at noon today, a fire broke out in the home of Mr. McCauley, a New York City councilman who lives in Long Island. The police have learned that Mr. McCauley was at home at the time and has died. As we all know, Mr. McCauley is a staunch anti-mutant. Mr. McCauley's body was severely damaged in the fire, and it is difficult for the police to determine the cause of death. However, some analysts have suggested that it is not ruled out that radical mutants killed Mr. McCauley. And the reason for his murder is probably the mutant bill that he promoted, and, when the news was broadcast, Logan and Charles looked at Dakin and Paul with incredible eyes. Scott, who had just arrived, didn't know what was going on. Did you do it? Logan felt his throat was a little dry. After hearing this, Scott instantly understood something. Wait a minute, Logan, you mean the two of them? Oh my god. At this point, Dakin and Paul's quibbling was useless. When Logan smelled the blood on them, their deeds were exposed. We are for the future of mutants. Paul was thrown to the ground by Logan, and now he has not gotten up. Logan and Scott's eyes can't help but look at Charles. Charles hesitated for a while, but finally said in an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, kid. I may need to enter your mind to take a look. Charles also felt something was wrong. Two children dared to go directly to New York City to kill a city councilor. This matter is not normal no matter how you think about it. Dakin has been well taken care of by Logan, and the probability of him having problems is relatively small. Paul's suspicion is relatively high. Charles is not a pedantic person. He will not take the initiative to read other people's minds when it is not necessary. But when it is really necessary to do so, he will not be polite. When Logan and Scott patiently waited for the results of Charles's exploration of thoughts, Charles took a breath and leaned violently against the back of his wheelchair. He looked at Paul with disbelief and said a shocking name. Master of Illusion. Recently, I have updated 10,000 words every day. Even in the entire Kidian.com, this update rate is very good. If you think it is well written, please vote for me. No matter monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, or rewards, it is all good. Chapter 362, X-Men Go Out in the Lighted Spider Lamp. Master of Illusion. This name was not familiar to Logan, and he even said that he had never heard of it. But Scott next to him knew how terrifying this guy was. When Charles said this name, he almost subconsciously took a breath. Who is this guy? Logan could see Charles' shock and Scott's fear. So he had to ask. But Charles had no time to deal with him now. Charles, sitting in a wheelchair, stared at Paul with his eyes tightly. Although on the surface, Charles was just simply staring at Paul. But people who are familiar with Charles now understand that this is Charles using his own supernatural power. The power of mind control that can change the whole world by relying on his personal strength. Someone once persuaded him to use this power to brainwash all the people in the world. Because Charles' power is so strong, there are very few people in the world who can resist his ability. He can completely turn the world into what he wants. But Charles is a person who sticks to the bottom line of morality. He prefers to use normal ways to achieve the world he wants in his heart. He doesn't use his ability, which does not mean that his ability has degenerated. Just like now, he stared at Paul's eyes. He used his mutant power to wash away the illusions left by the Master of Illusion in Paul's mind. Paul's body was shaking constantly, as if he was hit by a strong electric current, and his muscles couldn't help but tremble. Paul didn't stop shaking until Charles stopped all this. He fainted completely and fell to the ground. And Dakin on the side still didn't know what was going on. Of course, his father, Logan, couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't until Charles stopped using his power on Dakin that he slowly spoke. Master of Illusion Jason. He is a student who was sent here before. And his mutant power is just like his nickname. It is mental illusion and controlling other people's minds. Charles looked at Paul, who was lying on the ground, and said to Logan at the same time, "I'll tell you the details later. I put a mental cage on Paul. Now he is free from the control of the Master of Illusion. Logan, take Dakin back first. You must take good care of him from now on. I think it's best to put him in the confinement room. Scott, you also send Paul to the independent confinement room." When Logan and Scott sent the two children to the independent confinement room for temporary isolation, Charles couldn't help but clench his fists. Because he was too strong, his knuckles had begun to turn white. Bang! This was the loud sound of a fist hitting the armrest of the wheelchair. This was the first time Charles was so angry. Even though he had experienced countless setbacks and blows, even betrayal, he had never felt so angry. Because someone touched the thing he cherished most. The children in this academy. Charles always cared about all the students in the academy as if they were his own children. Because he placed all his beautiful hopes for the future on these children. For him, protecting and educating these children to grow up is his mission and responsibility. He has decided to devote all his energy and life to the cause of the peaceful coexistence of mutants and normal people. And turning the students he has tried his best to educate into bloody executioners. This is the most intolerable thing for Charles. At this moment, Charles had the urge to kill for the first time. In the basement of Charles's manor, there is a base built specifically for the X-Men. Including the Blackbird fighter and the uniforms and equipment of the X-Men, they are all parked in this place. There is also a conference room specially used for X-Men meetings. And now Charles has summoned all the X-Men to this conference room for a meeting. I think everyone already knows the specifics. What do you think? Charles' words now are no longer gentle and elegant as usual, but full of coldness. The first person to raise the question was Logan, and his question was still the same. Who is the Master of Illusion? What's the matter with him? Charles looked into Logan's eyes and said, Master of Illusion Jason, a mutant with the talent of mind control and mental illusion, was once a student here. His mind control is very, very terrible, and he is good at creating all kinds of illusions. Logan was a little surprised. I thought there were not many people with this talent in the world. Apart from you and Jean, can this Master of Illusion control people's minds remotely just like you? Charles shook his head. That's not the case. The Master of Illusion does not have the ability to control people's minds remotely. His control range is limited. What he is good at is arranging illusions. Planting a seed in people's hearts and letting the seed take root and sprout. Influencing others in a subtle way of hypnosis. And Paul was affected by this situation. The Master of Illusion planted a seed in his heart. As a mutant, Paul has a place of resentment towards people in his heart because of the discrimination and abuse he has suffered. He also yearns for a safe society for mutants. The Master of Illusion took advantage of this opportunity and perfectly implanted a seed that no one can find. That is to let Paul fight for the future society of mutants. This is an idea that Paul cannot refuse from the heart. Charles said with a sigh. Paul's weakness was exploited by the Master of Illusion. As long as he has extreme ideas in his mind, then Paul is likely to do anything extreme. Just like this time, he and Dakin went to assassinate Macaulay together. Paul was hypnotized. No wonder I felt that Paul was weird when I first saw him. His expression was a little dull at that time. At that time, his superpowers had just gone out of control, and I thought it was caused by exhaustion after losing control. It seems that Paul had been planted with illusion seeds at that time. Cyclops Scott remembered the first time he went to pick up Paul. That should be the case. He may have been found at the beginning, and the seeds were planted when his superpowers went out of control. Charles nodded. Charles stopped talking and didn't want to continue the conversation. Logan knew that Charles was doing it to save his face. Paul was hypnotized, but Dakin was not. He was simply deceived and foolishly used as a gun. Thinking of this, Logan felt a little worried. Master of Illusion Jason has a very low control over his abilities. When he first came to our school, his father begged us to cure his son. Charles shook his head. He regarded his son's mutant awakening as a disease. He thought it could be treated with drugs, just like treating infectious diseases. I once tried to guide Jason on the right path, but Charles shook his head. His father didn't want that. He just wanted me to take away his son's abilities. Until the end, Jason's abilities got out of control and he killed his mother. His father, the man named Stryker, took Jason away and never came back. Charles said gloomily. Stryker is a general in the military. Because of his son's affairs and the death of his wife, he has always had a strong prejudice against mutants. And now, Paul has traces of the Master of Illusion's abilities. He wants to provoke others to resist mutants, especially the students of our school. Charles shook his head. His expression was somewhat resolute. I can't let this happen again. Students in our school should not become tools of others. Since this incident has already happened, I believe Stryker will have follow-up measures. I can't let these children become his victims. X-Men, I need you this time. All the X-Men looked at Charles with serious eyes and nodded firmly. In this secret underground base, there is a killer weapon that is extremely terrifying to all human beings in the world. That is the brain thinking enhancer. This thing was built with the help of Charles' old friend Magneto. This super powerful machine can spread the professor's brainwave range and increase the intensity of brain waves. It can be said that when using this machine, the Earth has almost no secrets in front of Charles. The brains of 7 billion people in the world, except for a few, are all unable to resist his invasion. He rarely uses this thing. But today he used this machine to search for Stryker's location. Illusion Master Jason himself is proficient in illusion thinking, and his thinking is one of the few in the world that can escape Charles' capture. So Charles can only focus on Stryker. After finding out the location of Stryker's mind, Charles immediately informed the X-Men of Stryker's current location. Your mission is to bring back the Master of Illusion. It's too dangerous to leave him with Stryker. Hank has prepared a special injection for you, which can allow you to resist the invasion of illusionary thinking for a certain period of time. But you must act quickly after seeing Jason, because the injection is only effective for 30 seconds. You must immediately inject Jason with a special sedative. Before all the X-Men began to board the Blackbird fighter, Charles finally gave everyone a request and handed the special injection developed by Hank to the X-Men. After everything was ready, the Blackbird fighter turned on the stealth mode and flew in the direction Charles found. In a secret base 1,000 kilometers away from New York City, a middle-aged man in military uniform with a serious face was explaining some matters to his subordinates. This serious middle-aged man was Stryker, and this secret base was used to develop X weapons. In fact, since Hydra launched the Weapon X program, the program has never stopped. It just changed from Germany back then to the United States now. And now the leader of this project has changed from the Red Skull back then to Stryker. How is he recently? The man Stryker was talking about was the one who caused this big trouble, the Illusion Master Jason. Since the last incident, he has been relatively quiet recently. There are not many strange behaviors. Stryker's adjutant reported to him. Stryker nodded. I will fly to Washington immediately. Macaulay's death is a very good opportunity. Compared with the death of a New York City councilman, it will make those gentlemen in Congress realize that for mutants, killing an official is no different from killing an ordinary person. This is a very good opportunity to promote that plan to them. Mutants are the cancer and pests of society. They must be eliminated. Stryker never concealed his hatred for mutants. He wanted to take advantage of this incident to promote the mutant plan and bill. And now, he ordered his adjutant to prepare the plane for him. He took off immediately and flew to Washington. This time he passed by the X-Men's Blackbird fighter. The view returned to New York City. In a swimming pool called Aquamarine Beach, Lee G booked an independent swimming pool. He was training Thor, who had become a swollen Alaskan dead dog. Swim faster. If you can't swim 50,000 meters within a limited time, I will cancel your dinner. Lee G's way of training Thor was very cruel. The former god of thunder was completely scared by Lee G. Why did Lee G book the entire independent swimming pool venue directly? Because his training was a bit cruel and could not be seen by ordinary people. He held a sport shotgun in his hand. This kind of gun had a slow firing speed and the ammunition used was not powerful. It was generally used for practicing shooting or shooting sports skeet. But for Li Ji, this gun is very useful now. Because he prepared quite a lot of rubber bullets. The power of rubber bullets fired by this gun is much lower than that of ordinary rifles. And this is exactly the weapon used to motivate Thor to swim. As long as Thor, who is as fat as a ball, showed a little slackness in the water, Li Ji would shoot directly at Thor. Of course, he would avoid the head. Although rubber bullets cannot kill people, especially after the power of this kind of bullets has been reduced, it is painful to be shot on the body. Swim faster, you fat man. It is a great blessing for me to give you boiled chicken breast and salted celery today. If you dare to slack off, you know the consequences. Li Ji said as he fired a shot at the waters around Thor. The rubber bullet hit the water surface, and the wave splashed on Thor's face. He felt unprecedented grievance. Since Li Ji saw him last time, he has completely controlled Thor. What he can eat every day is strictly controlled. Fat is not allowed to be consumed, and protein intake depends on egg white. Salt depends on a certain amount of salt water. All green vegetables are either boiled in water or eaten raw. Well, the kind without oil, salt and seasoning. According to Thor, the livestock he raises at home eat better than this. But if he dared to resist, Li Ji would immediately shoot him with rubber bullets. If he dared to resist fiercely, he would switch to a low-powered rifle and start the continuous shooting mode. During this period of time, Thor was beaten all over his body after the initial resistance, and now he dared not resist. God knows what he has experienced. Fortunately, Osborn's new potion can quickly heal the wounds, especially Thor was beaten by Li Ji. The wounds were superficial, and although it was very painful, it did not hurt his bones. Of course, good dog trainers understand one thing. When a dog responds enough, you need to give it a little reward, so as to ensure the dog's enthusiasm for training. So after many days without seeing meat, Thor finally ate boiled chicken breast in plain water today. Oh my god, it turns out that this tastes woody. He usually feeds things that have no taste to dogs. But today, Thor ate it as happily as a dog. While Li Ji was training Thor, Peter Parker contacted him. George used the spider searchlight? What happened? A New York City councilman was killed? Suspected it was done by mutants? Okay, I see. I'll be there in a minute. Li Ji looked at Thor who was still struggling in the swimming pool and shouted. Okay, let's stop here for today. Thor felt relieved when he heard Li Ji's words. For the first time, he felt how happy it was to be able to sit down and rest, drink some water and eat something. But the next sentence from Li Ji made him not so happy. Because you didn't finish all the exercise today, I will reduce the amount of dinner for you by half. Li Ji's understated words made Thor feel like he was on the edge of the abyss. You are a devil. You must be a devil. In fact, you are the devil who is wearing Li Ji's skin to play with me. Chapter 363, New York Detective and Stryker's Persuasion Plan and the Mutants Attack. It has been a while since the spider lamp was handed over to George Stacy. Li Ji naturally got the idea of the spider lamp from a superhero movie he had seen in his previous life. It was a story about a playboy who worked as a volunteer policeman in a simple city called Gotham, wearing a black mask and cape in the dark. Li Ji's idea was good and very suitable for Spider-Man. Of course, the searchlight was slightly modified. In the original story of the Gotham vigilante, because the people of this city were simple, as long as the light with the shape of a flying bat was shot into the sky, the criminals in the city would surrender obediently. After entering Arkham Prison, those Gotham criminals would never escape from prison. Because the light of the flying bat covered the sky above the city, it was a mark that they would never dare to violate. But New York is different from the simple Gotham, and the prisoners here are not as honest as those in Arkham Prison. In addition, the New York police's face must be considered. If the police can't solve any problem, they will turn on the spider light so that the whole New York can see it. This will be a huge blow to the prestige of the New York police. So after weighing the pros and cons, Li Ji considered making a spider light that can only be seen by special glasses. But it is obvious that after Spider-Man showed goodwill to Sheriff George last time, although George was more receptive to Spider-Man's statement in his heart, and the two had a tendency to reconcile. But due to the prestige of the police system, George has never used the spider light. Of course, it is very likely that the police have not encountered any difficult problems that they cannot solve. However, this time, George was able to lower his face and use the spider light to summon Spider-Man, which really proved that something big happened this time, and it is likely that the police will have a lot of trouble to solve this matter. When Lee Ji wore the Night Walker's outfit and drove the glider to the location, Peter said, Spider-Man and George had already been waiting there. This place is the wreckage of the Macaulay family villa. Because it is a single-family villa, it is far away from other villas around. This also prevented the fire from affecting the neighbors. At the same time, in order to protect privacy, oak trees used as fences were planted around each single-family villa. So when the fire just broke out, the neighbors around did not immediately notice that something had happened here. At the same time, when Deacon and Paul escaped, they were not seen by other neighbors. The murder of a New York City Council member is undoubtedly a very troublesome thing. Now the senior officials in the entire city feel a chill. Although the police have not yet fully determined that Macaulay died because he burned himself to death after improper use of fire in the kitchen, or someone deliberately set fire to the scene after the murder to deliberately disturb the line of sight. If it was just a simple murder case, or the identity of the deceased was relatively ordinary and the social relationship was easier to sort out, George would never use the spider lamp, because solving cases is his specialty. But now the dead person is a New York City Council member. And because of the political stance of this council member, this murder case involves many places. It is even possible that mutants are involved. If the person who killed Macaulay is a mutant, then such a case will become much more difficult. It is even possible that even if the criminal is found, he will not be caught in the end. Because ordinary police are always unable to deal with these super criminals. So in this case, the investigation of Macaulay's villa was basically completed at night. After the police pulled the isolation belt around the wreckage and evacuated, George came here alone and turned on Spider-Man's searchlight. He decided to talk to Spider-Man. But when Peter came here following the light of the searchlight and began to discuss the cause of Macaulay's death with George, his spider sense kept vibrating, as if reminding him that he seemed to have forgotten something. So Peter contacted Lee Ji. When Lee Ji got off the glider and handed Peter a device he asked him to bring, George looked at Lee Ji strangely. I didn't expect that you really have such a good relationship as the rumors outside. A good man also needs help. Lee Ji just smiled at this. What's going on here, Sheriff? George was wearing a police uniform, and Lee Ji simply called him Sheriff. Congressman Macaulay was killed. He was a radical anti-mutant radical. So I boldly guessed that he did not die in a fire, but died of a deliberate murder. And the person who killed him was a mutant. George glanced at Lee Ji. Compared with Spider-Man, he had a better impression of Nightcrawler. Because Nightcrawler always deals with criminals that the police find difficult to intervene or those who are clearly committing crimes but cannot be arrested due to lack of evidence. Although what Nightcrawler did cannot be publicized on the surface, many policemen privately give him a thumbs up. Because in order to arrest certain criminals, their colleagues died or were disabled. But after the criminals were finally arrested, they could not be convicted during the court trial due to insufficient evidence. This made many of George's colleagues, including George himself, indignant. Because if the criminals involved in this incident involve mutants, the police may not have enough power to arrest such super criminals. So I want to ask Spider-Man, and of course if you are willing to help, I also want to ask you, Nightcrawler, to give us some physical support when necessary. George's words were very clear. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch the mutant criminals at that time. So he asked the two of you to be his helpers. But it was obvious that Spider-Man was not prepared to simply be a laborer, so he asked Lee Ji to bring the equipment. This is an instrument as big as a briefcase. When opened, it looks a bit like a laptop. In fact, this is a portable X-gene detector. It is another product in the Osborne Group's technology library that is not on the shelf. X-gene inspection equipment is not rare in this world. Some companies that produce large security equipment have produced this equipment. The Osborne Group first produced this portable X-gene detector, and its main focus was differentiated competition. Therefore, this product has a completely different setting from other similar products. Not only is it lighter and more convenient to carry, but it is also much more accurate than similar products. Of course, the result of this is that the manufacturing cost has risen, resulting in a high price. After a period of sales, the sales were not satisfactory, and then it was taken off the shelves, and the production line also stopped producing this equipment. Now, except for some inventory and a small number of products that have been sold, it is difficult to see this equipment on the market. What do you want to use this thing for? Luigi looked at Spider-Man and began to fiddle with the instrument, and couldn't help asking. Didn't you say that the murderer might be a mutant? Let me check if there are any signs of mutants. Peter snapped his fingers and seemed ready to start working. Nightwalker, help me collect some samples around to see if there are any suspicious things. Peter always felt that things were not that simple because of his spider sense. Luigi also trusted Peter's intuition very much, because his intuition was almost never wrong. And if this matter was really done by mutants, then Luigi felt that he needed to remind Professor Charles to be more cautious recently and be careful that someone would harm their school. So the two New York City superheroes, at this moment, were like police officers in the Criminal Investigation and Evidence Collection Department, and began to gradually search in the ruins of the Macaulay family. George, who originally just wanted to find a thug, was a little dumbfounded. What are these two playing? New York detective? More than 300 kilometers away from New York, Stryker has stepped off his plane in Washington. He is rushing to meet with 3 big-name congressmen. He will try hard to persuade Congress to implement the mutant bill. The meeting place with the congressman is in a box of a private club in Washington. As soon as Stryker walked into the box and saw the 3 congressmen, he began his speech without any greetings. Gentlemen, I think you have heard about the death of Congressman Macaulay. Although the police have not yet fully announced the cause of his death, I think everyone here has their own channels and knows the special nature of Macaulay's death this time. This was done by mutants. And they can kill a city councilor who opposes them today. Stryker looked around at everyone present. Then you can kill a congressman tomorrow. We don't have time to hesitate. Gentlemen, I need you to pass Mr. Macaulay's Mutant Management Act and even hold an emergency meeting for it. We don't have much time left. Stryker's voice was deafening. The 3 big-name congressmen looked at each other for a few seconds. They would not be easily convinced. But today, what Stryker said might make sense. The mutants have indeed gone a little too far. At the secret base of Weapon X, more than 1,000 kilometers away from New York, a fully invisible Blackbird fighter slowly landed. Jean had already driven the Blackbird fighter to the base hidden in the mountains found by Charles. As the captain of this operation, Cyclops Scott has begun to give orders to his team members. Storm, we need some storms as cover. Colossus will rely on you to attack in a while. Dazzle will cause some interference to our enemies later. Scott was calling out the names of his team members one by one. Cuckoo, use your clone to confuse the enemy later. Blink will rely on you to use your shuttle ability to quickly find the location of the Master of Illusion. Jean, you stay in the fighter and support us and retreat at any time. And I will provide you with enough firepower. Scott pointed to his glasses. He seemed to have assigned tasks to everyone, but he forgot one person. That was Wolverine Logan. Because Logan's task was probably the most difficult to assign. He was in a state of rage. Someone used his son to kill a congressman, and might even provoke a bigger incident. And the guy who made his son's hands stained with blood was among them. You'd better not let me find you, otherwise I will tear you apart with my own hands. Chapter 364, Game Within a Game. Washington. Stryker was talking to the 3 congressional leaders in front of him. I think you should know how much danger mutants can bring to us. Whether intentional or unintentional. Their power is full of threats to ordinary people like us. Stryker decided to seize the death of Macaulay this time to make a fuss. Just like the death of Congressman Macaulay. The radicals among the mutants don't care whether they kill a government official or not. As long as they think about it, they will do it. As long as it hinders their interests, they will definitely do these extraordinary things. Stryker's voice is very contagious. But General Stryker, you have to understand one thing. Not all mutants are radicals. There are moderates among them. For example, some people we all know. A congressman said. The most critical reason why we have not passed Macaulay's bill is that this bill is likely to intensify the relationship between moderate mutants. If all mutants are pushed to the radicals, this is not a good idea. There are also smart people in Congress, and this congressman has a thorough understanding of the problem. But Mr. Congressman, you have to understand that not all mutants are willing to be mutants. I am a soldier, my hands are stained with blood, I will eliminate everything that threatens this country, the citizens of this country, everyone here, and everyone, and defend this country. This is my duty and responsibility. Stryker's words were really passionate. It is difficult for mutants and ordinary people to coexist peacefully. If the day comes when they go to war with each other, I will not be surprised at all. If mutants want to live well in this world, they must follow the rules we set. Don't forget who is the majority in this world. Stryker continued to incite. But what if it causes a strong backlash? The congressman still had some concerns. The plan can be implemented step by step. Boiling a frog in warm water is the best solution. But this requires us to take the first step before it is worth continuing to talk. Stryker's words indicated that he could make appropriate concessions. The bill proposed by McCallie is indeed very radical. If it is introduced all at once, there will be problems. So he proposed another way. We can first refer to the Special Management Act for vampires, and use this as an opportunity to push the process forward step by step. When Stryker said this, the other two congressmen had already nodded. Only the congressman who had refuted Stryker at the beginning was left, and he finally raised a key question. If there is an irresistible external force and resistance, General Stryker, how confident are you that your weapons can suppress what may happen? The congressman's eyes were shining, and the other two congressmen also cast their eyes on Stryker. This was the most critical question. Stryker's mouth corners raised, and he said with some arrogance, "Since the day the U.S. government was founded, it has never lost a battle. We have never lost, but sometimes we choose not to fight. If we persist, I believe we can win the final and comprehensive victory. And I have already prepared things for the mutants to deal with them." Stryker was full of confidence. The three congressmen exchanged glances with each other, and then nodded at the same time. "In that case, we will try to promote this bill in Congress and convince the president to sign the charter." Stryker showed a smug smile, but what he didn't know now was that the source of his confidence was that his secret base of Weapon X was being attacked by a storm. Colossus is an alpha-class super mutant. When he turned into steel, his whole body was invulnerable to swords and guns. Even if he was hit head-on by a 50 caliber 406mm main gun of an Iowa-class battleship, it would only shake him slightly. He would not be hurt much at all. Colossus is very strong. He is more than 2 meters tall and looks like a reckless man. But in fact, he is indeed a gentle and careful man. Among all the mutant teachers, he is probably the one who is most likely to be bullied by students. But hidden under this gentleness is indeed a kind of tenacity. A root as thick as the earth. Colossus is like a fertile land, nourishing this group of mutant children with his gentleness and patience. Looking forward to their strong and healthy growth. This part of his character is almost the same as Professor Charles. Manipulating his students to become executioners, assassins, and murderers. This is an intolerable blasphemy for him. This blasphemy is more infuriating than the pain that Colossus suffered in the Siberian wilderness. Honest men don't like to lose their temper, but never make an honest man angry. Because if an honest man starts to lose his temper, then the honest man will not stop until one side is completely dead. This is the simplest life experience. Now Colossus, an honest man, is getting angry. Someone needs to pay the price for this. And it is the secret base of Weapon X that bears his anger. Colossus, who has transformed into a steel giant, is like a train that cannot be stopped. He is rampaging in Stryker's secret base. For him, fighting does not require the use of skills. Just keep destroying and colliding. Nothing can stop him. The whistling gunshots and the explosion of RPG are just small episodes on his way forward. All he had to do was to crush the enemy simply and directly. The outermost defense of the base, which was also the most important defense, was completely destroyed by the lightning storm controlled by Storm before it could take effect. Under Storm's control, dark clouds began to gather. Countless lightning snakes flew through the clouds. Then in an instant, it was like the end of the world, and thousands of tiny lightning bolts fell from the sky like a punishment from heaven. All the defense systems outside the base had lost all their functions before they had time to operate. Then came the laser beam of Cyclops, and the high temperature of thousands of degrees accompanied by laser cutting burst out from Scott's eyes. Like a red dragon, it destroyed everything wherever it passed. Every path licked by the red dragon was extremely clean, and no debris would be left. Because everything was instantly vaporized when the destructive red dragon just passed. The dazzling sound released audio noise, and those soldiers who were still preparing to stop the counterattack in the base felt that countless huge noises suddenly appeared in their ears. It only took a moment to break their ear periosteum. At the same time, it caused their ear fluid to be unbalanced, which further caused the whole person to lose their sense of balance, fall to the ground helplessly, and never get up again. And Wolverine's fighting style became more and more violent. Because this incident involved his son. To him, Everyone here is an accomplice. His claws cut through the human body as easily as cutting tofu. Wherever Wolverine passed, blood flowed like a pestle. All the mutant teachers exerted their strength in an extraordinary state today, because this incident touched their weak points. The students in the school are the most likely to irritate them. Compared with the sudden rampage of these mutant teachers, the soldiers in the base suffered a sudden attack. To be honest, this is the mainland of the United States, and they never thought that anyone could really attack them. So when they were attacked at the beginning, they didn't have time to react immediately before they suffered a devastating blow. Then these mutants almost pushed their abilities to the limit. Let these soldiers have no time to fight back. This is the battlefield. As long as you miss a chance, you will not have a second chance. Under this kind of relationship of one side gaining and the other side losing, the soldiers and defense systems in the base had not had time to play their true role before they were broken by the X-Men. It must be said that this attack was launched suddenly enough, catching everyone off guard. And now Blink is frantically shuttling around in the base, looking for the location of the Master of Illusion. This looks like a secret base. Cyclops saw the scene inside the base after breaking into the base. A large number of experimental equipment and mutants used for experiments. Damn. They are conducting X-weapon experiments. Scott cursed. He already knew what this place was for. This is using mutants' lives for experiments. And Logan still has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. He seems to have been here before. Colossus. Find a way to get rid of the mutants here, and destroy all these experimental equipment and materials for me. Scott roared angrily. His laser ability was maximized, and a steady stream of laser energy spewed out of his eyes. Everything Scott saw was destroyed by him instantly. And just as Scott was destroying everything angrily, Logan was thinking about his memory. Flash passed through the shuttle gate he created and said to everyone, "I found the place where the Master of Illusion is. New York, the ruins of Macaulay's villa. I don't think you can find anything useful. My people have carefully searched here for more than 6 hours, and all the useful things that can be found have been taken away." George looked at Lee G and Peter, who were still playing the detective game, with some helplessness. He felt that the police had done everything they could do, and it was a waste of time for the two of them to conduct on-site investigations here. "Don't be too anxious, Chief Sheriff. Maybe the perspective of superheroes looking for evidence is different from that of ordinary police officers." Lee G looked up at George and comforted him. However, this sentence made George angry and amused. He smiled helplessly and planned to wait for the two to finish playing the detective game before going back. After all, they still needed their help to arrest mutant criminals. "What is this?" Peter took out a completely burnt thing from the ground with a pair of tweezers, and it was hard to tell what it was. It was like a burnt chicken claw. George carefully identified it and said uncertainly, "It may be the remains of Macaulay. This part is very similar to human finger bones. But this part is too small. The fire burned a lot of things. Mr. Macaulay's remains also shrunk, deformed, and even cracked due to the heat. Maybe the forensic officer at the time did not find this part of the remains." After listening to George's words, Peter fell into deep thought, as if he had found some ideas from this finger bone. "What do you think? If you think of anything, do it quickly. Believe in your intuition." Lee G glanced at Peter, as if he guessed his thoughts, and said encouragingly. After hearing this, Peter put this section of burnt finger bones into the equipment brought by Lee G without hesitation, which was the special equipment used to detect X genes. Peter used the detector of the equipment to repeatedly check this section of remains, and constantly adjusted the parameters of the machine. Because after being roasted by the fire, there is not much DNA information that can be retained by the remains. Peter fiddled with the machine very patiently, and his movements became faster and more serious. It seemed that he was checking a possibility, the most unlikely possibility. Lee G also stood beside Peter and watched him do all this seriously. Now, George Stacy finally got serious. He found that Spider-Man and Nightcrawler might have really found something, and it might be something that the police had not found. When 10 minutes passed, Peter finished fiddling with the machine and said in an unbelievable tone, "Impossible. This is impossible. I must have made a mistake." Peter's whisper revealed a tone of disbelief. George heard what Peter said, and he was a little curious about what Peter had found, so he asked, "What's impossible?" "Chief George, are you sure that the owner of this skeleton is really Senator Macaulay? Or was it someone else who was burned to death at that time?" Peter said in an inquiring and unbelieving tone. The body was completely burned, and there are not many parts left. We got the result through DNA comparison, and he is Senator Macaulay. George didn't know why Peter asked this. I mean, listen to what I'm saying. Peter didn't know how to organize his words. Well, I mean, if this body is really Senator Macaulay's, then there is a huge problem. What's the problem? Senator Macaulay is a staunch anti-mutant radical, but judging from the test results of this body, Senator Macaulay. Peter took a deep breath and gave an unbelievable answer. Senator Macaulay is a mutant himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, The Most Impossible Thing. I won't say anything more. Today is the 4th update. A total of 16,000 words are presented today. In the secret base of Weapon X, Blink has found the location of the Master of Illusion. Just like Stryker's attitude towards all mutants, he also regards his son, the mutant Jason, as a contagious virus. And it may be the most serious one, as can be seen from the place where he is imprisoned. As Stryker's son, Jason still cannot escape his father's attitude of treating mutants like bugs. Jason is imprisoned in the deepest part of the entire base, the place with the most heavily guarded troops. When Blink found him, Blink was not sure that he could bring him out silently by himself. Because the Master of Illusion is very dangerous, his brain and his thinking may inadvertently plant many illusions for you, just like Paul was affected by him without knowing it. So Blink needs the help of other X-Men. I found the Master of Illusion, we have to act quickly. Blink said this and took all the X-Men to the place where she found Jason before. This is the most heavily guarded place in the entire base. The chaos in other places in the base had already alerted the guards here. Because the X-Men spent too much time to clear the enemies in front, the guards here had enough time to set up all the warning equipment. But it was useless. Under the leadership of Flash, the mutant teachers appeared at various nodes of the defense position. The ordinary soldiers had no resistance at all and were quickly defeated by them. Jason, who had been imprisoned in the prison, stared blankly at everything in front of him through the 20-centimeter thick special glass. He looked a little silly, probably because of the long-term injection of special tranquilizers by Stryker. Everything that happened outside, those battles, those bloody storms seemed to have nothing to do with him. He just sat blankly in the room where he was imprisoned. Without saying a word, tilting his head, he watched everything calmly. Until all the X-Men solved all the troubles in front of them. After injecting the anti-mental interference medicine provided by Dr. Hank, Flash took another special tranquilizer prepared for Jason and went directly to the room where Jason was imprisoned. She held the potion in one hand and reached out to Jason. Jason, we should leave here. Jason turned his head and looked at her, motionless. New York City. Macaulay Villa. Macaulay is a mutant, are you sure, Spider-Man? Leiji didn't dare to believe Peter's conclusion. I have confirmed it repeatedly, and this result cannot be wrong. He is indeed a mutant. Peter was very sure that he was not wrong. The person who had the same reaction as Leiji was George. This is inexplicable. Anyone can be a mutant, but Congressman Macaulay can't be a mutant. You know, he is a thorough mutant opponent. The mutant bill you proposed is so radical, just like the Jewish concentration camps during World War II. Yes, according to reason, Congressman Macaulay should not be a mutant. Even if some mutants do not agree with their identity. But why did he do those things, the kind of thing that kills all mutants? Leiji touched his chin and tried to figure out what was wrong with this. Peter spoke at this time. Nightwalker, remember? When you and the Punisher were studying those difficult puzzles, you often said this sentence. Sometimes the more impossible things are, the closer they are to the truth. Leiji continued Peter's words and said this sentence. As an old policeman with many years of police experience, George Stacy also has a deep understanding of this sentence. Because in many cases he has experienced, in those confusing cases. Many times, the final answers are far beyond people's imagination, or even things that people initially determined to be impossible. So George also interrupted. So what do you think is the most impossible or incredible part of this matter? He suddenly felt that the detective game of these two superheroes did not seem so naive, and they might really have some skills in this regard. Analyze from one aspect, Sheriff. Luigi thought for a while and said in a not very sure way. What do you think is the biggest impact that Congressman Macaulay's death can have this time? Congressman Macaulay is a radical anti-mutant faction, and it is very likely that mutants will come to kill him. The worst result that his death can cause is that all government officials will be in danger. Because before this, no government official has ever been deliberately murdered by mutants. George continued to speak along the line of thought given by Luigi. As he spoke, he tapped his forehead with his index finger. This was his little habit. And the biggest impact is Macaulay's death, which makes these officials feel that the lips and teeth are cold. Then they may pass Macaulay's proposal for the mutant bill. Before George finished speaking, Peter had already guessed what George wanted to say next. Yes, this is probably the worst result. Luigi nodded. Who do you think will benefit the most from this matter, and who will be unlucky? If you want to talk about benefits, of course it's those guys who are against mutants. They want to promote the new mutant law, and this time they can just go with the flow. Peter rushed to speak before George. So George continued what Peter said. The unlucky ones are naturally the mutants. If the government really passes the mutant management bill, then their lives will be even more difficult. Luigi looked up at the night sky of New York. Tisk. Not a single star can be seen. In this city with extremely serious light pollution, you can hardly see a few stars at night, except for those first magnitude bright stars. Luigi could only look at the dark night sky and speak in a puzzled and ethereal voice. According to common sense, all this should be like this. It is even possible that Macaulay's death may have been done by radical elements in the mutant opposition, just to promote such a bill. But now a new problem has arisen. Macaulay is a mutant. And he has been disguised for so many years and climbed to the position of New York City councilman. At the same time, he also has a huge influence in the news media. Why would a mutant make things difficult for mutants? And how did he avoid those mutant reconnaissance equipment for so many years? Luigi was thinking hard. Just like what he said just now, sometimes the more impossible things are, the closer they are to the truth of the matter. This sentence repeatedly appeared in Luigi's mind. At a certain moment, Luigi felt that he seemed to have caught some inspiration. He quickly asked George Stacy, "Where is the body of Congressman Macaulay?" His body has been severely deformed after being roasted by fire, and the muscles of his body are almost carbonized and cracked. After the forensic officer confirmed that the body was correct, Macaulay's body has been temporarily sent to the morgue of the Metropolitan Hospital in Queens. It is a hospital that cooperates with our police. George did not hide the whereabouts of Macaulay's body. When Luigi asked about the whereabouts of Congressman Macaulay's body and thought about it in the process of answering, George Stacy seemed to have vaguely discovered something wrong. Wait, are you saying that Macaulay's body will be the key? Luigi has already stepped on the glider. Sheriff George, tell your people to guard the body. Don't let anyone enter the morgue, and tell them I'm coming. This matter may not be that simple. A guy who opposes mutants is a mutant. And the person who seems to benefit may also be the real victim. I feel that everyone has fallen into a huge trap. Spider-Man, quickly collect your things. Let's go to Metropolitan Hospital together, and take the sheriff with you. Why me? Peter was packing up quickly. Because I don't have bioelectricity, it will be troublesome if I can't hold Sheriff George. After saying this, Luigi flew into the sky in a glider. Following closely behind him was Peter. He whispered to George and sat firmly. Then he grabbed George and carried him on his shoulder, and then began to spit spider silk and moved quickly towards Metropolitan Hospital. When Blink stretched out his hand to Jason and prepared to inject him with a special mental sedative. Jason, who was originally motionless and looked like a puppet, suddenly dodged Blink's hand with an indescribable dexterity. Then, Jason's heel made close contact with Twinkle's chin. This blow from bottom to top directly kicked Twinkle away. And because the impact was on the chin, which is connected to the nerves of the brain, the shuttle gate that Twinkle had opened was instantly unstable and then disappeared. The X-Men who were waiting outside the room for Twinkle to bring Jason out had no time to react before they saw Twinkle being completely knocked over. Jason, who originally looked like a puppet, showed the flexibility of a ballerina. Red Tank, come out to work. Jason suddenly shouted to the front. Boom boom boom. A huge sound as terrible as an earthquake sounded, and the huge footsteps like a titan walking on earth came from behind the X-Men. A man who was more burly and strong than Colossus appeared. He had solid muscles and the propulsion of a land tank. The walls blocking him were as thin as paper. He didn't need to use any force, just walked past casually, and those walls would collapse. When he charged, it was like a huge army collapsing together, unstoppable. Even the strong Colossus was knocked away by him and flew to an unknown place. Before the X-Men could stop him, he knocked everyone over like a train and smashed the prison where Jason was imprisoned. As Red Tank ran quickly, Jason jumped lightly onto the wide back of Red Tank, which was like the top of a car. Jason on Red Tank threw a kiss to the X-Men and left a message. "Give my regards to Charles." At the moment of speaking, Jason, who was originally a sloppy man, suddenly changed. Layers of blue scales continued to emerge and began to change his appearance. Finally, when the transformation was completed, the original Jason had become a woman with blue skin and red hair. Scott knew this person, and he couldn't help but shouting, "Mystique!" Mystique turned around and smiled when she heard Scott's shout. She just urged Red Tank to leave here quickly. The two of them seemed to have no desire to fight the X-Men. And now Scott felt bitter in his heart, because he now understood that he and others, even the professor, might have fallen into a trap. And no one knew what was waiting for them in this trap. Xavier School for Gifted People in the suburbs of New York. Charles felt uneasy for some reason. He always felt as if something was going to happen. But he couldn't tell what was going to happen. This disturbing emotion made him feel uncomfortable. And just on the lawn outside the school. Bang! A light sound, a puff of blue smoke. Two people suddenly appeared here. One was an elderly man wearing a black windbreaker and a helmet. He had a cold face and bright eyes. Although he was old, he still burned with an unyielding flame. The other person, rather than a human, was more like a devil. Blue skin, long ears, and a devil's tail. There were also dense biblical words engraved on his skin. And his name was just like his appearance. He was called Blue Devil. "Blue Devil, go and rescue our little friend. And I should go see my old friend," the old man said to the Blue Devil. The Blue Devil instantly turned into blue smoke and disappeared. But the old man leisurely strolled in the school, as if he was very familiar with this place. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past, until the owner of this place in a wheelchair appeared in front of him. He greeted him in the way of an old friend. "Long time no see, Charles." Professor Charles, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at him with an unbelievable look. "Max." The old man smiled and shook his head. "I've said it many times, Charles, I prefer you to call me Eric. Of course, if you hate me as much as the people outside, you can also call me Magneto." The old man was Charles's good friend back then, the leader of the radical mutants. "Magneto Eric Lanshear. What are you doing here?" Charles saw Magneto appear, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But Magneto smiled at Charles. "You are always indecisive and can't tell right from wrong, good from evil, Charles, my old friend. Because you lack decisiveness and never know how to fight." Magneto paused here. He looked around Charles's estate, which was originally Charles's ancestral property, but now he has turned it into a school. Magneto shook his head without comment. "Because your various problems always slow down our ideal progress. And I came here to tell you. Since you can't make a decision, then I have made a decision for you. Old friend, this time. For mutants. If you like this book and think it's good, please vote for it and recommend it. If you think it's wonderful, please recommend this book to other friends. Thank you." In addition, the Salted Fish Group of the failed author. 539,763,655 is sincerely recruiting people and have fun paddling with a group of salted fish every day. Chapter 366 this time, for the mutants. In the courtyard of Xavier's School for the Gifted. Two good friends from the past, who are also the two leaders of the mutants. The moderate Charles and the radical Eric, these two old men are confronting each other. All this is for the mutants. Old friend. You have to make the right choice. Magneto Eric looked at Charles, with a strange smile on his face. But Charles's uneasiness grew. He vaguely grasped a bad idea. But he didn't dare to confirm it at all. "What do you mean, Max?" Magneto Eric heard Charles questioning and just smiled silently. The old man with a cold face seemed a little kind when he smiled. "I heard that the students in your school have been a little naughty recently." What Magneto said made Charles feel ominous. "I heard that some students assassinated the New York City councilman, the radical anti-mutant faction Macaulay, for the future of mutants." As soon as Eric said this, Charles felt that something was wrong. Because this incident just happened today. Paul and Dakin had just left in the morning, and they killed McCallie at noon. Charles and the others knew about this only after the afternoon. This was because they were in school, and Charles also used mind detection to know about this. But how did Magneto know about this? And so quickly? Charles thought about it, and there was only one possibility, that is, Magneto was actually related to this matter. Magneto. Thinking of this, Charles suddenly felt a kind of anger, and then the anger was a sense of powerlessness. This was the first time he called his old friend by his nickname instead of his real name. But even if he shouted hard, it was useless now. Charles seemed to have been drained of all his strength at this moment. He leaned weakly on the back of the wheelchair. Eric knew how smart his old friend was. As long as there was a little clue, he could guess all kinds of things. But now the whole plan has begun, just like a boulder rolling down from the top of the mountain. When the boulder rolls down and charges, anyone who stands in front of the boulder will be crushed into powder. So Eric no longer cares what Charles guessed now. Magneto enjoyed watching Charles's powerlessness. He was leaning on the wheelchair and no longer had the spirit of the past. Now he looked like a real old man. So, Charles, I have helped you choose the direction to stand. The future of mutants needs our efforts. Magneto looked at Charles leaning on the wheelchair and said easily. Why? Charles lowered his head and said in a powerless and puzzled tone, Why? Why did you let two children kill McCallie? Everything you are doing now will only make the situation of mutants worse. When Charles said the last sentence, he almost shouted it out. Eric was not shaken or pitied by Charles' anger. He said in a calm and relaxed tone, It's very simple, Charles. Because McCallie is also a mutant, and he is a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto's words were like a bombshell. Charles suddenly raised his head and looked at Magneto with an unbelievable look. What did you say? Charles couldn't believe what he heard. McCallie is a mutant? And he is a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Then what about his anti-mutant bills? More doubts appeared in Charles' mind. Yes, that's right, my old friend. Congressman McCallie is indeed a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. And he is also a member who is fanatical about the great cause of mutant revival. Eric continued. Well, don't look at me with that expectant look. Although some mutants do have the ability to fake their deaths to deceive others. But McCallie is indeed dead, killed by your students. The fact that your students have blood on their hands has not changed. Eric watched the hopeful look in Charles' eyes shattered, and he felt very happy. Why? Charles asked why again. This why contains a lot of meanings, such as why McCallie is a mutant and still does those things, why let his students kill McCallie, and what benefits will McCallie's death bring to Eric? All these questions are included in this why. Eric looked at his old friend's puzzled expression, and even said slowly with a painful expression, For the mutant Charles. You know, since I suffered so much in the concentration camp and slaughtered many of my people, I should have understood one thing. Peace is never exchanged for compromise. Eric adjusted the cuffs of his windbreaker. I am a Jew, and a Jew living in Germany. When I was young. When I was a child. Everything I experienced. At the beginning, the law enacted by the government was just to prohibit Jews from sitting on park benches. I never went to the park again, and my mother told me, Be patient, everything will pass. Then, the law enacted by the government required all Jews to wear a star mark. From then on, I needed to hang a star on my chest to show that I was different from others. This made me lose my friends at school. My mother told me, Be patient, everything will pass. Then it was my father's grocery store. The government enacted a law that all Jewish stores would be heavily taxed because they said that Jews made ill-gotten gains. Our family's living environment became more and more difficult. But my mother still told me, Be patient, everything will pass. Then I was kicked out of school, and our family was forced to move out of the original community. Because the government enacted new laws, they required all Jews to live together, and all Jewish children had to go to the same school. We were taught in school that Jews were born guilty, and they should pay for it with their lives. At this point, my mother continued to say to me, Be patient, everything will pass. Until we were imprisoned in a concentration camp, and when my mother died in front of me, she finally couldn't say, Be patient, everything will pass. Because in this world, some things will never pass. When Eric said this, his facial features began to distort. When I was at the lowest point in my life, I met you and Hank. You persuaded me to join the organization, wash away the previous bloodshed, and we could use a peaceful way to let mutants rise. But look at what I got. Charles. Magneto put his hands on the armrests of Charles' wheelchair, and his face was so close to Charles. His roar was like the roar of a dragon, as if he wanted to eat Professor Charles alive. My wife and children are all dead. All dead. From then on, I understood. My situation has not changed with the passage of time and the growth of my abilities. I am still the little boy who was driven out of the park, driven out of school, and finally put into a concentration camp. And the government today is no different from the government back then. Charles, your seemingly peaceful advocacy is just like my mother's. You use another way to say to those mutant children, be patient, everything will pass. But Charles, some things are unacceptable. For various reasons, the lives of mutants seem to be acceptable now, but Charles. This is just boiling a frog in warm water, just like I was put into a concentration camp step by step. If we had resisted from the beginning, perhaps my parents would not have died in the concentration camp. And that kind of forbearance, that kind of concession is what is really deadly. Eric looked straight into Charles' eyes and looked at him with a firm look. When mutants get used to the current life and continue to endure the increasing interference and control of human society, when everything has begun, everything will be over for us. So I have been thinking about this problem for the past few years. Eric suddenly said something that surprised Charles. I understand that violence cannot solve problems, Charles. The professor felt that he had received a huge shock today. Eric had done so many things, but he still said that violence cannot solve problems. Then why did he use violence? Fortunately, Eric's next sentence answered the question. Violence cannot solve problems, only revolution can. My real name is Marx. There is also a philosopher with this name in my hometown. The ideas he founded, the communist ideas, once ignited the flames of revolution in Eastern Europe and Asia. Eric calmly narrated his thoughts. The revolutionary in the East once said something, and I agree with it, where there is oppression, there is resistance. The more intense the oppression, the stronger the resistance. Eric finally began to tell his thoughts on the whole thing. Boiling a frog in warm water is a slow death for mutants. When we want to resist, we are powerless. In this case, why don't we push all mutants to the brink of life and death in one go? Only in this way can we unite our comrades and strength. Magneto's idea seemed very crazy, and Charles was shocked by Eric's idea and couldn't speak. So many years ago, I was thinking about how to do this. During the days when I formed the X-Men with you, I learned a lot from those officials of the US government, those dirty and despicable political skills. Magneto said this with a smile on his face. So I thought of the current method. Since the human government can design the X-weapon plan against mutants, why can't I design an anti-X plan? Use drugs to control the X gene in the mutants' bodies and make them recessive. As long as they don't use their mutant abilities, they won't be exposed. We can organize companies, elect politicians, and promote new bills. The implementation of those cruel and tyrannical bills will surely make all mutants realize how illusory their current lives are. Only in this way can they give up their hypocritical fantasies and come together with me. And Macaulay's death is a very good inducement. I am very grateful to Congressman Macaulay for his sacrifice for our great cause. Charles was silent for a long time, and finally spoke at this moment. His voice was hoarse and weak. Do you understand how many mutants will die? Great causes require noble sacrifices, Charles. Magneto didn't care. So, in fact, the Master of Illusion and Stryker are also fake, right? It's a trap to lure me. Charles felt deeply powerless at this moment. Yes, Jason is an important force. I rescued him a long time ago. Including Paul, I found him before he lost control. Because of the mutant out-of-control incident, you began to look for those out-of-control mutants. The reappearance of the X-Men gave me an opportunity. Do you really think that Paul's mutant ability is simply out of control? Magneto had a victorious smile on his face. I guess your students, the new generation of X-Men, have razed Stryker's secret base to the ground. But this is a good job, because I also hate the X-weapon program. Think about Charles. When Stryker went to Washington to try to persuade congressmen to pass the bill, his base was destroyed by a group of mutants. Guess what he would do? And your students killed a city councilor, and your teacher destroyed a base of the US military. What position will your school be in? Magneto said in a tone that could not be refused. As an Eastern proverb goes, history's a mighty torrent, Those who follow it prosper, and those who go against it perish. Now the wheel of history has begun to turn. You have always been indecisive and unable to distinguish right from wrong. This time, as your old friend, I made a decision for you, Charles. Let us join hands this time for the mutants. Chapter 367, Disbandment of Xavier School for Gifted People. Yes, the beginning of all this was a scheme set by Magneto Eric. Ever since the mutants went out of control. After Lee G began to persuade Professor X to restart the X-Men, Magneto seized the opportunity. From the moment Paul was found, it was Eric's plan. He knew where the professor's weakness was, and he also knew what Stryker's plan was. Just as Magneto himself said, great causes require sacrifices, and boiling frogs in warm water is just a slow way for mutants to wait for death. He needs to unify the power of all mutants. He needs to force all mutants to choose their side at a time. Either kneel down and wait for death, or take up arms to resist. Life and death are up to God. So he designed such a scheme, a complex and precise calculation. He knows the professor's character, Stryker's character, and is more aware of the morals of those congressmen in Congress. He needs to force these people to make a choice quickly behind the scenes. He used Paul to lure Dakin to kill Senator Macaulay, a hidden chess piece he had laid many years ago. He is obviously a mutant, but he disguises himself as a radical anti-mutant. His death will definitely cause the high-ranking officials in the government to suffer. Paul and Dakin killed someone, and they must not be able to hide it from the mutant teachers in the academy. After all, they are still too young, and there are too many teachers in the academy who can see through their murders. Professor X will definitely investigate why these two children killed people, and Paul is the most suspicious at this time. According to Professor X's usual practice, he will definitely investigate Paul. The illusion seeds planted by the Master of Illusion in Paul's heart will definitely be discovered by the professor. What the professor doesn't know here is that the Master of Illusion Jason has actually been rescued by Magneto. And in order to implement his plan, Mystique has been pretending to be Jason and imprisoned in the original prison. So Stryker didn't realize that his son had actually been replaced. The Master of Illusion was Professor X's former student, and the professor knew very well that the Master of Illusion's final destination was taken away by Stryker. And the professor will definitely put the object of suspicion on Stryker. Because according to normal inference, General Stryker, who is also a radical mutant, is likely to use the power of the Master of Shapeshifters to control Paul and make him kill people. Then he revealed that it was done by mutants, and finally promoted a new mutant management bill when Congress was in an uproar. It can be said that the professor's entire analysis was correct, and he sent the X-Men to attack Stryker's lair as soon as he learned the news. This was done to avoid Stryker's next plan. But this time everyone was fooled. Whether it was the X-Men or Stryker, or the US military and Congress. At this moment, they all became pawns in Eric's hands. He used a clever way to sow discord quietly. He sacrificed a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Macaulay, but successfully destroyed Stryker's base, and Magneto himself did not fire a single shot. At the same time, Stryker, who originally just wanted to use this incident to appropriately test Congress and moderately strengthen the control of mutants, would what happen after he learned that his base was destroyed? Magneto's clever strategy this time killed many birds with one stone. It is very likely that Stryker will be furious and use all means to promote the passage of the Mutant Management Bill. The most important point is that the professor who originally represented the moderate faction among mutants played the role of an executioner in this incident. The congressman was killed by his students, and the base was destroyed by his teacher. If the officials in the government still believe that he is a moderate and a mutant leader who can talk at this time, then it is a ghost. I am afraid that after knowing all this, all government officials will label Charles as a terrorist. They think he is a mutant radical who is more terrible than Magneto. Because Magneto's radicalism is open, while Charles' radicalism is more forbearing. This makes people more scared. Why did you do this? Charles looked at Magneto, with uncontrollable sadness in his eyes. Because of you, Charles. Eric stood, looking down at Professor X in a wheelchair. I said I need to unify the power of all mutants. Only when we are at the critical moment of life and death, can our race unite and figure out what is good for them and what is not. But because of your existence, the existence of your school, it is really too much of a hindrance. Because you always instill those toxic ideas into those mutant children like my mother. Eric criticized Charles mercilessly. You always make them feel that as long as they are patient and kind, they can get through everything. You will disintegrate the combat effectiveness of mutants. Your thoughts, your school. So you must choose a suitable side. But you have always stood in the wrong direction, and this time I helped you choose. Charles, do you know what you will face from now on? Magneto. Eric turned 360 degrees and looked around the entire academy. From now on, the existence of your school will begin the countdown. This place should not be a haven of refuge, at least not now, not at this time. Now you have only two choices, either work with me, or stay here and watch your school and the children you care about, all arrested and slaughtered by the human government. Magneto's tone was unusually calm. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with him using the lives of hundreds of mutant children as bargaining chips. Great causes require sacrifices. Perhaps this sentence has penetrated into his bones. You can't do this, you shouldn't do this, Eric. Professor Charles' lips trembled slightly, and he whispered. At this moment, he seemed so desperate. It seemed that in an instant, he had aged 20 years. His soul, his strength, all his pillars. In the instant just now, Magneto instantly drained them. There was no warmth, cruel blood dripping, and Charles could even smell the strong smell of blood. Magneto just looked at him quietly, and Magneto was not anxious for the professor's answer. And at this moment, there was a light bang, accompanied by a thin blue smoke. The mutant named Blue Devil has brought Paul out. Paul seemed very excited when he saw Magneto, and he didn't even notice the professor beside him. The professor felt heartbroken when he saw this scene. He asked himself, is everything he did wrong? Magneto looked at the professor's dazed look and smiled inadvertently. He knew his old friend too well. His evaluation of the professor might be partly correct, indecisive. Charles, make a decision quickly. You don't have much time. And I'm leaving now. If you are ready to join us, come to me. You know how to find me. Charles looked at Magneto and wanted to do something immediately and subconsciously. But Eric obviously knew what his friend would do. So he spoke directly. Don't think about doing anything, Charles. You know you can't control me. Eric patted his helmet. You have sent all the high-end combat forces to attack Stryker's base. Do you expect those immature mutant children to fight me? I don't care about blood, but I don't want to massacre mutant children. Charles couldn't help but roared after hearing this. What you are doing now is no different from massacring them. Eric looked at Charles with a pitiful look. At least they still have a choice now. Bang! A light sound and a puff of blue smoke. Only Charles was left there in a trance. He lost, and this time he lost miserably. New York Metropolitan Hospital, when Lee G drove here in a glider. There was a fire in the morgue of this hospital. It is hard to say whether it was an accident or man-made. Is there really someone who wants to cover up or destroy something? Where is the body of Congressman Macaulay? Lee G grabbed the policeman who was holding a fire extinguisher and trying to control the fire and asked, Nightwalker? Oh. The body of the congressman is in Cabinet B number 51. The police officer seemed to have received a notice from George Stacy. He knew that Nightcrawler would come here. So he told Lee G what he knew without any hesitation. The fire in the morgue was so big that ordinary police officers could not rush into the fire. The fire extinguisher only controlled the fire from spreading outward. The fire truck would arrive in 1.5 minutes. Even if the fire brigade arrived at the scene and could quickly control the fire, Macaulay's body would probably be completely destroyed. Lee G had almost no hesitation. He took a deep breath. He installed a mechanical arm for himself, and then rushed into the fire resolutely. No matter who was behind this and what he wanted to do, Lee G did not expect the other party to succeed. Because he had just gained a little advantage, various twists and turns occurred one after another. He had finally suppressed the matter about mutants, but now someone was courting death. The world has not been quiet for a few days, and the smell of sulfur can still be smelled in the air in Eastern Europe. Now someone wants to provoke a bigger conflict where he lives. Lee G can never tolerate this. No matter if it's Thor who got fat and affected the plan, or the mastermind behind this incident. Lee G wanted to dig them out and give them a good beating. I have been working hard to do so many things, can you please be quiet for a while? Spider-Man and George arrived a minute later. They had learned from the police that Nightcrawler rushed into the fire. Peter was very worried and wanted to rush into the fire. Lee G broke out of the fire, holding a group of bodies that were not completely destroyed in his steel armor. At least Congressman Macaulay's body was still half left. When the Blackbird fighter slowly landed at the Mutant Academy. When the plane door opened, Scott and his team saw a professor who looked very tired. "Professor, we just met Mystique at Stryker's base. I think we may have been tricked." Scott wanted to tell everything he saw and heard in the base. But Professor Charles shook his hand tiredly, indicating that Scott didn't need to waste his saliva. "Don't say anything, Scott. Magneto was here just now. He told me everything." The appearance of this name made all the X-Men in the plane feel suffocated. "Professor, what is he doing here?" Scott had already realized that something was wrong. But he didn't know how bad things were until Charles spoke. "It doesn't matter what it is. What you have to do now is to delete all the information of all the students overnight. No information or traces about the students can be left." Charles' words shocked all the X-Men. Why? This is what all the X-Men wanted to know. Because it's time to close this school. Chapter 368 Another Path. The fire in the morgue of Metropolitan Hospital broke out suddenly. Even after the fire department came and repeatedly inspected the scene, they could not find any suspicious factors. In the end, they could only infer that the aging of the hospital's electrical wires caused a short circuit and then caused the fire. Although the fire department has given a seemingly reasonable explanation. But Luigi always believes that there is a problem. And Peter and George also agree with this point of view. Something is wrong, very wrong. Luigi held a simple meeting with George and Peter. Congressman McCallie was killed. It is very likely that mutants did it. And now Congressman McCallie himself is a mutant. Then there is a fire in the morgue again. It seems that someone wants to create an accident. Artificial destruction of evidence. And this evidence is very likely to be the body of Congressman McCallie. Luigi glanced at the fire that had been extinguished. This can't be as simple as aging of the circuit. If it is true, it is too coincidental. But, if someone really wants to cover up something, then what is their real intention to conceal? Although George Stacy agreed with Luigi's point of view, he couldn't guess what the answer to the mystery was. Now Luigi looked at the time, it was almost dawn. He decided to go to the mutant school to find Professor Charles early tomorrow morning. After all, he was the leader of a group of mutants. Maybe he knew something. "Chief George, I think the body of Congressman McCallie will be an important piece of evidence. And from the current clues, the criminal is likely to be a mutant. This series of events cannot be an accident. So I think it's best for me to keep this body for the time being, and I'm afraid I need your coordination with the police. This evidence can't be destroyed again." Luigi looked at George and said seriously. George Stacy is not a very pedantic person, which can be seen from the fact that he immediately turns on the spider lamp when he encounters a crime that may be committed by a mutant. So after thinking about the pros and cons of this, George nodded. "Okay, Nightwalker. But you need to keep it well, this is an important piece of evidence in the whole case." Luigi nodded, indicating that he understood the importance of this matter. Looking at the charred body in the body bag in his hand, Luigi always felt a little uneasy. It seemed that something important was about to happen. When Luigi rushed to the mutant school with questions in the morning of the next day, he saw an unusually busy scene. All the mutant teachers were running around in the academy, carrying various materials and documents, going in and out. Blink, who had the ability to shuttle, was so busy that he was sweating profusely, and had no time to rest. Even when Luigi came, the mutant teachers didn't notice it. Until Luigi caught an old acquaintance, Storm. He asked, "What's going on? Are you moving?" Luigi noticed that all the mutant teachers were moving things out. Some were moving them to the Blackbird fighter. Some were moved by Blink, and it was unknown where they were moved. Storm, who had always been at odds with Luigi, rarely mocked Luigi this time, or said something unpleasant. "Yes, moving, maybe I will never come back in the future." There was an indelible sadness in Storm's tone. Luigi noticed this. "What is going on?" "I just came from the villa where Senator McCallie died yesterday." "You are leaving today? Is his death really related to you?" This is what Luigi fears the most. If McCallie was indeed killed by mutants, especially by mutants under Charles, then this incident will be a big deal. Storm looked like she wanted to talk back to Luigi. But in the end she held back. "Go ask the professor, he will tell you everything. Thank you for your support for mutants and us for so long." After that, Storm shook her head and left here with a huge box, ignoring Luigi. All kinds of bad ideas kept emerging in Luigi's mind until he walked into Charles' office. He looked at Charles in front of him with an unbelievable look. Professor X now looked so haggard and powerless. Like a truly old man in his twilight years, not a leader of mutants. "You're leaving, Professor? What's going on, Professor? And was it your people who killed Senator Macaulay?" Luigi felt the urgency of time, so he went straight to the point without any politeness. The professor, who had always been humble and polite to others, and always showed his gentlemanly demeanor, seemed a little decadent at this time. He looked up at Luigi and said, "It doesn't matter, Nightwalker. It doesn't matter who killed him. This school can no longer be saved. This will no longer be a harbor for mutants. All of us should leave." Charles's indifferent attitude instantly angered Luigi. "Let you go XXXX. Charles, I just risked my life to rescue Senator Macaulay's body from the fire yesterday, just because I was afraid of some unpredictable risks, and now you tell me that everything is not important." Bang bang. Luigi punched the professor's desk with 2 fists, and Luigi was quite angry at his lack of resistance. Charles' throat moved, and he finally said slowly, "It was Magneto. Everything was his plan. He knew where my weakness was, and everything was calculated by him. I lost, and lost miserably." The professor slowly told Luigi everything that happened last night. Luigi was more and more surprised as he listened. Magneto's routine this time was too deep. It can be said that the professor's original speculation and approach were not wrong. But it was precisely because he knew Professor Charles's character too well that Magneto could always think of what Charles would do next. So he set up a whole series of traps and trapped Charles. The price Charles paid for being fooled was also very direct. He was used as a gun by Magneto. And now, if everything is exposed, then the school will definitely not be able to be saved, and the most important thing is the mutant children in the school. This is what Charles values most, and they are likely to become innocent victims of this incident. Bang! There was another sound of a fist hitting the desk. Luigi seemed very annoyed after listening to Magneto's plan. Can't he just live a few days of peace and quiet? Why do you villains always jump out to make trouble? Ah! How nice it would be if everyone could happily eat hot pot and sing songs. What kind of mutant revolution? What kind of mutant idea? You are making trouble, Eric. Luigi was very annoyed about this. This is simply stupid. How many ordinary mutants will be implicated in Magneto's plan? How many ordinary people will die? He is not just a general who sacrifices thousands of lives to achieve success. He's going to establish his own regime by stepping on the corpses of humans. Professor Charles also agreed with Luigi's statement. He doesn't care anymore. What he wants to do is to integrate the entire mutant force. And I am a thorn in his side. After this incident, I am afraid that the mutant moderates will not exist. Charles said with some disappointment. Don't be discouraged, Professor. At least there is still hope. Maybe things won't get that bad. At least Senator Macaulay's body is still there, and we still have evidence. Luigi comforted. Even if there's evidence, it's useless, because I did send people to destroy Stryker's base. Do you think the government people will still believe my words? Charles shook his head. Huh? Luigi exhaled a foul breath. Okay, Professor, I was going to tell you about this later. But now that it has developed to this point, I'm afraid I can only tell you first. But before that, you'd better isolate this room. I don't want anyone to hear our next conversation. Luigi said to Charles in an unprecedented serious tone. Charles was a little confused. Is there still a chance of turning things around? But he still isolated the room as Luigi asked, using a supernatural power. The government may not believe your words, but we may have other ways. But this requires your help, and you may need to do something for mutants and ordinary people. For our plan. I don't mind using my power as long as it is used in the right place. So what is the plan you are talking about? An organization. What organization? The Illuminati. From the early morning, the children in the mutant school were woken up one by one. Then the teachers asked them to wait in the common room. All the mutant children didn't know what was going on. They dressed up as required by the teachers. Some younger children were very excited. They thought this was a special class. Maybe a teacher used his ability to travel through time to send them to the other side of the earth to visit scenic spots. The older children saw clues from the uneasy faces of the teachers. Katie was one of them. She had a feeling of uneasiness and always felt that something was going to happen in the school. And what happened afterwards really went in the bad direction she expected, or even worse than she expected. The school began to dismiss students. This was undoubtedly the worst news for many mutant children. The so-called bad news that was struck by thunder and lightning was just like this. If mutant children accidentally revealed their mutant abilities in schools outside, they would be more or less excluded. Because they are different. And even worse, they would be discriminated against in various ways, such as Katie. Her ability was harmless, but she still lost her job as a part-time worker in a coffee shop. Many children began to cry and they didn't want to go back. Because some children were not liked by their parents, only here, in the mutant school, could they find the warmth of family. Many children cried loudly, even many senior students had tears in their eyes. But this time the teachers were ruthless and did not explain anything to them. They just began to escort all the children home. The first to be sent away were the younger children, who were the most violent, and they were still young and lacked the ability to protect themselves. If the worst happened and the school was attacked, they would be the most dangerous. After the overnight transportation and dismissal, the campus, which originally had hundreds of students and was very lively every day, seemed empty at this moment. There were a lot of waste papers scattered on the floor of the corridor, and only more than 30 senior students were left in the public room. The teachers arranged them to be the last batch to be dismissed. Little Naughty, who was 1 grade higher than Katie, was crying constantly. She kept whispering, "What happened? What happened?" No one could answer her answer. Iceman Bob just patted Little Naughty's back weakly, hoping to give her some encouragement and comfort. But in fact, he himself was extremely confused. Katie felt empty inside. This place was her second home to her. The classmates here were her brothers and sisters. The half year she spent here was the happiest time of her life. She hoped that this kind of life could last forever, not like now. Dispersed in a hurry. The door of the common room was locked from the outside by the teachers. They did not expect the students to leave now. Because the whole college was very busy now. For Katie, it made no difference whether the door was locked or not. She could just pass through the wall, and just when she was about to do so, Iceman said, "Katie, what do you want to do?" Katie left without looking back. "At least I want to know what happened here. This is my home." When Luigi came out of the professor's office, he sent a message to Iron Man almost without pause. The establishment of the organization should be advanced. Don't worry about the aliens first. Get a safe place on Earth first. We should have a meeting first. Nightwalker. Katie found Luigi just when Luigi sent a message to Tony. Katie knew about Nightwalker, and many students in the school knew about it too. He's the superhero with the best relationship with mutants. Nightwalker, we are going to be dismissed. What happened in the school? The teachers didn't tell us. Do you know what happened? Katie asked Luigi a lot of questions. Luigi scratched his head. In any case, even if his later ideas were officially implemented and successful, this mutant school would definitely not be saved. Because Charles did send people to attack the military base. However, Luigi still had doubts about Charles's concealment of everything and not telling his students. It's okay for lower grade students, but upper grade students already have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. They will eventually go out into society and face the truth of this cruel world. Sometimes it's better to give them vaccinations in advance than for them to learn from the bloody reality. Especially since he has a good relationship with Katie, he didn't think much about it and quickly told Katie everything that happened yesterday. So, from now on, you have to learn to hide yourself. Before the whole thing calms down, the situation of mutants may become increasingly difficult. You have to learn to be strong. Luigi patted Katie on the shoulder. As a Nightwalker, he is not Jason Lee, and Katie is not familiar with his identity. So after saying these words, he drove the glider away from the mutant school without much lingering. But Katie whispered silently in her heart, how could this happen? She returned to the common room in a daze and looked at those classmates. Those sad faces. Katie felt that this was not the life she wanted. Shouldn't everyone be happily in class or playing on the lawn at this time? Or naughty children will go to harass Colossus or Hank. Or there are a few mischievous children who use their superpowers to bring some harmless jokes to everyone. Where did all the once cheerful laughter go? What is all this for? In human society, in fact, many times, women are stronger than men. They know how to be patient, but once they want to fight back, they can burst out with great power. At this moment, Katie suddenly felt that she should do something. Maybe it was because of what one of her friends, Jason Lee, once said, we are born ordinary, and now we have the power to make a little contribution to the world, maybe just a small step, but the important thing is not how much change we can make, but that we did it. This is the original intention of Lee Ji to establish Marvel, and he never hides his persistence in certain ideas. At this moment, Katie felt that she should do something. In order to keep the smile of this school going, she should do something. Maybe it will take a long time, maybe it will take a lot of roads. There may be many difficulties, but she should do something. In order to protect something important. Thinking of this, Katie resolutely looked at the remaining 30 or so classmates in the common room. These are senior students. They are like herself, we all have extraordinary abilities. I still have partners, don't I? Different from Magneto, different from Professor X. We are the future of mutants. And we will take another path. Chapter 369 Our Future. Of course, Katie's thoughts became stronger and stronger, and the vague outline continued to perfect in her mind. She walked to the center of the common room and stood in front of all the students. She felt that she needed to say something and do something. Although she seemed a little immature and stuttered when she spoke to so many people at first, everyone, listen to me. She patted her cheeks to make her stiff tongue flexibly say the words she wanted, please listen to me. The students who were originally in the common room involuntarily cast their eyes towards the place where the sound came from. The direction where Katie was. There are not many students in the mutant school. When the number is the largest, there are only more than 500 students. When the number is small, there are only more than 300 students. Among them, the number of senior students is the smallest. Therefore, many senior students know each other, even if they are not on the same class. So everyone knows Katie. Because she is the girl who loves to laugh the most in the school, and she is very beautiful and likes to draw. In fact, in addition to Dakin, there are many other male students who have a crush on her. Everyone looked at Katie, wondering what she wanted to do. But at least she broke the gloomy atmosphere just now. Everyone at least shifted their attention and stopped being sad alone. Breathe, breathe. Katie reminded herself deep in her heart. She needed a deep breath to relieve her nervousness. It was the first time for her to give a speech in front of so many people, and at the same time, she had that absurd and naive idea deep in her heart. She didn't know if what she said was right, but she felt that she needed to try. Even if she didn't succeed, at least she wouldn't regret it after trying. I know why the school is in such a bad situation now. Katie's words shocked all the students. They all wanted to know why the current situation was caused. Katie suppressed her nervousness and excitement, and tried to speak the news she had just received from Nightwalker in a calm tone. It's all because of Magneto. Although Katie's narration was in-depth, she told her classmates everything that Nightwalker told her. When they heard that the whole thing was a trap set by Magneto, someone finally couldn't sit still. How could he do this? He framed the professor and made us lose the school. Our classmates, our friends. And I will be homeless. Little Naughty was so excited that she couldn't help herself. She is a mutant with the ability to absorb, and her ability is very dangerous. Because she can absorb and release the vitality of others, and recently her ability has begun to mutate in a more bizarre direction under the guidance of the school. She seems to be able to absorb the mutant's ability and release it. Little Naughty's dangerousness makes her almost unrecognized in human society. Even in the mutant school, she has to wear special gloves to avoid inadvertent skin contact with others. But even so, the mutant school is still her favorite place. Because the teachers here are not afraid of her, nor do they discriminate against her. They told Little Naughty that this is not a disease, but just a mutant ability. All Little Naughty needs to do is to learn how to control it and not let this ability hurt others. In addition to Little Naughty, all the students present are no exception to the love for the school. The older the students are, the more they understand what this school means to them. Because they are old enough and smart enough. Know how to distinguish right from wrong. The condemnation of Magneto began among the students. Everyone hated Magneto. Because he destroyed everyone's originally peaceful life. Some students even said that they would not leave the school. They wanted to stay and fight side by side with the teacher. Fight Magneto to the end. And this idea was quickly recognized by other students. In an instant, this group of indignant young people seemed to form an alliance. They knew how strong their abilities were. The school taught them how to use their power. They believed that they could accomplish great things. Quiet. Quiet. Katie looked at the fanatical state of the scene and shouted twice, "You all sit down. Listen to me." At this moment, Katie seemed to be possessed by the Valkyrie, and suddenly became very imposing and shouted at all the students. "These methods of yours are of no help at all. Now that things have developed to this point, even if you kill Magneto, Can the school be restored? This sentence instantly poured a basin of cold water on everyone. Yes, even if Magneto is dead, he has successfully provoked the hatred of the human government against mutants. What follows is a situation of life and death. The school cannot be saved. The peaceful life will never come back. After thinking through these things, several girls in the class have already cried. What can we do? Watching Magneto do this, watching all the hard work of the professor being destroyed. It was the professor who built a home for us, a home that belongs to us. We must do something. Iceman Bob felt that he could do something. He is an alpha-level mutant, especially after he went to the North Pole with Nightcrawler and others last time. His ability has increased even more. Katie looked at the somewhat excited Iceman and said, "You are right, Bob. The professor has built a home for us and provided us with a protective umbrella. But I have not realized one thing until today, or we all have not realized one thing." Katie looked around at all the students present. She was now speaking more and more fluently and her thoughts were becoming clearer. The man who provided us mutants with a protective umbrella is already old. We have been growing and learning under his care. He protected us like a giant pillar supporting the heaven and earth. These things have made us forget this. The professor is already an 80-year-old man. Katie said this softly, and the whole scene was silent. Professor X, Charles Xavier, was born around the time of World War II, and now that World War II has ended for 72 years, this gentleman who looks energetic is already an old man. It is only because of his spirit and his ability that he does not look as old as his age. My grandfather had been retired for 20 years when he was the professor's age. He just went to the park to play chess with others every day, and occasionally cooked for me and my parents. Katie's words hit the heart. But Professor Charles is already this age, but he is still busy every day. He has devoted his life's energy to the cause of mutants, and he has devoted his life's energy to me and everyone present, mutant children like us. No matter how long an umbrella supports, there will always be a day when it decays. The professor is old. When Katie said that the professor was old, the whole audience was silent. This is something that none of the students present had thought of. Perhaps it is also something they never dared to think about in their hearts. Because of the X gene fusion of mutants, the mutants with higher fusion completion, such as Alpha and Beta, will have their lives extended to a certain extent. But this cannot change the fact that the professor is indeed old. Katie looked at the quiet students and continued, "The professor has done enough for us. He should take a rest. Just like my grandfather, he worked hard all his life. I hope that the professor will not spend his days struggling every day. He should be like a normal person, have time to play chess with others, or play his favorite games. Maybe he can go to a senior citizen party and find a suitable life partner." Katie's last sentence caused everyone to laugh. She interpreted Professor X in another way from her unique female perspective. Perhaps in the eyes of this gentle and strong girl, Professor X is not a superhero, but just a kind old man. Katie continued with a smile on her face, "The professor is old, and Magneto is old too. Magneto's ideas are out of date. He is even older than the professor. To put it bluntly, he has one foot in the coffin. Why should a dying person interfere with the lives of us living people?" Katie waved her fist vigorously. Maybe neither the professor nor Magneto really realized that their time has passed. Katie's idea overturned the ideas in many students' hearts at this moment. They exchanged glances and found that the others' eyes were full of disbelief, just like their own. And we are the future of mutants. We are younger and have more time. Only we can choose what path we should take. The future of mutants should be chosen by young people, not too old people. Because they may not understand what kind of life we want. Katie's speech became more and more fluent, and she wanted to pour out her thoughts. "So what do you want, Katie?" Bob looked at Katie, his eyes full of disbelief. The little rascal beside him looked at Katie with eyes full of recognition and even admiration. It may be an immature idea, and it may be a bit absurd. I'm not sure if it can be implemented, but I want to give it a try. Katie hesitated, but she still said it. "I think we should establish a country. A real mutant country. It's not a radical idea that mutants rule ordinary people, or ordinary people rule mutants. What we need is actually a platform for equal dialogue, where we can talk to governments of all countries on an equal footing." Katie's eyes were full of hope. Only when we stand on the same level as them will they be willing to listen to what we say. We welcome mutants to immigrate to this country, and those mutants who are discriminated against in human society will have a place to go. In my opinion, This will be an enlarged version of Xavier's School for Gifted People, and we will enlarge it into country. We should love peace, but we are not afraid of war. We should not take the initiative to cause trouble, but we should not be afraid of trouble when it comes. If the Jews can establish Israel, then why can't mutants establish their own New Eden? My ideas are still very immature, and I don't even know how to set up a political system. But I am willing to try, and I hope to contact those partners outside. Those peaceful and neutral mutants. I think they may be convinced by my ideas. Katie smiled shyly when she said this. She was not sure if she was really sure of this. Of course, there is a great possibility that my plan will fail. But I want to give it a try. At least I won't regret it after doing so. And now I want to ask everyone here, who shares the same ideals as me. Let us use the voices of young mutants to express our own attitude towards the future. This time, the future of mutants should not be decided by a few people. Katie said this firmly, and slowly raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist in the air. The students in the audience exchanged glances with each other, and slowly the first fist was raised, followed by the second, the third, and more students began to raise their hands in the air. Little Naughty raised his fist, and Iceman Bob raised his fist. Then all the students present raised their fists. This time, all those who raised their fists were companions. Katie had tears in her eyes, and she tried hard not to let her tears fall. Her voice trembled. Our future should be decided by ourselves. At this moment today, perhaps Magneto did not expect it, Professor X did not expect it, and Lee G did not expect it. Katie interpreted the development direction of mutants with her own female perspective and unique charm. And this sentence, our future will be decided by ourselves. It will be spread to every corner of the world from now on. Chapter 370, The Immortal City and the Brotherhood of the Shield. In this world, the differences between men and women are often not only in their physiological structures. In fact, women's way of thinking is very different from men's, even though many men don't understand it. For example, Magneto and Professor X, they set out to improve the living environment of mutants. Professor X hopes to change the world with time and a peaceful evolution model. But Magneto hopes to rely on a revolution, a thorough revolution. After completely separating ordinary people from mutants and forming racial opposition, he unified the power of mutants to carry out an armed revolution. He wanted to achieve success in one battle. The two leaders of different factions of mutants are like the front and back of a coin. They have the same wishes, but they do completely different things. But there is one thing in common, that is, their goals are too big and too grand. They set their sights on the living environment of mutants all over the world from the beginning. They don't simply want to solve the problems of one city or one place, but directly set off a frenzy all over the world. What they want is to be based in the United States and then spread their influence to the world in an instant. From a certain perspective, this idea is not wrong. After all, as one of the world's poles, many people will follow the United States' every move. They all hope that their plans will solve the global mutant problem at one time after they succeed. This idea is great. This may be their male genes, or the pride hidden deep in their hearts telling them that they should do this. His goal is ambitious but very difficult to implement. Whether it is Charles' plan or Magneto's plan, it will take a long time, and there are countless twists and turns that may occur in the whole plan. Men, especially men with extraordinary abilities like Magneto and Professor X, always set their goals very high and magnificent. As a woman, Katie has a completely different perspective and way of thinking from these men. She has no intention of starting any revolution, whether it is an armed revolution or a peaceful evolution. These things are not her demands. She does not put herself in any high position, and does not think that anyone can decide the future of mutants alone. All this is just an arbitrary and selfish approach in her eyes. All Katie expects is to create a home, which is the biggest difference between her and Magneto and Professor X. She does not have such great ambitions, nor does she fantasize that she can change the entire mutant world. As a woman, she has a natural tolerance and gentleness. Xavier School for Gifted People is a harbor that protects her, but now this harbor has been completely destroyed. So in Katie's simple idea, she hopes to rebuild her harbor, a larger, safer and warmer harbor. A home for mutants. Confrontation and violence, evolution and revolution, these things are not what Katie cares about. Just like her oath just now, all she wants is a place for other discriminated mutants to go. In this respect, Katie seems more pragmatic. It is precisely because of this pragmatic attitude and her personal charm. All the students present at this moment firmly became her followers. Not following Magneto or Professor X, but just following her, Katie Darrip. For most people, they don't have lofty ideas to change the whole world. They dare not expect themselves to do so, because most people are mortals. Even if they have some superpowers, they can't expect everyone to be a superhero. That's why Katie's declaration is so recognized. At this time, Iceman Bob suddenly thought that maybe there was someone who could help Katie's plan, because this was about building a country. "Katie, I think someone I know can help us," Bob said. "Who?" Katie asked impatiently. "A super rich man living in Brazil. He used to be a student here. His name is Roberto Skeeta. Of course, if you think this name is a bit difficult to pronounce, you can call him by his nickname, Sunspot." Bob said this name with a smile on his face. Maybe with his help, Katie's plan will be smoother. Because of Magneto's plan, many things have changed. Originally, the Illuminati's plan should have been revealed when the organizational structure was more perfect. But now it is necessary to advance the plan. So the saying that plans cannot keep up with changes is very reasonable. On the night after talking to Tony had already replied, saying that he knew there was an absolutely confidential place that would not be explored by any government as a temporary secret base. But he also said that the place was a little far from New York. However, Lee G said that it would be better to stay away from New York, so that it would be safer. When Lee G rushed to the meeting point, Tony asked, Professor Charles and Hank had already arrived there. Before Tony arrived, Lee G was surprised that Captain Rogers also came. Tony said he had some crazy ideas and hoped that I could participate. To be honest, I never thought that he would invite me to participate in any of his plans. I thought he didn't like me. Captain Rogers said so when he saw Lee G. Although Captain Rogers was one of the candidates in the Illuminati organization from the beginning, Lee G didn't expect Tony to take the initiative to invite the captain. He knew that the two of them had never gotten along well. He thought he had to speak up about this matter. But it's good this way. Because of the fluctuations in mutants caused by Magneto, Lee G felt that they needed more official people. And Captain Rogers was one of the few people in the official organization who could be trusted. Professor, have all the students been evacuated? Lee G was more concerned about the children in the mutant school. After all, they were the most innocent in this incident. Professor Charles nodded. Everyone has been evacuated, and all the information about the students in the school has been deleted. There will be no traces left that can be traced. Even if the government wants to track me down in the future, they can only issue a wanted warrant for me, and those children will not be involved. Hank still wore his black-framed glasses, and his eyes were a little sad. Max is too crazy. Although he came to inform us and gave us time to escape, the school can't be saved. I have completely sealed off the base under the entire school. Those teachers were also asked to hide first. Lee G could only shake his head helplessly. Magneto was too extreme this time. Captain Rogers, who didn't know much about the whole thing, shook his head helplessly after listening to the introduction of several people and understanding the whole story. This time, Magneto's instigation was too successful. The separation and opposition between the government and mutants is almost inevitable. Just as several people were exchanging information, Tony Stark finally came here. I thought you forgot about this party, Stark. Rogers said to Tony as he looked at him, complaining that he was not punctual. You know, as a super rich man, I always have a lot of things to do. Tony shrugged meaninglessly. Do you want to use this old warehouse of Stark Corporation as our future gathering place? This is not a good idea. Lee G looked around. The place where Tony asked everyone to gather was a warehouse set up by Stark Group in the suburbs of New York. However, this warehouse did not look like it was put into use at all. There was nothing inside. Except for a few pretentious guards standing at the door, it looked almost abandoned. Tony waved his hand. I said, the place we are going is a bit far. And this is just our gathering place. We need some transportation to get to where we are going. Okay, how far is it? Lee G asked curiously. About 6,800 kilometers. The place we are going to is Rome in Europe. Tony said with a smile on his face. Lee G, the professor, Hank and Captain Rogers were all a little confused when they heard this place. Wait. I just want you to choose a safer place. I don't mind if it's a little far, but Rome is too far. Lee G's voice was agreed by the other three. Tony stroked his beard, because I recently got some small clues from the relics left by my father. It seems that he deliberately left some things for me, and he has been waiting for me to open them. But I was never interested in the things he left behind. Until you told me about the equation of the new element he left behind. Tony pointed at Li Ji. Since then, I started to sort out my father's relics. I browsed through a lot of information about his relics. Some of them are quite amazing. And another part is quite interesting. He recorded many things in a writing style that only I can understand, and used many code words that only I understand. Those are the things he repeatedly taught me in my childhood. I found an interesting place, a place about the origin and secrets of SHIELD. And that place is in Rome. I think there may not be a more secret place on earth than there. Tony said with an expression of sharing his treasure. Li Ji could only follow his meaning and said, "Okay, our great genius, what is there?" Li Ji answered at the right time, satisfying Tony's vanity. He slowly said, a city called Immortality. At this point, Tony showed a mysterious smile on his face. Regarding the founders of this city, you will never guess who they are. Li Ji continued to cooperate and asked, who is it? Sometimes talking to Tony is like coaxing a child, and Li Ji feels inexplicably tired. Because except for him, no one else would cooperate with Tony Stark like this. Tony, whose vanity was satisfied again, said, an organization that has never been mentioned, an organization buried in the dust of history. But the great men in history that we know, those great inventors, scientists, mathematicians, astronomers, artists, and even mystics and prophetists. They were all members of that secret organization, and this organization is called Brotherhood of the Shield. I will explain in detail what the Brotherhood of the Shield is in the next chapter. Please don't worry. Chapter 371 The World Needs You. It is true that Tony Stark said that he prepared a means of transportation to Rome. An anti-gravity sports car is the means of transportation for this trip to Rome. Since the arc energy began to be used for civilian purposes, the anti-gravity sports car has been the next generation of transportation promoted by the Stark Group. This new car has been demonstrated at Tony's New Energy Launch Conference. This summer, this anti-gravity sports car will be sold simultaneously around the world. Because of the cool appearance and explosive performance of this sports car, the Stark Group has received orders like snowflakes. This car has achieved pre-sale sales of 50,000 units before it was launched. I am afraid that for a long time, this anti-gravity sports car will only be a toy for the rich. However, this does not mean that other traditional automobile companies can sit back and relax. Because of the emergence of new energy, among all related industries, the impact of the automobile industry is probably second only to energy. The era of reform of the traditional automobile industry is also coming. Li Ji also has such an anti-gravity sports car. That is because he facilitated the secret cooperation between the Stark Group and the Osborn Group, and Pepper gave him a gift. However, because this car is too eye-catching, Li Ji has always parked it in the garage and never drove it out. Only last time did Loki secretly take it out and drive it. Of course, as Iron Man Tony Stark, how could he use the same things as others? Those things that can be bought casually with money cannot reflect his taste. Don't forget that he is a world-class scientist. When a scientist has astronomical funds to squander, they often point out amazing technology trees, whether good or bad. For example, Tony's sports car can fly at a speed of Mach 7.5, and Li Ji didn't feel surprised at all. Tony is a speed demon, and everyone knows this. Even his iron armor is constantly being transformed, and constantly requires faster and faster speeds. Maybe for Tony, it is difficult to apply the speed of Mach 7.5 to the limited size of the iron armor. But it is not difficult for him to design and manufacture such an anti-gravity flying car. The straight line distance between Rome and New York is 6,883 kilometers. If you take an ordinary civil aviation, this journey will take more than 10 hours. But with the help of Tony's new means of transportation, Li Ji and his team arrived in Rome in less than an hour. When did you learn to make a cloaking device? During the flight, Hank was somewhat surprised that Tony's car had such complete performance that it even had a cloaking device. I learned it after I saw you dismantle my iron armor and assemble a cloaking device in hell last time. Tony said calmly, as if learning a high-tech invention after watching it once was not a big deal for him. Of course, I made some better improvements on that basis. What you made last time should be just a simplified version of the doctor. Maybe we should go to the laboratory to have a good chat about this idea when we have time. Beast Hank shook his head helplessly. Tony Stark was a genius in every aspect. Rome, This city has a pivotal position in the history of the Western world. It was once the capital of the Roman Empire and the political, cultural and economic center of the entire Europe. At the same time, countless Western civilization philosophers expressed their mind-blowing ideas here. For the Western world, all roads lead to Rome is not just a simple proverb. It also represents those civilizations that originated in the Mediterranean. Rome is the place where their thoughts and souls were born. Many of Rome's thoughts and ideologies also laid the foundation for the prototype of modern Western society. Rome is no longer as glorious as it once was. It has become a world-famous tourist city. But it is hard to imagine that deep underground in this modern city, there is another city. Another city called the Immortal City. It seems that this place is a bit unworthy of its name. It is called the Immortal City, but it looks like they have decayed. When Li Ji and others watched Tony activate a special switch and come to this city through a secret passage, they saw a scene of ruins. It can be seen that this underground city should have been very prosperous. It has well-designed streets and marble-paved walkways. Granite is precisely cut into the right size and used to shape the art walls in the square. There are also street lights and Baroque-style buildings on both sides. Even this underground city once had a complete ecosystem, because some broad-leaved trees were planted on both sides of the road. But all this prosperity seems to have passed away. The first to collapse should be the ecosystem. When the ecosystem cannot function properly, the broad-leaved trees and other vegetation lose their vitality first. Those buildings that should have been exquisite are also in tatters, and the marble-paved roads are bumpy. There were still large charred marks on the dome of this underground city. But surprisingly, even so, the power system of this city was still usable. When Tony replaced his new energy module for this city, many lights were still on. It looks like there was a war here. Li Ji looked around and said, "Yes, it seems that there was indeed a war in the Holy Shield Brotherhood. An internal disagreement split them into two factions. Then there was a fight, but my father's notes did not record this in detail. He seemed to stop here. All I know is that before 1955, the Holy Shield Brotherhood still existed in this world." Tony looked at the completely deserted Immortal City and sighed. "But what happened in 1955 and what happened afterwards? My father's notes did not mention it." "So your father is also a member of the Holy Shield Brotherhood?" Charles looked at Tony and asked. "Yes, it has always been. The Brotherhood of Shield adheres to the secret and ancient tradition. They keep everything they do, know and think secret. Secrecy is the basic rule of this organization. And I got the idea of establishing the Illuminati from this organization." "Tony, you just mentioned that SHIELD is related to the Brotherhood of SHIELD. As a member of SHIELD and the leader of the Avengers, Captain Charles was very interested in what Tony just mentioned. Yes, not only is it related to the Brotherhood of SHIELD, even your birth is closely related to this organization." Tony glanced at Captain Rogers and said slowly, "Super Soldier Serum, Infinite Serum and SHIELD, these seem to be the products of the military's Super Soldier program. But the actual result is not necessarily like this, Captain Rogers." Tony Stark seemed to have mastered a big secret. Many people think that Captain Rogers is the only one who succeeded in the Super Soldier program, so you are a special case. Everyone thinks that the Infinite Serum is a byproduct of the Super Soldier program and a product developed by the National Strategic Science Bureau. Tony smiled. "In fact, they are all wrong. The Super Soldier plan has never succeeded. The most successful example is the creation of the Red Skull. If the research and development is carried out according to the idea of the Super Soldier plan, then in addition to producing more Red Skulls, there will not be another Captain America." Li Ji was a little stunned when he heard this, and Captain Rogers seemed even more confused. "But didn't I succeed? This proves that Dr. Erkin's plan is still feasible." Tony shook his head. "His experiment has never been successful. The formula of the Super Soldier Serum was wrong from the beginning. And you, Captain Rogers? Everything about you is not the crystallization of military technology. It is the choice of the Brotherhood of SHIELD. They chose you to save the world at that time. Countless seemingly subtle coincidences have been repeatedly calculated. Some subtle changes in your Super Soldier Serum are not accidentally given by God. Accidents in the experiment are not that simple. The Brotherhood of SHIELD chose you as the savior of this world at that time. Don't you think that you were assisted by God back then? Just like the protagonist in the TV series, you can do everything. You can overcome all difficulties." What Tony said was surprising and even shocking. "Of course, I don't mean to belittle you, Captain. Because you were the only one who could do those things back then, so the Shield brothers chose you. They did help you a little in secret. Roger seemed a little puzzled. In fact, it was not just Rogers. Including Li Ji, the professor and Hank, they are still confused until now. Because what kind of organization is the Shield Brotherhood? So what exactly is this Shield Brotherhood you are talking about? Li Ji asked the most important question. Tony clapped his hands. An organization, an extraordinary organization. The most outstanding thinkers and scientists you can think of in the human world have been members of this organization. Until the organization disappeared in 1955, they have been the most outstanding organization in the world. The members of the organization include those illustrious figures in history: Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, Copernicus, Newton, Tesla, and the most famous members in the East are Mozi, Zheng Heng, Liu Ben and so on. This is an extraordinary organization. And their formation has only one meaning: our world should not perish. In 2620 BC, mankind encountered after the first alien invasion, the Earth was almost destroyed. Imhotep, note, wielded his spear and shield and led the army to defeat the invading aliens. The whole of Egypt was stained with blood, and there were countless corpses under the pyramids. But Imhotep concluded that this alien invasion was just the beginning. Under his leadership, an organization dedicated to the continuation of human civilization began to be formed. Perhaps the exchange and collision of ideas between Eastern and Western civilizations were much earlier than what we learned in history books. And when he died, the spear and shield he left behind became the token of the organization. The shield was once embedded in the dome. Tony pointed to the top of his head. There is no sign of a shield on the dome now, only pits and marks. Then what about his spear? Li Ji suddenly felt that what Tony said was very interesting. The spear is in the hands of the members of the Brotherhood in the East. The most famous holder is Zheng Heng during the Han Dynasty in China. It is said that he once held the spear and talked with the gods. But no one knows what they talked about. And after that, the whereabouts of the spear began to become unclear. Tony shook his head, indicating that his father's notes did not mention more. My father met many people after joining the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D., those people who we once thought should have died long ago. Including the most famous Isaac Newton, at least before 1955, he was still alive in this world. This is impossible. Newton should have died in 1727. Dr. Hank suddenly felt that Tony was dreaming. Doctor, some things may not be that simple. For example, the real formula of the super soldier serum and the infinity serum of S.H.I.E.L.D. came from the Newton. But my father didn't know much, because his rank in the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not that high at that time. Tony said seriously. My father left me a lot of information, but also a lot of mysteries. The predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the National Strategic Science Bureau. S.H.I.E.L.D. was officially established after 1955, and was promoted by my father. I am not sure what happened inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. Brotherhood at that time. But one thing is certain, almost all the members of the Brotherhood died or disappeared at that time. Tony continued to talk about the news his father left him. It is difficult to say what my father's original intention was to promote the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., but one thing I am sure of is that my father and I both believe that the first invasion is not the end, it is just the beginning. Tony looked at Li Ji seriously. So after you told me your crazy ideas, I did not refute you. Because I believe that we are always facing greater difficulties. This is why I want to form the Illuminati. Now that the West's shield of defense has been broken, I am not sure whether the spear of the East is still sharp. I am not even sure whether they still have that spear, or whether the spear has disappeared like the shield. Li Ji took a deep breath. He felt that he had received too many shocks recently. This world is much more terrifying than he imagined. If the mages of Kamatiki are defending against attacks from the mysterious side on the Earth, then the Holy Shield Brotherhood is probably defending against attacks from the scientific side on the Earth. Li Ji could never guess what kind of attack this city suffered to become like this. What kind of people lived in the city before? Those most outstanding wise men, the greatest scientists, and the smartest philosophers in human history. Perhaps this city gathers the smartest people in the world. They chose secret as their code name. They melted into the long river of history and continued and protected the prosperity of Earth civilization in another way. Li Ji looked around the surrounding buildings. Those Baroque buildings should be very beautiful if they were not destroyed. He thought so and cast his eyes on a monument in the distance. This is the monument used by the Holy Shield Brotherhood to commemorate the founding of their organization. A sharp spear and a solid shield constitute the main body of the entire monument. Li Ji always felt that he seemed to have seen these two things somewhere, but he could not remember them. He searched deeply in his mind, trying to find some clues, but it seemed that these two things were hiding from him and did not appear. Until the professor woke him up and he came out of that state of contemplation, it seemed that they had probably finished discussing the issue of the Brotherhood of S.H.I.E.L.D. and started discussing the current issues of mutants. In fact, Tony also had a lot of things that he couldn't explain. After all, it was his father who joined this organization, not him. Nightwalker, what are your plans for the problems that may arise with mutants now? The professor asked Li Ji's opinion. After all, it was Li Ji who invited him here. Li Ji narrowed his eyes. An old method. I used it once before. Although the method is a bit old, I think it will work. The fact that Magneto failed to destroy the body of Senator Macaulay is our best weapon. Senator Macaulay's body can prove that he is a mutant. This alone can make many government officials hesitate. Before, the New York City Police Department had some conflicts with Spider-Man. Now Spider-Man has reached an agreement with the New York City Police Department. George, the Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department who is handling the case now, is a fair policeman. It was because he notified Spider-Man that we had the opportunity to snatch Senator Macaulay's body from the fire. So the speculation that he went to lobby for this case properly is enough to make many officials suspicious. Li Ji said as he paced. The four people present were all smart people. They understood the meaning of Li Ji's words without Li Ji's excessive explanation. Are you saying that you want to take advantage of their chain of suspicion and Cold War thinking? Tony quickly understood what Li Ji wanted. That's right. After all, for politicians, we can't do whatever the enemy wants us to do. This is their basic idea. Li Ji nodded to confirm Tony's statement. He just wanted to spread the news that Congressman Macaulay is a mutant. Of course, this news cannot be said by those present. It must be said by Sheriff George to be convincing. Sheriff George doesn't even need to lobby anyone. As long as he reports the truth he knows, it will make many people suspicious. After all, this is a mutant who has infiltrated the top of the federal government. Is there any conspiracy in the mutant bill he is promoting? Li Ji believes that there are more than one or two officials who have this idea. But there is another problem, which is Magneto. Since he has made the first move, he will definitely make the second move. Maybe the exposure of Congressman Macaulay's identity will not affect his subsequent plans. Dr. Hank pushed his black-framed glasses and analyzed. Yes, so we also need a second trick. Li Ji nodded and continued. Magneto wants a mutant revolution, and everything he wants to do, those violent things. To be honest, it's too much like a terrorist. This sentence made the other four people present agree. I always think that a person's character is mostly caused by the fate of his childhood. For Magneto, there must be someone in his life who he hates so much that he wants to give up everything just to kill him. Li Ji continued. I think you all know what it is. The terrorists who built the Jewish concentration camps. Professor Charles answered this question. Professor, we can make this answer more specific. Some terrorists not only built Jewish concentration camps, but also killed his parents and used Magneto for experiments. All this is what you told me before, Dr. Hank. Li Ji pointed at Hank. Are you talking about Hydra? Hank understood what Li Ji wanted to say. Yes, the last time S.H.I.E.L.D. captured the remnants of Hydra, it happened to encounter a prison break and the fall of the headquarters. If you say that there is no one behind all this, I don't believe it. Li Ji shook his head. Anyway, this organization has done so many things that it is hated by the heavens and the people. I believe they don't mind being blamed for a few more things. Maybe it's not called taking the blame. It should be said that they deserve it. I believe Magneto is very happy to kill more Hydras before stirring up the situation. Because compared to the human government, Hydras are his mortal enemies. Those Hydras are all above, and their attitude towards mutants is very bad. Dr. Hank, didn't you say that they openly use mutants for experiments? So let Magneto focus on those guys first. At least this can reduce unnecessary casualties. Li Ji roughly said his thoughts. Rogers pulled a smile at the corner of his mouth. Is this called diverting trouble to others? If you use a more rude word, it can also be called dog bites dog. Li Ji spread his hands, indicating that the captain can call this plan whatever he wants. Speaking of which, there are still many arrested Hydra members imprisoned in the prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain Rogers remembered this. But they are very tight-lipped, and nothing valuable can be asked. Lee patted Professor Charles' wheelchair. No one can hide their secrets in front of the professor. I'm afraid you will have to work hard this time, Professor. Professor X smiled helplessly. At least when Magneto was asked to kill Hydra, everyone present had no psychological burden. Lee suddenly thought that perhaps compared with superheroes, Hydra is the indispensable and most important organization in this world. When we have any bad ideas or want to divert our attention, we can always see him in the right place. Whether you pay attention or not, he will be there and never leave. Whether you kill him or not, he will be there without increase or decrease. This is Hydra, a scapegoat who has devoted his life to the cause of anti-humanity. As long as you blame them, they will definitely help you take the blame. This world needs you. Hydra. Lee muttered silently in his heart. Thank you, Hydra. If there is no you in this world, I don't know what to do. Hydra, long live. Note, Imhotep is the only person in Egyptian history who was deified by a real person. This is very rare in the entire Western history. He was a genius who made outstanding contributions in engineering machinery, law, medicine, and astronomy. After his death, he was mourned as a god by the Holy Shield Brotherhood. My 2 updates are 9,200 words each, which is more than others who update 4 chapters with 2,000 words per chapter. Please vote, subscribe, and reward. Your support is the source of my efforts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372: The Interrupted Vote. When General Stryker returned to the Weapon X base from Washington, he saw only a ruin. Most of the soldiers and researchers stationed at the base had died, and only a few survived. And the research results of the Weapon X that he had worked so hard to develop over the years were destroyed. All the mutants that he had captured as test subjects with great effort were rescued. It can be said that General Stryker's efforts over the years were all gone in an instant. And who else could have done all this? Of course it was the mutants. When the X-Men attacked this base, they were mainly to rescue the mutants, and they did not come here to massacre. So when some soldiers and researchers fled from the battlefield, the X-Men did not chase them. So Stryker soon knew who was attacking his base. Even if there were no survivors left at the base at that time, Stryker would actually know who was attacking his base in the end. Because since Magneto had set this step, he would naturally consider the subsequent problems. If Stryker didn't find out who attacked him, Magneto would let him know all this later. Now Stryker, who was furious, had forgotten the plan he had reached with a congressman before. So he would boil the frog in warm water and advance the method of mutant control step by step. He now wanted to catch all the mutants at once and put them in jail. These people are the virus and scourge of human society. Let the plane take off. I'm going to Washington again. Stryker had almost no other ideas. He just wanted to quickly implement those bills now. A cancer is always a cancer, and it will burst sooner or later. This was Stryker's last thought before he boarded the plane. In New York, George Stacy had already received accurate information about the death of Congressman Macaulay. Because the whole plan needed his help. So Lee still needed to tell him some necessary information. Of course, Lee didn't mention some unnecessary parts. Are you talking about the #1 mutant criminal wanted by SHIELD, Magneto Eric, who is the mastermind of this matter? George rubbed his temple. It was already troublesome for a murder case to involve a city councilor. What's even more troublesome is that this city council member is a mutant. Now the worst news is coming. This mutant is actually a disguised person sent by a mutant terrorist organization to infiltrate the top level of the government. Then everything this spy did before is very suspicious. However, this matter involves Magneto, a troublesome guy, who is not someone the New York police can deal with. One Magneto is enough to make the entire New York police helpless. Yes, Sheriff George. There are many doubts in this matter. I believe you should understand what will happen if mutants and ordinary people have a serious conflict. Lee nodded to George. Sheriff George nodded with some trouble. He didn't think it was necessary for Nightwalker to deceive him. Because when he first knew that Councilman Macaulay was a mutant, he had already vaguely guessed in his heart that this matter was not that simple. Now it's just that Nightwalker confirmed the whole thing. So what do you think, Nightwalker? George asked Lee G for his opinion. My opinion is not for the chief sheriff. This is a case investigated by the New York police. Of course, if you need any other help with this case, please turn on the spider light at any time. Spider-Man and I will come to help at any time. Lee G knew that sometimes it is better not to say anything, because George is a very smart person with personal opinions. It is not good to say too much. I have asked Spider-Man to put the body of Senator Macaulay back to the morgue, and our people will stay in the dark for 24 hours. As the back force of the police, as long as you need it. Lee G waved his hand and said the last sentence before leaving. I just don't want a war to break out in New York. After all, my family and friends are here. George Stacy watched Lee G fly out of the window and leave his office on the glider. George put his hands together in front of his eyes, thinking about something. After about 5 minutes, maybe he had figured out his inner thoughts. He used a landline to dial a special number. This is George Stacy, Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department. I have important news about the death of New York City Councilman Macaulay that needs to be notified to Congress and the White House. Please help me transfer to the responsible contact. Congressman Macaulay's death shocked Congress to a certain extent. Congress even planned to send someone to deal with this matter specifically, but George refused. However, people inside Congress left a contact number, saying that if George had any findings, he should contact the congressman immediately. They were eager to know the progress of the whole thing. When George hung up the phone and waited for a reply, he looked in the direction of Queens. That was where his home was. Yes, we can't let the war break out in New York. Since the last prison break, the defense of the Shield prison has been strengthened. However, due to the recent financial problems of Shield, Hill did not have much money to update and replace all the equipment in the entire prison. Especially after the last prison break, many damaged things inside the prison had to be repaired, which made the budget, which was already stretched to the limit, even tighter. So in addition to repairing the equipment that was damaged last time, Hill could only use the relatively primitive method of increasing the density of agent patrols to improve the strictness of the entire prison. When Captain Rogers arrived at the prison, all the agents saluted him wherever he passed. Many people also shouted to him, "Captain! The trial is about to begin. We support you. Win this case and sue those bastards in the military to bleed." Captain Rogers just smiled helplessly. His purpose of coming here is very simple, that is, to interrogate the Hydra members who were caught last time. Those spies who infiltrated SHIELD. These guys are very tight-lipped, and no matter how you ask them, you can't get any useful information. Although SHIELD has not given up interrogating them, it still can't get any effective information. I need to interrogate some prisoners, the people on the list. Rogers submitted a list to the agent in charge of managing the prisoners in the prison. More than 30 prisoners? Are you going to interrogate them all in one day, Captain? The agent in charge of management was a little surprised when he saw the long list provided by Rogers. Just you. He couldn't help but add another sentence. Interrogating prisoners is not an easy job, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Captain Rogers nodded. Yes, I am beginning to lose patience now. Organizations like Hydra should have been eradicated long ago. I thought I succeeded, but I didn't expect that it was still a little short. It is my responsibility to eliminate them. Rogers said this to the agent in charge. And the agent nodded. He also agreed with Captain Rogers' words. Because in the cartoons he watched since he was a child, Captain Rogers and Hydra have always been enemies. SHIELD has lost face several times recently. We need something to boost our morale. Rogers' words caused the agent to nod frequently. You mean Hydra, right, Captain? The agent said excitedly. Yes, I hope that when I interrogate those prisoners later, no one will disturb me. And turn off all the surveillance. Rogers said to the agent. This is a bit against the rules. The agent in charge hesitated. No way, you have to understand, sometimes I will use some special means to deal with special prisoners. We have wasted too much time. Rogers hinted that he might use some illegal torture methods later. In this way, the agent immediately understood. I understand, Captain, please rest assured that you will not be disturbed. There will be no surveillance records as evidence. How many agents working on the underground front dare to say that what they do is legal? And when the person who made this request was the captain, the agent did not have too many doubts and immediately said that he could do it. In the fully closed interrogation room, The captain was waiting for the interrogation of the prisoner. He seemed to be talking to himself and said, "I'll leave it to you later." In the invisible void, a pair of somewhat old hands patted Captain Rogers on the shoulder. Washington, special meeting of Congress. This is a closed meeting at 0 hours. There are very few people attending the meeting, only 8, and these 8 are the 8 big bosses who really hold real power in Congress. Among them are the 3 congressmen who met with Stryker privately last time. Are you saying that all your bases have been destroyed, General Stryker? Sitting at the top of the long table was the congressman who had been asking Stryker about the feasibility of his plan that day. He was a rational person in Congress, and he was neutral and disgusted with the mutants. But he was not radical. He would only be willing to implement Stryker's plan when it showed real feasibility. And people like him occupied the majority in Congress. None of these guys were fools to become the most powerful group of people in the superpower. For the current Congress and the U.S. government, peaceful and orderly rule is the first priority. As long as the problem of mutants is still in a controllable balance, no one would be stupid enough to push mutants to a dead end. That choice would obviously plunge the country into chaos. As officials and politicians, chaos means the rise of the military and the loss of power for their own side. So no matter how Macaulay promoted his bill, Congress was lukewarm. It was just that sometimes he would be used as a propaganda sign. Until the death of Macaulay this time, it irritated many people. The first high-ranking government official died from a mutant assassination. If it was done by radical mutants, then they had already done it once, and there would probably be a second and third time. Maybe he would also become their assassination target. Because of this concern for life, the bigwigs in Congress began to be willing to accept General Stryker's plan. And how long after accepting Stryker's plan? Maybe less than 40 hours, he came to tell these people that his base was destroyed. Yes, those mutants. They first killed Senator Macaulay, and then raided my base when I was away. Stryker said this with hatred. If it wasn't a raid, if he was in the base at the time, But there is no if on the battlefield. This time he was defeated miserably. These mutants are premeditated. It's not 1 or 2 radicals acting alone. The mastermind behind them is Professor X. Stryker said, a professor who made the scene quiet. No, wait. Are you talking about Charles Xavier? The congressman sitting in the upper seat was a little confused. He is a moderate. He has never done anything that is detrimental to the government. This is also the condition for us to allow him to open a mutant school. The mutant ecology needs to be balanced. That's right, senators. It was him, the X-Men under Charles, who did this. Stryker said without hesitation. I have a lot of evidence and certification. Stryker did have a lot of evidence of the X-Men attacking the base. This time, all 8 senators were in a state of confusion. They couldn't understand when Charles, who had always been moderate, became such a radical. So senators, we don't have too many choices. Charles is the same as Magneto. He's just better at disguise. We need stronger control, because the killing of Senator Macaulay actually means the beginning of the war. If we don't take action, what awaits us will be passivity in the war. Stryker's words and the evidence he brought were still very convincing. Many senators fell into thinking at this moment. Some people agreed with Stryker's words, but some did not. The scene was once in a stalemate. For the congressman, the best way to deal with this deadlock is to vote, suggested the congressman in the upper seat. The minority obeys the majority, which is a method often used when there are unsolvable problems. Just as the congressmen were preparing to vote by raising their hands, the door of the originally closed conference room was pushed open roughly. The assistant of the congressman in the upper seat strode in. He knew that he should not interrupt this meeting. But he had an important news to report. Regardless of the unfriendly eyes of others, he strode to his congressman and whispered a few words to him. Hearing the news brought by the assistant, the congressman was shocked at first, and then understood. He motioned for his assistant to go out first and close the door. He stood up and clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an important news from the New York City Police Department. Our Congressman Macaulay, he is also a mutant himself. Chapter 373, Annoying Emails and the Trial of the Century. Sorry, everyone. I have bad news. Our Counselor Macaulay is also a mutant. When Counselor Abbott, who was presiding over the meeting, announced this news, all the other counselors who participated in the meeting showed shock. I have received a definite notification from the New York City Police Department. After repeated DNA comparisons, they confirmed that the body belongs to Counselor Macaulay, and also confirmed that he is a mutant. Councillor Abbott said this news with a slightly cold tone. Some members of the Congress could not sit still. This is unreasonable. If he is a mutant, why would he oppose mutants? Even promote anti-mutant bills? Another member said, maybe because of self-disapproval? There are such people among mutants. They do not recognize their mutant identity. But this does not explain it. He has gone too far. Maybe there are other purposes? A mutant has infiltrated our team. Maybe it is some other plan. Everyone, be quiet. Looking at the noisy meeting room, Congressman Abbott motioned for everyone to listen to him. There is a new twist in the current issue. The fact that Congressman Macaulay is a mutant is a change. The issue we need to consider now is no longer a simple matter of whether to promote a mutant bill. It is that Macaulay was able to evade the detection of mutant detectors and lurked in the government for more than 20 years without anyone knowing. Abbott pointed out their most important problem now. What is his purpose in lurking here? Does he have accomplices? Was his death an accident or a carefully planned plan? Congressman Abbott asked many questions in an instant, but no one answered. If it is a plan, then what is his purpose? And who is behind Macaulay? These things are fatal problems for the people in power in this country. It is not an easy thing to manage a superpower. If you are not careful, you will capsize. And any wrong step in the political struggle will suffer a devastating blow. Now the entire parliamentary agenda has been changed, and the bill that Stryker wants to promote has been placed on the other side. Do you think there is an organization behind Macaulay? It's hard to say. It may be the Brotherhood of Mutants, but it may also be our hostile country. Hostile country. We need to know that there are intrigues within the 5 permanent members. What if someone deliberately trips us up and uses the issue of mutants to fan the flames in our country? Are you saying that someone is deliberately pushing all this? It may even incite a color revolution in the United States. Note? You know this is very likely. Pulling the United States down from the world's #1 position is what many countries want to do. Conspiracy theories, chains of suspicion, and Cold War thinking filled the entire conference room at this moment. This is the thinking mode of experienced politicians. Everything needs to be viewed from the worst angle. Those who hold naive ideas have long been silent and capsized in the political sea. Stryker stood in the conference room, listening to the discussion of these congressmen, and felt that he was only a little bit away from success. If it weren't for that assistant coming in to report the news. If it weren't for the New York police finding clues. Everyone. I think we are facing a huge problem now. Congressman Abbott signaled everyone to stop discussing. We need to find out if there are other mutants among our members, and whether the bills they promote are intended to subvert our government as we all guess. Before figuring out these things, I hope everyone will remain calm and restrained. Don't fall into any possible traps easily. This is very critical at this point in time. I will go to New York in person to confirm the true situation of Congressman Macaulay. Congressman Abbott finally said this. General Stryker, who was still standing in the conference room, seemed to have been completely forgotten, and the congressmen began to disperse. They left one by one. This made Stryker a little anxious, but Congressman Abbott. It is a fact that the X-Men destroyed our base. Congressman Abbott, who was about to turn around and leave, looked back at Stryker, with a look as if he was looking at a stray dog. I know, I will notify the New York police to handle this matter. New York police? Exclamation mark. How can they handle such a thing? Mr. Congressman, no matter if there is someone behind this, it is obvious that mutants are a threat. Abbott neither agreed nor disagreed with Stryker's words. He just stood there quietly to see what Stryker had to say. So Mr. Congressman, Plan X is the most important means to deal with mutants. Now it has been destroyed by them. We need to rebuild the entire plan, which requires a large amount of funds. I hope Congress can. Stryker was interrupted by Abbott before he finished speaking. To be honest, General Stryker, I'm not surprised at all that Professor X sent people to attack your base. From a mutant's perspective, you used a large number of their compatriots, mutants, for experiments. This in itself would arouse their anger, even if Charles is a moderate. Abbott looked at Stryker and said, Project X has been going on for many years, and this project cannot be exposed. It cannot be known to the public. If ordinary people knew the nature of this project, neither mutants nor ordinary people would support such a crazy plan. After all, mutants are still human. This will reduce the support rate of Congress to a historical low. And to be honest, the X-Weapon project has actually failed. Abbott twitched his mouth at Stryker, looking like he wanted to laugh. But in the end, it seemed that he failed. As a weapon planned to deal with mutants, it was defeated by a group of mutants in its own base camp, and it was a terrible defeat. If this was on the front battlefield, you would have to go to a military court. General Stryker. Congressman Abbott was merciless in his criticism of Stryker. It seemed that he was completely pessimistic about the Weapon X project. Congress has invested too much budget in you over the years. But you haven't produced any results. General Stryker, it's time to give up your ideas. Those unrealistic plans, you should return to the sequence of the regular army. I will talk to the generals in the Pentagon later to discuss this matter. Plan X will stop here. Stryker could hardly believe his ears. What did he hear? Congress actually announced that it would completely abandon Plan X because of such a failure? You know, this was an accident. If he was there at the time. But Congressman Abbott would definitely not listen to this explanation. For these congressional gentlemen, only the winners are worthy of being called generals, and it is a great blessing for the losers not to be sent to military courts. Stryker was still making his last effort. We still have a chance, Senator. As long as we restart Trasco's Sentinel project. Impossible. Trasco is Hydra. The most wrong decision made by the US government back then was to accept a large number of scientists from without distinguishing between good and bad. This was a huge mistake. This is how SHIELD is now. Abbott interrupted Stryker without thinking. Okay, General Stryker, enjoy your last military career. You are approaching retirement age, so think about where you should buy a farm and enjoy life after retirement. Abbott patted Stryker on the shoulder. I will meet General Ross later. At least his Hulk project is more reliable than Project X after being helped by Dr. Richards once. After that, only Stryker was left there, silent. When Captain Rogers came out of the SHIELD prison, Lee G just sent a message. Did you gain anything, Captain? I think the professor should have found a lot of useful things. It was Professor X who had been following Rogers with the invisible launcher. Under the cover of the captain, Professor X successfully entered the prison of S.H.I.E.L.D. and read the information from the brains of the Hydra agents. Many times, what people know or understand is very limited. Because your perspective is fixed, your mind will always be confused by something, resulting in a certain deviation in thinking. For example, the huge Hydra organization has split into many branch organizations since its failure and split in World War II. Many people inside Hydra are not clear about how big their organization is. Because many organizations are not connected to each other. Only their real leader, the Red Skull, knows the existence of these organizations. This is the pawn left by the Red Skull before his defeat, just to be able to make a comeback one day. Professor X read the memories of 30 prisoners, with a depth of more than 20 years. Every detail of their lives, where they may be confused, the professor sees it clearly from the perspective of a bystander. I did find something interesting, and I think my old friend Magneto would like my discovery. About the cause of death of his wife and children. I think I can give him an explanation, and now he has a clear enemy. The professor passed the information to Lee G. Lee G smiled after receiving the information. This is the best. Let the Brotherhood of Mutants and Hydra fight first. At least I won't have a headache. As for how to pass the information to Magneto, I believe that as an old friend, the professor will have a way. At this time, Lee G's email mailbox also received a special email. It was not sent by a stranger, but by his assistant at Marvel. However, after reading the content of the email, Lee G felt very confused. I am Wade Wilson, nicknamed Deadpool. Now a professional superhero. I am willing to sell the copyright of my private portrait to your company. I hope to discuss in detail. It was a short email, but the content inside was really troublesome. Because the sender was none other than Deadpool, who made Hawkeye notorious. Lee G didn't know how to reply at the first time. To be honest, Lee G didn't want to mess with this character who was as difficult as chewing gum. But now he came to his door. If he refused, would he also throw feces and weld the door and spray red paint at the door of his company? Just thinking about it made him feel scared. Okay, he said he is a superhero? I hope so, but he doesn't want to be a supervillain. In the end, Lee G could only write a letter back to his assistant, telling him to arrange for Deadpool to meet with him in the company on May 15th for a detailed discussion. May 15th is also a day that the world pays attention to. It's not because there is any major holiday today. It's because this day is the day when Captain America Steve Rogers sued the US military and government for infringement. Note: Color Revolution refers to a series of coups that took place in Eastern Europe in the late 1920s. It is as famous as the Arab Spring. You can search Baidu for details. Chapter 374 Hugo joined the Avengers. Wade Wilson, a professional mercenary. He is a top figure in the industry and is said to be able to accomplish any mission. He is a very ethical person. He never does anything that violates his moral bottom line and conscience. Therefore, most of the missions Wade accepts are not very profitable. At the same time, they are also very dangerous. For example, protecting a village in Africa because a warlord in Africa is preparing to plunder here. The bounty that the village can give is very small, but the mission is very difficult. No one in the mercenary world wants to do this kind of thing, which is completely thankless. But Wade Wilson still took it. In order to protect more than 400 residents in the village from the poison of those warlords, he fought wits and courage with more than 300 African soldiers. And this is just a small part of his mercenary career. He has done too many similar things. For example, helping a girl to regain the relics of her father who is robbed. Or helping the curator of a museum to find stolen cultural relics. Wade Wilson always takes low rewards and does dangerous work. In the world of mercenaries, he is a super weirdo. Fighting in the hail of bullets every day, but living a life of poverty. Compared with those mercenaries who get high rewards once they complete the mission and live a life of debauchery, Wade's life is like an ascetic. Most of the already small rewards have to be spent on the daily maintenance and upkeep of weapons and equipment. And including the medical expenses that need to be spent every time after being injured. Wade's life is very tight. The attic on the top floor of an apartment is his residence. However, because of his persistence and his weirdness, he has won an extraordinary reputation in the mercenary world. People call him the Zorro of modern society, which is why Hawkeye once told Captain Rogers that S.H.I.E.L.D. hopes to absorb Wade as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, all this happened in the past. Before Wade got cancer. Wade always believed that this world is rewarded for good and evil. He called himself a messenger of justice and a superhero in the mercenary world. But after he got cancer, the whole world was different. He no longer believed in this so-called nonsense of rewarding good and evil. Especially after participating in a certain inhuman research. Since Wade Wilson changed from the king of mercenaries to Deadpool, he has determined his future life. He will only live for himself in the future. So Wade reappeared in the mercenary world as Deadpool, and now he only works for money. Leegee and Deadpool's meeting time is at 9 o'clock in the morning. Leegee came to his office early, but Wade came earlier than him. Deadpool, who is wearing a red and black tight uniform, greeted Leegee who had just come in. "You are late, Mr. Jason Lee." He put his weapons and double swords aside. Leegee looked at the watch. "The time was just 9 o'clock. I didn't eat, Mr. Deadpool. It's just that you arrived a little early." Deadpool put his legs on Leegee's desk, crossed his hands and played with his thumbs. He spoke to Leegee in a slightly frivolous tone. "I am a big star, a big name who can bring super profits to your company. You should pay more attention to me." Leegee didn't have a good impression of Deadpool, no matter what happened in the movie. But the fact that he played a prank on Hawkeye before made Leegee quite afraid of him. This is an unscrupulous person. If Leegee was not afraid that he would also throw feces and weld the door in front of his company, he probably didn't want to meet him. "Okay, let's not talk about other things. Mr. Deadpool, what is your purpose in looking for our company?" Leegee didn't want to greet Deadpool. Deadpool pointed to Leegee's computer. "I think I made it very clear in the email. I think we can cooperate. Your company needs the image and content of superheroes to make money from comics, and I also need to make money. I don't mind selling my image to your company. Of course. I need a higher share, at least half of the profit." Deadpool said to himself. "You can publish Deadpool comics, and I will tell you many of my stories. For example, how I outwitted Pharaoh in the ancient tombs of Egypt, how I defeated the resurrected army of Qin Shi Huang at the Great Wall of China, and how I killed the old octopus that had been rampant in the Caribbean Sea for many years." Deadpool said excitedly, but Leegee inexplicably felt that he seemed to have heard these stories told by Deadpool before. "Wait, Mr. Deadpool. The stories you are talking about seem to be from Hollywood movies such as Indiana Jones, The Mummy Returns and Pirates of the Caribbean?" Leegee touched his chin and thought for a long time, and finally remembered that he seemed to have seen all the nonsense that Deadpool was talking about. So Lee G interrupted Deadpool's nonsense directly. We can't just put the plot of Hollywood movies on your head. It doesn't matter. Deadpool didn't care at all that he was boasting and was exposed. He shamelessly admitted, plagiarism is the source of progress in all story creation. Whether it is Japanese animation or Chinese online literature. Huh? Lee G wondered if his ears were broken. The most important thing in this world is hype. Do you understand hype, Mr. Lee? Deadpool patted Lee G on the shoulder, walked behind Lee G, put his head close to Lee G's ear and whispered. Do you know why I chose your company? Why? Lee G was also curious about this. Because you recognize the value of us superheroes. Pay us royalties. Lee G currently reserved his opinion on Deadpool calling himself a superhero. So I think I can give back to your company something good enough. Deadpool turned Lee G's boss chair several times, which made Lee G, who was sitting on the chair, feel a little dizzy. I can make my reputation even louder. Do you know how popular I am now? When you open the web page, there are news about me. Deadpool said this and opened the search website on Lee G's computer, entering superhero as the keyword. The search engine quickly searched out the most popular words at the moment: Captain America's lawsuit, everyone for me, I for everyone, Spider-Man. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, and Deadpool quickly cut off the power to the computer screen. It doesn't look like you. Lee G glanced at the computer and spread his hands. It's okay, I can use Hawkeye to steal the spotlight again. Deadpool said nonchalantly, not affected by the embarrassment just now. But Hawkeye Barton, who was far away in SHIELD, sneezed and felt a chill on his back for no reason. No, don't do that. Lee G immediately stopped Hawkeye from doing this. He had just given Hawkeye $1 million to buy his brand not long ago. If Deadpool continued to play with him, who knows how long this brand would be in his hands. Don't worry, Mr. Lee, I have a way to deal with SHIELD. They can't find any fault with me, all kinds of legal means and public opinion propaganda. I'm good at it. As he said that, Deadpool began to frantically flip through his phone, as if he was looking for something. Enough, enough. Mr. Deadpool. What on earth do you want to do? Lee G snatched Deadpool's phone. This guy was a little scary when he went crazy. Lee G was afraid that he would do something out of line again. After all, Captain Rogers is now a member of the Illuminati. I told you, I want to cooperate with you. Make enough money, so much that I can buy an island in Spain, and let those hot chicks dance on the island in bikinis. Deadpool did not hide his desire at all. It's thanks to your company that I was reminded. I know. Rogers came to you, and then he started to sue the US military. Because the US military embezzled hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth that belonged to him. Those colorful US dollars are enough to pour into the swimming pool for me to swim. Deadpool said enviously. Captain Rogers is not for money, he is not that bad. Lee G said a fair word to Deadpool for comparing Captain Rogers to a person who is obsessed with money. Who cares? He is not a person who is obsessed with money, but I am. Deadpool waved his hand to interrupt Lee G. From that time on, I realized how much money being a superhero could make. Listen, Lee. We can publish my comics first, then find a company to make cartoons, and then we can expand to sell my peripheral products, from action figures to stickers, keychains, and mugs. Everything. It seems that Deadpool has done his homework on how to make money. Then we can find the 6 major Hollywood studios to co-produce my own live-action movie, called The Amazing Wade, The Birth of Deadpool. Of course, the leading actor of this movie must be me, and the salary cannot be less than $25 million, and I also want 20% of the global box office dividends. Deadpool said more and more excitedly. But Lee G could only prop up his head and try not to show his contempt. He must be dreaming. This salary and treatment is impossible. And even if Deadpool's story is made into a movie, it will be R-rated, and it will be about how he collects debts every day? Okay, Mr. Deadpool. Our company publishes superhero comics. All the stories are also centered around superheroes. It's a superhero. Lee G emphasized the pronunciation of the word superhero. I'm also a superhero. Do you want to deny that? Lee G wanted to slap Deadpool twice for his shameless words. Deadpool, maybe we have some differences in the definition of superheroes. Why don't you take a look at Spider-Man comics first? I can lend it to you, but you need to return it to me after reading it. It's our company's property. Lee G said this and was about to hand Spider-Man on the bookshelf to Deadpool. I think I'm similar to him. Deadpool roughly flipped through the comics and said, "Look, our uniforms are simply couple outfits." He pointed to Spider-Man's red and blue tights and his own red and black tights in the comics. These two uniforms have a sense of CP inexplicably. I think we can use this as a selling point. I know there are a lot of Spider-Man and Nightcrawler BL comics on the internet now. Why not replace Nightcrawler's role with me? I promise it will be more popular. It can help both me and Spider-Man to get public attention. Lee Ji found that his head began to dizzy. Is Deadpool really someone he can talk to well? Okay. Mr. Deadpool. I think I can only speak frankly. Our company only accepts superhero stories. And you are not a superhero yet. You are just a mercenary who gets paid to do things. Do you understand? The scene suddenly fell into depressing silence, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Deadpool just stared at Lee Ji, and Lee Ji got goosebumps. In this staring match, Lee Ji was defeated. Okay. Don't look at me like that. I surrender. Lee Ji felt that his decision to meet with Deadpool was simply stupid. Maybe he could get Deadpool to do something if he wanted to make money with his fame. Lee Ji thought silently in his heart. Well, Hawkeye's bad brand is still in his hands. If he can't wash it off in the future, then the million will be wasted. As a businessman, Lee Ji is actually quite competent. Mr. Deadpool, if you really want to debut as a superhero and become a national idol, just like Captain Rogers, it's not impossible. Lee Ji's words touched Deadpool's heart. He just wanted to be as rich as Captain Rogers. Oh no. He wanted to be as popular as the national spiritual idol. It's just that I think you need a little gimmick to make your debut a sensation. I can promise that we will pay you 50% of the royalties for your comics in the future. With this amount of payment, it can be said that Marvel is basically not making any money, and it is completely operating at cost. But being able to trap a Deadpool, Lee Ji thinks it may still be worthwhile. What gimmick? Do you need me to be Black Hawkeye or Black Shield? Deadpool looked eager to try. No, those gimmicks are outdated, Mr. Deadpool. People nowadays always like to read reversal news when reading the news. The more intense the previous news is, the more dramatic the reversal can bring. The more eye-catching it is. Lee Ji pointed to his eyes. So? Deadpool asked. So, I hope you will join the Avengers. Lee Ji had a weird smile on his face. Well, I don't know how the relationship between Hawkeye and his new colleagues will be. I am looking forward to it, so that Hawkeye's comics can appear in Deadpool's supplement. Hawkeye, who was practicing archery in the gym of S.H.I.E.L.D., missed the target the first time. Because just when he drew the bow, he suddenly felt a burst of static electricity in his body, and he almost couldn't hold the bow. Agent Barton said in confusion, "Why do I feel so uneasy?" Chapter 375 Captain America's Deep Routine. While Lee Ji and Wade were discussing the copyright of Deadpool comics and other issues, and were still considering how to send Deadpool into the Avengers, on the other side of New York City, there were already crowds of people, and reporters from all over the world were waiting. This is the New York State Court. Originally, on the global stage, the name of this court was not so great, nor did it attract much attention. After all, this is not the International Court of Justice in The Hague, nor is it the Central Supreme Court of some superpowers. But today, the New York State Court has overshadowed all the well-known courts. Because the lawsuit about Captain Rogers has been opened. This court case, which has attracted the attention of the world just after it was filed, is very simple to say. It is just that a famous person forwarded a complaint to a certain organization, and the reason for the accusation is the infringement caused by the illegal use of his portrait rights. Generally speaking, such news is usually keen to pay attention to some entertainment newspapers and media. If the person whose copyright is infringed is very famous, such as a Hollywood superstar, or a first-line player in the NBA, maybe the current affairs news will mention this matter at the end of its news. But there has never been a case of this kind that has attracted the attention of thousands of media around the world. From North America to South America, from Europe to Asia. Even South Africa sent a press corps to the United States just to get first-hand news. Because the person who was infringed this time was Captain America, and the infringer was the US military. The protagonist of this scene was eye-catching enough from the beginning. In the eyes of most people, Captain America and the US military are two sides of the same coin. Captain America is the spokesperson for the military. He is also the idol of countless American soldiers. It can be said that many young people who join the army have chosen to join the army because they have been influenced by the story of Captain America since childhood. And this time, Captain publicly broke up with the military. How can the global media not be shocked and surprised? Almost all the world's well-known media gathered in New York this time. This trial can be said to be the most important trial event in the world since the 21st century. The number of seats in the court is limited. In addition to the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who accompanied Captain America to attend the trial, and the representatives sent by the military, the seats that can be accommodated are already very limited. The media who can enter the scene to listen are almost all the world's top level. More media could only wait outside the wall for more news to come out from inside. Thousands of reporters had gathered around the New York State Court, and even the New York police and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had to work together to control the chaotic scene. Steve Rogers looked particularly handsome in a navy blue suit. And next to him was the lawyer who is responsible for handling his case this time, Daredevil Matt. Captain Rogers, why did you sue the U.S. military? Is it just because of infringement? Or is there something else? Captain, are you going to abandon your spirit for the sake of dollars? Regarding this lawsuit, how confident are you that you can win? When the reporters saw Captain Rogers coming, they swarmed in like vultures smelling rotten meat. Because before this, Captain Rogers did not make any statement on this case. This also caused a lot of speculation from the outside world. And Captain Rogers also made his first public statement on the matter. He stood on the steps and looked at the reporters who were noisy and eager to ask questions below. He said in a slow and firm tone, "Everyone has the right to appeal. No matter if this person is a superhero or an ordinary person. This country itself should be a country ruled by law. Relying on the law is the most basic guarantee of this country. I know there are a lot of rumors now. There are many speculations about the truth of my lawsuit against the military, and there are also many speculations about me." Regarding what Captain Rogers said, the U.S. military, especially the political propaganda department, has put a lot of effort. They want to use public opinion to kidnap Captain Rogers, hoping that he will give up this lawsuit. Various black spots and ways of moral kidnapping by public opinion are endless. For example, as a spiritual symbol of the United States, Captain Rogers should be more generous and should not sell out the national government for personal gain. This view puts the U.S. government in a state of disrespect. This kind of statement that puts Rogers on the moral high ground and expects him to give up personal interests for the sake of national interests is endless. These are all good things done by the political propaganda department. Captain Rogers spoke for the first time in front of the global media about this. This country is not a country for a few people, and the U.S. government should not be a plaything of some people in power. The reason why the law is made is that it should be a code of conduct that every citizen of this country abides by. No matter how expensive or cheap it is. The law cannot lose its due effectiveness due to the forced intervention of some organizations. Captain Rogers was not at all nervous when speaking to the global media. He seemed to be born to be good at this. An excellent orator. There are many doubts about me from the outside world. I just want to say that when the rights of every citizen are violated, why should we use identity to determine whether it is suitable? I have been frozen for 70 years and left this world for 70 years. I used to be committed to protecting this world, hoping that this world would become more peaceful and beautiful. And when I return to this era, sometimes I think that it might be a better choice for me to die in 1945. Rogers waved his arms. What did he mean by this? Does he think that the current era has become worse than before? All the reporters present thought so. Those big stars want their own private lives. But they are repeatedly exposed by paparazzi, and even the safety of their families is threatened. Am I right to think about these things? Countless people are spreading on the internet that as stars and public figures, it is natural for these people to have no privacy. Their lives should be exposed under the spotlight. For everyone to see. Doesn't the law give every citizen the right to privacy? Why don't these people dare to resist? To sue those infringers? Is it because they are kidnapped by public opinion? Those people can snoop into the privacy of stars as a selling point today, and they can snoop into the privacy of ordinary people tomorrow. Rogers' speech was very inflammatory. And what he said has actually begun to appear in the modern internet society. I have heard that some prostitutes and pole dancers were raped on the street. The police did not accept these cases because they were prostitutes, so it was difficult to judge the authenticity of these cases, so they were all shelved. I want to say, is the harm of raping prostitutes less than raping ordinary women? Rogers asked all the reporters. This rapist was able to rape a prostitute today and was not punished by law. Once he tasted the sweetness, he will rape your mothers and sisters tomorrow. When anyone is bound by his identity, public opinion, and various social shackles, cannot speak freely, and cannot even exercise his civil rights, and even suffers some invisible but real discrimination and kidnapping. I wonder if all this is really what I want. Rogers stood on the steps and preached loudly, saying what many people dared not say. The formulation of laws is to enable citizens to have weapons to protect their rights. Everyone needs to abide by all this, whether ordinary citizens or lawmakers. When your rights are violated, you should stand up and should not be simply kidnapped by public opinion and morality. And everything I am doing now, just like everything I have done before, I just did something that others want to do but dare not do. Rogers' words are indeed correct. How many people have finally chosen to give up their rights because of the kidnapping of morality and public opinion? Let the perpetrators go unpunished, and the victims can only swallow their anger. And I hereby declare that my lawsuit against the U.S. military is only a struggle to safeguard the rights that a citizen deserves. A struggle in a new era. This should not be bound by my identity. If there are still people who regard me as a role model, then I can tell you now. Now I will teach you how to safeguard your rights. And if I win this case, I will donate all the compensation from the military, and not a penny will go into my pocket. All the money will be used for medical assistance and food assistance for poor families, as well as scholarships for outstanding students. Rogers finally said this at the door of the court. From the beginning to the end, I just hope that this country and this world will become a better place. When he turned and walked into the court, the military representative who was listening to his speech in the distance turned green. The original propaganda department's public opinion and moral kidnapping of Rogers should have been useful. Many celebrities would choose to compromise under the pressure of public opinion. But Captain Rogers' willpower is obviously very high, and he doesn't care what is said on the internet at all. Especially after the short film, Everyone for Me, I for Everyone, was screened around the world. Many people have realized that superheroes are also mortals, and a large part of the original condemnation of Captain Rogers has begun to change direction. Today, many TV stations have set up live broadcasts outside the court. Captain Rogers' speech spread all over the world in an instant. His speech and his final statement that he was not doing it for money, but for the implementation of citizens' rights, instantly ignited the fire in many people's hearts. Captain Rogers instantly resolved all previous attacks on him through a speech, and once again put himself on the moral high ground. What's wrong with a citizen exercising his rights? Exclamation mark. And he challenged the most authoritative institution in this country. At this moment, almost all American citizens who watched the live broadcast stood on the side of Captain Rogers. Challenging authority and practicing the law can be recognized by the public at any time. Especially when Captain Rogers, a national idol, said such words. Captain Rogers' social platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, Weibo, etc., were instantly flooded with messages from his large group of fans. They were all messages supporting him. Compared to Captain Rogers, the representatives of the U.S. military turned green when they heard these speeches. All the propaganda of the political propaganda department seemed particularly pale and powerless at this moment. What is ironic is that Rogers' speaking talent was specially cultivated by the military in order to let him go on a national tour. This time, Rogers used it to attack the military. For the military, the image of Captain America is extremely important. You know, the publicity of this image brings them billions of dollars in revenue every year. And this income does not need to be approved by the congressional budget, and it is disposable income. Under the supervision of U.S. congressmen, who knows where the money is finally used by the military? Many military plans that cannot be made public and cannot be passed by Congress need the support of this money. In addition to money, another very important thing is the image of Captain Rogers. Modern wars require higher and higher quality soldiers. And high-quality soldiers have always been difficult to find. The propaganda image of the captain has always been a card in the hands of the U.S. military, and many fans of the captain will choose to join the army for this reason. But now it is almost the most important conscription season of the year. In order to maintain the global military bases and global hegemony, the number of soldiers needed by the military is always insufficient. This has led to many unqualified soldiers, such as some guys with criminal records, also mixed into the army. Now because of the problem of Captain America's case, the current conscription has become more difficult. Many people are hesitant about the military. Even the captain's money is embezzled. If I die in the war, I am afraid that this army may also embezzle my pension. Many people have expressed such views. This has put the US military in a very embarrassing situation. Compared with the military, the government representative, who is a joint defendant, seems very relaxed. I think I roughly know what the captain wants to do, the White House representative said. What did you guess? The congressional representative asked. We may have underestimated Captain Rogers. He is not only an excellent war commander, but also an outstanding politician. He can always use roundabout means to achieve his goals. The representative of the White House smiled. For example, in this case, it seems that he sued the US military and us for infringement. The White House representative pointed at himself. But this is a roundabout strategy. I know that SYNOPSIS has had a hard time recently. Congress cut more than half of their budget. I heard that the new director is even considering reducing the benefits of the agents. In fact, it is not being considered, but has already been implemented. In addition to the excuse of tight funds, the most important reason for Congress to cut SYNOPSIS' budget is probably the protest of the generals in the Pentagon. The White House representative said this, and the congressional representative nodded. In fact, the generals in the Pentagon have long been fed up with S.H.I.E.L.D. They have a super high budget, but the number of personnel is so small. Unequal distribution is their biggest contradiction. Now the representative of Congress instantly understood what the other party was saying. So you mean that the captain is using this method to force the military to let go? Yes. He just repeatedly mentioned the kidnapping of public opinion and morality. It seemed like he was talking about himself. But is he actually reminding the military? Compared with individuals, Congress, the president and even the military are the ones who can't withstand the pressure of public opinion. The shift in public opinion is enough to reshuffle Congress. The representative of Congress instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Are you saying that the captain is actually using this method to force Congress to pass the budget of S.H.I.E.L.D.? The White House representative shrugged. Believe it or not, as long as the military does not let go and Congress does not approve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget plan, this case will not be over. Captain Rogers' influence, as long as he's ruthless, is enough to change the public opinion of this country. The military and the government have spent 70 years shaping his image, and now it has become the most advantageous weapon in his hands. But he is Captain America. How could he go against the US government? The congressional representative was still a little shocked. The White House representative looked at the scale sculpture on the roof of the New York State Legislature, which symbolizes fairness, and said, he is Captain America, but he is not the captain of the US government. Captain Rogers has a lofty purpose, but he is not a running dog of the government. He has always been working for this country, not for a certain political party. When there are differences of opinion, those bigwigs can't influence him at all. Isn't he afraid that it will be too big and he will not be able to run the whole thing in the end? The congressional representative still found it difficult to digest these ideas. Why should he worry about how it will end? How it will end has nothing to do with him. It is the military and the government that need to clean up this mess. The White House representative shook his head. I suddenly feel that maybe Captain Rogers might be a good choice to become the President of the United States one day. He has courage, determination, and ideas. And he will never simply compromise with the wrong things. It seems that you are a fan of Captain Rogers. The congressional representative smiled. Maybe, this case will be very interesting. At least now the military has too much power. Billions of dollars of funds are missing every year. It's time to take care of it. The White House representative smiled. The congressional representative did not make any rebuttal. Maybe the government and the military are not as solid as outsiders guess. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.